Oh, look at that perfectly timed timer. Incredible, incredible skills with streaming. Good to see everybody. Good to see. Oh, God, no, bad skills with streaming. Bad skills. Forgot the song was on loop. Okay, celebrated a little too soon. Sometimes you Sally a little too soon. First things first, Marilyn. It's great to see Marilyn. Marilyn, always be magneting. That's what I always say. Good to see you, Papa Soda. Good to see you, Topanga. Good to see you, Doomrank. Good to see you, K2. Keep on trucking. Anyone else here? Frankie is already, I think, in my back chat. Brother is perspicacious, okay? He is on time, and I am not, and I apologize for that. Marilyn loved me long time. Marilyn does love me long time, okay? It's great to see everybody. We have a spicy show. I don't know how many of you caught yesterday's. It's wild. Piers Morgan, Nick Fuentes. We got halfway through it. We're going to kill the second half tonight for sure because a video popped off that I'm very excited to cover for tomorrow that involves Sam Hyde. So we're on a bit of an arc, apparently, an arc that K2 and Big Soda will probably enjoy, but an arc that is a risky arc. So yeah, panel link for all of you who wants to join. Should be in the chat. Yeah, K2's already asking the TOS thoughts. Already asking. Yeah, now he's spelling something. I don't know what he's spelling, but I'm not sure. I don't see. I think there's like a couple. I think there's like one letter missing, it looks like. So I don't know. JWs. Oh, the Jehovah Witnesses. I see what you mean. The Jehovah Witnesses. Okay, that's fair, actually. We could talk about those people. So Frankie is the one that is here right now. So Frankie, because, we're professionals now. I need one of these. Frankster. All right, thank you. About to pull you on, so if you want to cam down, there we go. I mean, you can cam up. I just want to do that warning. Good to see you, Frankie.
Did you hear what happened in Australia?
Yes, I saw. I don't know the details. I was really busy, but I saw
11.
Like 10 or
11, and it was a Jewish holiday. It was a Jewish party.
Yeah, so I saw that.
It was like Pakistani, Palestinian, father and son, basically gunned down 11 people because of hate. And apparently one Arab dude actually disarmed the guy.
There we go. That's multiculturalism, baby.
Yeah, but it's like,
I thought Australia had their gun buyback. What happened to that? Apparently that didn't work.
No,
Australia you just have a bad guy with a gun and then no good people with guns.
Well, the thing is that Australia has very, 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 very stringent gun laws. Like guns are totally banned in Australia. So how
that's what I mean. Yeah. And so it's like, obviously, it's like, that's like the thing. That's why I always bring up Utoya, the Anders Breivik thing in Norway, where like 70 kids were pew-pewed, because it's like that's the problem in those countries. When you don't have pew-pews, then it's like when one guy goes in one place, he can just like wipe out so many people, because it's like now no one else. You have to wait for cops, and Utoya was on an island, of course, so it took a long time for the cops to get there. So.
Well, of course, but some people just don't learn. Some nations don't learn.
Egg says it's up to 15.
That's what I heard too.
Oh my God! Yeah, that's terrible.
That's ugly, man.
Let's briefly look this up, because just.
Well, hold on. You heard about the good news though, right?
16 now. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Well, this USA Today says 16. And then Reuters is saying 15, so I'm not really sure. But
the number's there. It's a double digit.
Yeah, let's briefly read this. I feel like this is an important thing. I feel weird. This is a weird video to be, because now they're immediately, the part we're at, they're immediately talking about Nick's denial of a certain historical event. So I feel weird reading this, but it is what it is. It is what it is. Oh, fuck off, Reuters. Fuck off. Disabling your ad blocker. Get fucked. They'll just go to USA Today. Oh, fuck off. Oh, okay, the USA Today lets me do it. Okay, so 16 dead in Australia. Pew pew targeting Jewish Hanukkah party on beach. Australia's seen a string of anti-Semitic attacks. Australia and other sites since the war in Gaza began. The country has some of the world's strictest gun control measures. Yeah, this is what we were saying. I hope maybe I should have checked this before. I hope there's not going to be any like stuff I can't show on stream. I don't think so. At least 16 people dead and a dozen more wounded in the pew pewing at Sydney's popular Bondi Beach on December 14th that targeted Australia's Jewish community. 2 suspects, father and son duo, one of whom later died. At least 42 people were hospitalized. Yeah, it's the first day of Hanukkah too. Yeah,
it's the first day of Hanukkah. So then, there it is. All right.
Do we know? But I don't.
But then everybody hates the Israelis, right? The Israelis are so bad. They're the bad people, right?
Do we know who did it? Like you said, it was Folie.
Yeah, but they have the shooters. They have the fucking shooters.
But have they released like the names?
Yes, they released the names. Look them up.
Okay, so what is this?
I'll get the names right now. Shit. Hold on.
Yeah, I'm not see. I see. Do we know the names?
I'll be back.
Oh, here, I'll check my chats. Maybe someone in there is probably saying it if they know. Nope. Inshallah fluence. Yeah. Ontological soda. Give me one of these real quick. There we go, brother. Okay, out of you. Big Soda, what do you know about this story? Because I was out, I saw this in the morning, and I was like, "Fuck!" And then it was like 11, and then I just got home now and started streaming. So, is there anything besides what we've read? Do we know the names? Do we know the ethnicities or stuff like that?
No, not that I've seen.
Okay, yeah,
I've seen it like a news image this morning, and then I haven't been on Twitter or X today, so. Usually that's where I find most of
that's the thing. And that's where I would probably look, but I'd have to do that, away from the thing because, X can kind of jump scare you with some stuff sometimes.
Yeah, there's a lot of turmeric going on.
Yeah, well, not just that, but even just, footage of,
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's like, what you mean by jump scare.
Yeah. Because it's like sometimes you're just trying to find info and it's just like you scroll too far and it's like, oh, there's a video of it actually happening. Oh, no,
They're like, oh, yeah, it's zoomed in too. Yeah, no, I get what you mean.
Yeah. Okay. Supposed to hide this. I didn't know y'all could see the vertical stream too. And until India Jesus told me that. Like you can see this, right? Big Soda, the vertical?
No.
Oh, you do? Oh, wait. So on your
like
stream,
I
can see it. I can see it.
Like, do you see 2 of yourself? Frankie, you said you do?
Yes, I see 2 of myself.
No, yeah, I only see 1 of myself. I only see 1 of you. Oh, wait, okay, no. I do get what you mean. There's a screen on the left that shows the 3 of us, and there's a screen on the right that shows 3 of us.
Okay, now if I do this, do you still see 2 of us?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, that's what IJ was saying, because when I was with him, he kept saying, like, hide the vertical stream. And I'm like, I did hide the vertical stream. And then he sent me a photo and it was still up. And then, so it seems like, I guess for guests, I can't hide it. So I'm sorry if that's annoying to see 2 of everything, but there's no way for me I can hide it on my end, but apparently not on anyone else's end. So bit of housekeeping there. But yeah, it feels weird to be clear. These are different things. Right? The thing we just looked at, right?
Oh, damn it, I'll be back.
A tragedy. Terrible stuff, and I mean, I'm more on, I'm very sympathetic when this stuff happens to the Israeli people in these attacks because I think it's fucking insane. I think it's absolute bullshit, and I hate all these Hamasnik people that either do it or celebrate it once it happens. But I want to draw a clear defining line between that and what we're about to go through because this is a different thing. What we're about to go through, right? It's related. To the same people group, but totally different perspectives on it. So I just want to say that up front. I don't think anyone would really think otherwise, but just, just feels like a weird news story to then dive into Nick Fuentes. And I think because right now they're talking about how many numbers and stuff and, so, but separate topics. They will get over it. Thumping, I hope you're gonna join the panel, okay? You know? Same with Doomerang, Ag, K2. I mean, Marilyn. I mean, you know, come on, Marilyn. Tell us we're feds. I have like a sick fetish where when you tell me I'm a fed, I get like a little hot and bothered, you know?
That's a wild statement.
Actually, I don't think Marilyn has said I'm a fed. I don't think.
No, I think she has, but it's not just you specifically. Like
Right.
It's everyone's feds.
Hey, I got one name. I got a Nadeev Akram. See, one of the Bonnie Beach shooters have been identified as Naveed Akram. Reports say man is originally from Pakistan. According to his driver's license, Naveed was born in 2001. So if you actually look at them, they actually don't know how old they are. In the Middle East, they actually don't know how old they are. So,
but he's from Pakistan.
He's from Pakistan. So in the United States Army, when we were in Iraq and Afghanistan, how we would catalog people's. Damn, I'll be back. I'll explain a little bit.
Okay, we'll hang on to it until you come back. Yeah, that dude was young, 23, 24. Damn.
Guess what? I actually, after the recent, I don't want. Well, actually, okay, I shouldn't say that. But my sponsorship was removed yesterday from the Daily Wire because I was reacting to this, but it has been returned. So we are once again sponsored by Facts and Logic. Okay, we got the sponsorship back, baby. Okay.
Compliments. Just in checking out because the first time we watched it when you lost your membership, you were a little bit more anti Nick, and the second time we watched it, you were a little bit more pro Nick, and then. I'm getting a little confused.
Now that my sponsorship is back, now I have to be really careful to say, if I say anything good about Nick,
Let me explain this to you now. So when we were in Iraq and Afghanistan, when we captured enemy combatants, whatever, we were used to what's called the BAT system. The BAT system was this. It was this kind of like a virtual reality headset. That what it does, it acts like a PDA. It acts like an iPad. And a virtual reality headset. So what it does, it gets their fingerprints, their blood type, their saliva, their irises of the eyes. So that's what that does. So then we'll be like, okay, how old are you? 7 years old. And he's like and if you look at him, he looks like a 50-year-old man. But he'll say 7. So it's like, okay, then you're 7 years old. But we do have some good news though.
Yeah, Frankie, tell us the good news.
Me and Thumping are having our second baby.
Boom, 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 boom.
Having our second baby, yay!
Wish I had the Jesus. Bow, 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 bow.
Back.
Congratulations, you two. Congratulations.
I take it, second baby.
Frankie? I think Frankie said second.
Yeah, okay, because I know they have one, a young one for sure. I didn't know if that could have been the second or if this is the second.
Because they've been they just celebrated, if I recall, their first anniversary. Yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
First anniversary not so long ago.
So Thumping is good at making bread and also baking children, but not in the. Well, okay, not in relation to this video, not that type of baking.
That's not wrong confluence in all dimensions.
Just like creating the process of creating life. Okay, that's not in a gay way, just a normal way, not in an anti-Semitic way either.
In the wrong way, definitely.
The wild statement confluence.
Disavow. Yeah, Frankie second, and you're gonna have a full house. This is gonna be like 6 people in that house. And once Frankie gets the sock puppets out, that's like 8 people. If you think about it, once this starts happening, I mean, geez, there's gonna be so many personalities in that household.
I'm questioning your math.
Well, 4, 3 kids. Wait.
Yeah. We rethink that.
Wait, 4 kids. 2 parents, that's 6. 2 sock puppets is 8. Right?
Okay, so I think you know more than I do, so I'm going back away slowly.
No, I'm quoting. This is a chat from Thumping. 4th for me.
Okay,
so this is
that's what I'm saying. I think you got more details from me. I didn't realize you were reading chat.
Oh yeah. No, I'm not like spreading some.
Because I was like, wait, Thumping Frankie, baby, pregnant.
She actually
then-
has triplets, you guys. Confluence original special. I'm just kidding.
Like, Confluence, stop adding yourself to the equation.
Yeah, when you include Confluence, and when I get the sock puppets out, I mean, holy jeez, that's when me and Frankie really go at it. Okay,
Well, we go at it. Ugh.
in a normal way, Frankie. Right? It's just a couple of nothing's gay about two bros with some sock puppets. Okay, I'm just
Yeah,
saying.
Playing with each other.
Like, we're not gooning here. We're not gooning over here. Not yet, though.
Not yet.
Yeah,
Not
loose
yet.
definition. I would apply that as gooning.
Unless.
Wait, you're gonna be gooning for Anna Kasparian now?
Oh, brother. If you asked me that maybe 10 years ago, maybe I could have stopped that. Okay, just kidding though. Never be gooning. Never have gooned to Anna Kasparian. I respect Anna Kasparian, okay?
Don't goon after a married woman. You lost your chance. Move on.
Well, yeah, I mean, who's to say? Who's to say? I don't mean to pull an Anson, but I can actually fix this one. I actually can. You know, Anson thinks he can fix everyone, including, if you missed it, Anson asking when I mentioned there's a serial killer woman in Canada, and Anson, of course, his first thing he put in chat was, is she single? An active serial killer. Well, not active. An actual serial killer that is released into Canada that's currently living as a free woman. And Anson's like, is she single? And I'm like, Anson, please, you can't fix that one. You just can't, okay? But no, Anna Kasparian can possibly be fixed.
I'm going to be honest. She's going to fix you, and you're going to be even more liberal than you are.
As in, like, schnipp-schnappy? Like,
no,
like,
as in...
Like the Daily Wire Plus style, if you know what I mean?
As in, correct the little bit of conservative points you have now, and then you'll be full-blown liberal.
Well, according to Anson, I'm already full-blown liberal. I mean, remember Anson was...
to be fair, so am I in his definition.
Yeah. Were you on... I can't remember at what point you pieced out yesterday.
No, at the end.
Okay, so you were there when Anson instead of Charlie Kirk was a liberal, and then that guy got mad. Yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. Yeah, you were there till the very end. Yeah. Yeah, and then that guy was, and I think, according to Anson, I think literally everyone except him is like probably a liberal.
Everybody but Enlightenment thinkers or everybody, including Enlightenment thinkers, or every political ideology that forms off Enlightenment thinking is
if you don't disavow the entire Enlightenment, basically, you have to be thinking that Iron Age, political systems and ideologies, If
I'm not out pushing a wheel or pushing a cart, then I'm probably...
If I'm not being pulled by fucking donkeys.
Yeah.
I'm a liberal, okay? And I don't own any donkeys, okay? So,
Well, you know what that means.
Yeah. It's already too late for it. So, yeah, a little worried to start the video because we have to all prep ourselves, okay? I mean, the people who are pro Nick don't have to prep themselves, right? The people that have Daily Wire sponsorships, if there's anyone out there that has one, right, they will have to prep themselves, so it's a bit of an exciting time. But
before we jump into it, Confluence, how you feeling about Nick?
Oh, I think he's a despicable anti-Semite.
I
Listen to him, happy. And I think that Piers is
fucking happy right now. I think he's fucking happy that they died.
No, I'm just kidding. I don't think that's true. I don't think that's true.
I think so.
You think Nick is happy that those people died today? I don't think so.
I think so.
I don't think so.
And I wouldn't think so.
I mean, I do think Nick is anti-Semitic. I mean, I was joking about, obviously Nick is destroying Piers so far. If I was to just look at this exchange, although again, Piers is just doing a bad job overall. Like, I think we left on the point where the clip was played where Nick said that he doesn't even think there was any G chambers at all in the H event. Mm-hmm. And it's like Piers then just like focused on like, what number do you think it was? And then Nick had the best possible comeback for some of the Nick's thing, which was that he overestimated the numbers. He's like, I think 7 million. Which
at one point he said 10. He was like, maybe 10, maybe.
And he's like, maybe it's 100 times more. I think so. Nick is like absolutely. From an optics point of view, yeah. And it's funny because Piers thinks he's winning the optics wars because Nick said that he's racist, and then he said, I think everyone's a little racist. And then Piers just keeps saying, well, we'll let the viewer decide because you said you were racist. And it's like, but then he also said everyone's a little racist, which kind of like changes probably but Piers obviously just wants to focus on the first thing. So it's funny that Piers thinks that optically at the time, Piers probably realized after, once he got a bunch of hate on X, that he might just think it's all bots or just groypers and stuff. But yeah, in real time, at least, he thinks that he is cooking Nick, which is like a weird way to gaslight yourself, to gas chamber light yourself.
It's that boomer behavior. It's like, one, you don't care about the comments, but two, you keep bringing up the fact that you're pretty sure everyone's going to be on your side. It's like those two things can't correlate.
Yeah.
So you can't give a fuck about the comments and then be like, well, I'm pretty sure everybody in the comment section is going to be on my side.
Yeah, it's weird when you see such miscalculations happen. When it's like because Piers, obviously, to say that, it's one thing to think that, like, okay, this is going to look in my favor. But it's another thing to be like, well, people will decide for themselves, right? Like, clearly implying that they're going to decide in your favor. And then people do decide for themselves, and it just ends up not being in the direction you thought. And in fact, is in the complete opposite direction that you thought. And even for me, like, again, not a big like Nick fan, you know, and I do think Nick is actually anti-Semitic. Said it a million times. We'll say it again, but this is just Nick is that's why this title is different. Last time it was Piers tears into Piers Morgan tears into Nick, and now it's Nick tears into Piers Morgan because, you know, I realized maybe I should have left the rage bait. I accidentally did rage bait because I just assumed that Piers was going to be tearing into him, and now it's really looking like the other way around. One of them is being gaped, okay, and it's not the one I thought, you know. So yeah, on that note, any final words, fellas, before we dive into what is going to be a deeply TOS discussion, especially because my brother K2 said he's coming up, so Lord help us all. But anything to say before we dive in? Any recaps I missed?
And Aaron does not love you at all, confidence.
She's seen my DMs, okay? She can leave me on red all she wants, but she's seen them. She's seen them. And any super chat is another attempt for me to slide into Anna Kasparian and Marilyn's DMs, both of which have left me on red. Insane. Like, you know, it's like statement. Yeah, I mean, it's a wild thing to experience. You know, it's like, you know, you try so hard and get so far, and in the end, it doesn't even matter. Oh wait! Whoa! Okay, that was got a little excited. K2, you gotta give me one of these. You gotta give me one of these in the back chat. You gotta. I almost let go of my principles.
The coon bomb almost happened.
Do one of these. You have to do one of these. Unfortunately, you have to, K2. Okay, there we go.
We got goon bomb.
I'm putting you up. Yeah. We had an incident. So now I saw it, and I briefly he changed his profile to Ted Cruz. Let's go full screen. That's Ted Cruz with looking a certain way. And so as soon as I saw it change, I was like, oh my god, maybe it's not Kate, but of course it is K2, and it was just
Oy vey.
Oy vey.
It's nice to meet you, Ted Cruz.
Nick Fuentes. Oy vey. He's so anti-Semitic.
Maryland has not left me on red. I can't do Maryland dirty like that anymore, you know. So Maryland's
I got a question for you. I got a question for you, Confluence, about with Nick Fuentes and what Piers Morgan asked him with the numbers. Was there even 6mm Blue Jays in Europe at that time?
Yes. There definitely was.
The poll between Poland and the two countries that are to the right.
It was incel. Before you leave, okay, sorry to cut you off, Big Soda, but just the center in the chat. I mean, what is incel logic? I mean, I can't even imagine what you think you heard to think that you heard incel logic. But brother, say more. Sorry, Big Soda, go ahead.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, like from what I've seen to verify these numbers, I think it's fair to say the estimate's probably around 6 million, probably a little more. But like the 6 million, it's kind of, you can loosely verify like immigration numbers. You can loosely verify how many people lived in Poland and the surrounding places to see that, okay, before 1930, there was this many Jews. And then after, there's not.
Okay, legal code. Look, this is an
And
open
then
panel.
like that Canadian.
You're invited to come up. Look, I agree. Okay, Nick, I think Nick is bigoted. I think Nick is sexist. I've said I don't know if you were here when I said this. I'm not a big Nick fan. I truly think from what I've only seen, I haven't pre-watched, I've only seen half of this. I think Nick is doing a way better job, and I think Pierce is using a bunch of cheap debate tactics and weird gotchas and talking about Nick's father the whole way the conversation has been going. I'm just giving you my honest take. I'm not trying to be edgy,
Well,
Confluence.
Just in this specific interview, I don't think he has the right to claim that. If we're just judging, like we have been, we said we're just judging off this interview. I don't think he's told multiple lies or has been sexist or bigoted in any crazy way.
Yeah, I don't know what the only lie thing would be the percent of black people but where we got kind of got in the weeds on that of like the black people lifetime homicide rate. But then Piers said a number that seems to be a higher estimate too. So I don't really know. Pierce's whole team seems to be as wrong as what Fuentes. I don't know.
Well,
legal coach just said actually Pierce is also an idiot. I mean, that's what I mean. Pierce, if he was way better, I think could have made Nick look like a fool. And we're only halfway through this thing. And
we found out that Piers Morgan's son's dressed up as women, and his wife cucks him and says Mr. Suggs is coming over when he's not home.
I haven't told that. I haven't seen that, but multiple people have said that. So
you need to do your internet research, boy.
Well, I'm just trying to take this again, we're trying to take this as an isolated event, as an isolated interview, right? Because Pierce is showing enough clips to make Nick look bad. And my thing, legal code, I don't know if you missed it, but I don't know if you're still here either, but I just want to say briefly, that's a quick example. Already say it, I'll make it quick. He just showed a clip. This is where we're starting now, where Nick says he doesn't think there were G chambers at all during the event that happened in the 1940s.
That claim.
And wait, hold up. Let me finish my thoughts first, and then you can say how you disagree with me. But and the point is that then instead of Pierce jumping on that, which would be the way better one, I think, to jump on for Pierce, he just jumps on what exact numbers do you believe, which then gets into the weeds, and it's the number, would it be terrible if it's 5.5? It would still be a terrible event. If it was 6.5, it would be terrible. If it's really any large number, it's terrible. If it's a small number, it's terrible. But it's still the exact numbers is a stupid place to focus on for Pierce. Is my opinion.
To make you feel guilty and that you have to care, but no. I don't know if
I feel more what does Stalin say? One death is a tragedy, a million deaths is a statistic. If I grew up learning that the H cost was 3 million, I wouldn't be like, oh, okay, it doesn't matter now, right? Yeah. And if I grew up thinking it was 10 million, I don't think I'd think, oh, it matters so much more. In a certain amount, 6 million, 10 million, it's it doesn't,
If you read the newspapers over the years, and I got evidence to back this up, they changed the numbers of survivors, and it keeps increasing every year.
See, you're probably more booked up on this than I am, but from what I think there's legitimate reasons for. And then
you got your Canadian guy that had that trial that is a legal subject to talk about because he was talking about it. Did all the evidence have not found any of what do you want to call that? I for a code word.
The G chambers?
Petrol. Let's put petrol chambers.
Okay.
Petrol chamber. There was no proof into that. Of that. And then the Soviets rebuild, and then the Soviets executed the Polish officers the exact same way in some of these cases, all on the Eastern Front.
I disagree, to be clear. I feel like when I read through, what was it? Wasn't David Irving. I think that's a different guy. It was.
And then you had that Catholic priest that says the evidence is pointing one way.
The guy that was sued,
emotional evidence is pointing the other way.
It was the who's the guy, K2? You'd probably know him. Where the guy he was called an anti-Semite, and then he sued. Yeah, is that David Irving, or is that a different? Do I have the wrong?
I don't know names by heart. I would have to.
It's it's a famous case, and then it's a famous guy who wrote a bunch of
Yeah, he went
safe
out
for
there and
work.
tested. Yeah, that's what I was talking about. He did a whole bunch of testing, and then he was coming up with his evidence. And then it was against what they were saying, what was history. It went against that. And then the Canada government tried arresting him or whatever.
Oh, it is
I
David
believe.
Irving, I think. I was, oh God,
It was
W
Dave
Confluence.
Chappelle.
It's Dave Chappelle. Yeah, David Irving. But he, and I don't know if you've read these court docs. I think they're really fascinating because he wrote a bunch of stuff about this. And then someone called him an anti-Semite. So he sued them. And in the UK, how defamation works, right? It's not like the US where you have to also prove that someone knowingly lied.
Wait.
In the UK, it's just a false statement.
Yeah.
So the court case was actually about, can she prove that David Irving lied about the H cost? And I mean, I understand this won't mean much to UK too, and I understand why. I get the UK might not be, but they concluded that he actually did lie, and they brought in a bunch of historians. And from what I've read about the cases and stuff, I think he did directly lie. At least in that case, I think David Irving, I think he did actually make shit up, use shitty sources. I think he actually didn't do a good job. But
I don't know much about that.
that's just my that's my thing. I want to respond to Bob Powers 7912. I am black and Nick is very intelligent. I just can't subscribe to his views because essentially they're anti-black, saying we should be in prison. What did I do? I have no record. Now, yeah, he did say it's weird. You have the clips and then you have what he says about the clips. In the clip, he said that black people should be in prison for the most part. But then when he's pushed on it, he's like, well, the amount that do like violent crime and stuff should be in prison and stuff, and he might overestimate that, but I actually don't think, to Steelman Nick, I don't think he would say, Bob Powers, if assuming you're black, I guess, that I don't think Nick would say you should be in prison just because you're black. I don't think he's speaking way too much and he's overestimating, but I don't think he's actually saying that.
He would say that. In his heart of hearts, I think he would say that.
Oh no.
Well, okay, so now we're getting into talk about, I guess we're getting into the difference of what he believes and what he says. There are some people who say things that they don't believe. There's some people who say things comedically that they wouldn't endorse versus what they're said. We can take the fact that he said on his show a clip, or we can take his response to the clip, and you get to choose which one you think is more, I guess, a correct response to what he believes.
Jim Jones, I think this makes you a worse person than Nick Fuentes. I'm just going to be real with you. This comment here, I think this makes you a worse person. I don't know if that.
Wow, what a piece of shit!
I think that makes you a worse person. I would like.
Why would you celebrate somebody's death?
I don't like Hassan Piker, and I really don't like him, but I would not
celebrate his death.
Yeah, I think that's fucked. I think that's worse than anything Nick has done. In my opinion.
That's why people are flooding the Nick Fuentes and getting more, because you guys did what you did to Charlie Kirk.
Now German, I mean, most Germans are probably on your side on this.
Most of your Germans are cucks and let your nationality get invaded.
Yeah, see, I agree with legal code. Yeah, I don't like racist, but he's a freedom of speech. And morals can't go out the window. Again, there's a lot of deplorable people. I mean, there's a lot of people I dislike more than Hassan, for example. Like Hassan, I think is just like a dumbass,
right?
Shit, but like someone like a bad empanada, right? It's like someone who's actually done a bunch of like heinous things. It's like I still wouldn't celebrate his death. Like that's a line that's like so far.
Yeah, and so you don't talk that because like once they're gone, they're gone. Like when Hugo Chavez died, I didn't celebrate his death. Like we don't gloat over death. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
The only carve out I can give, and I'm not even saying it still makes me a little uncomfy sometimes, but it's like someone who has actually murked people, then I can at least understand. Like the Osama bin Laden. It's like, okay.
I can understand.
Yeah, that's why your country in Germany is falling, and it's going to be soon. Islamic.
Well, see,
I'm sorry.
Wait. What about those Christmas?
What about those Christmas? Jim Jones. The AFD, yeah, okay. First of all, you have a lot of stuff. You had a stabbing that someone stabbed like 19 people in a train like a few months ago.
They took over the Christmas parades, or they took over the Christmas events too.
But also, the AFD party won 25%. Correct me if I'm wrong, right? Was it higher? They won 25%. So you don't have issues with hate groups. So what do you think of the AFD based on how you're talking? If you'd celebrate Nick's death and you don't seem to like Charlie Kirk, I think, based on if you're saying that, I don't know, but it's like,
wow, way to undersell it. Only 2 events. That's pretty
only
cocky.
2 events. How about you answer what I said about the AFD picking up like what 25% of the German vote, the party that wants to remigrate people? Like I feel like under what you're saying, you would say, respond to what I'm saying. I'm not using a fringe case. I'm using 25% of the German public. Okay.
What about those German leaders that
please.
assassinated them so they could win?
Wait, okay, so
what about the fact that they keep buying oil from Russia? Denouncing Russia every time they fucking bomb Ukraine.
Yeah, well, Germany has some energy
stop giving
issues.
them money.
Hey, and you Germans need to stop jumping your immigrants at the Polish border. They keep beating them up, and the videos are great.
Jim Jones, I would love if you responded to my point. I really want to hear, because you said you don't have issues with hate groups. I want to know if you think the AFD is a hate group, because your government's trying to ban them from even being able to run, right? Based on the charter of Germany and all that stuff, right? They're trying to say that they shouldn't be able to even be a political party. But yet they captured 25% of your vote. So how does your country not have issues with hate groups? Unless you think the AFD is cool, in which case sound off. Then tell us why. I really want to hear an answer to that.
People get arrested for their speech in Germany, so he may not be able to answer that.
England too.
That's why I don't respect Germany.
I mean, thank God we're not all speaking German right now.
Yeah, for real.
I know, right?
Well, the thing was, right, if World War II would have went to the Axis powers, it would have been a divide between German and Japanese. It would have been a divide. Like the eastern side of the United States.
Sorry, go ahead, Frankie.
The eastern side of the United States would have been German, and the western side of the United States would have been Japanese in speaking. And that's what's the plan, to divide the United States. If Japan actually pushed forward into passing Hawaii into California, and Germany, if they would have got past the British, would have just sailed right to the States.
I'm gonna be honest.
No, I don't think so.
Japan probably
I don't
would
think that would happen.
I mean,
we want to get to Frankie talking about history. This will go on forever. Okay, so we gotta be careful with our historical talk. Otherwise, the sock puppets come out so fast. They come out so fast, you know.
Look,
again,
hold on. APAC needs to pay Jim. APAC needs to pay Jim. Hold on.
Jim Jones, you need to learn about the political parties in your own fucking country. With all due respect, if you think Charlie Kirk was anti-Muslim, anti-black, and anti-Jew, and you don't think the AFD, the party that won the second most share of votes in your own country, I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. The leaders of the AFD have said 1,000,000 times worse than Charlie Kirk has ever said in his entire life. So again, you're saying it's not an issue. They're a political party. They're not promoting racism, but Charlie Kirk is. Again,
I don't want to go to Germany.
I don't need to go to a country to.
Why would I go to an Islamic
political
country?
Parties say, to read their policies, to read their agendas, to know what they're saying. I'm not saying the AFD is the worst thing in the world. I'm saying if your standard for racism is Charlie fucking Kirk, then the AFD to you should be like the Nick Fuentes of Germany, like as a party. Like they just
Merry Christmas. They don't even know what I want.
Jim Jones, I honestly don't think you have the political depth. I honestly don't think you do, because I don't think you could realistically say this comment and then say the Charlie Kirk thing and be politically informed about your own country.
You Germans are fucking cucks and letting your nation be overrun.
You have 25% calling for mass remigration instantly that will openly say like foreigners gone, like way more than anyone like Donald Trump has said. Donald Trump, you could argue, has hinted at stuff. The AFD has ran on a platform of this, which I'm not, you could say, I think the AFD has some
You're
points.
not even allowed to have a military.
But it's
Just
like the
Japan.
fact that you're so tuned into like American politics to where you feel comfortable saying Charlie Kirk was anti-Muslim and anti-black and anti-Jew, and you don't think that
I
25%
wish.
of the population of your own fucking country is when they voted for the AFD. I don't know what to say about that. That's just like, that's insane to me. That's insane. Sorry, I feel like I'm spurging a little bit, but
it is a little spurging, but it seems like a reasonable spurg.
it's a reasonable.
Hold on. Read that comment. That's a good question for Jim in chat.
Jim, you like red or purple Kool-Aid? I mean, it's an apt question based on his apt name, And also, fun fact, Jim Jones didn't use Kool-Aid. He used knockoff Kool-Aid, which is like the worst part of that story. He used something called Flavor Aid. Brother couldn't even get real brand name Kool-Aid. Like,
Oy vey.
Oy vey is right. The Indian Jesus. Live Monday, Wednesday, Friday at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Resurrecting the second coming of Common Sense. Good to see you, the Indian Jesus.
I have a swap.
I'm getting one guide, which you wouldn't think should be like that big of a deal in like a chat of only like 13 people. But, yeah, again, don't, that's fine. I'm going to get one guide. This is the last. I mean, if you can panel up, we can talk. But again, you can't just punt to America if you're not addressing political stuff. Again, it seems like I know more about your German political system than you do, based on everything you said.
Confluence. Here's the problem with the Europeans, right? They think they're so much better than us Americans, and us Americans. They think they're so much better, but they're not, because you guys are really fucked up. You guys are really fucked up.
The Germans are cocked. The EU controls you. You're not even your own nation anymore.
That's a great pivot, Jim Jones. Again, I would love an answer. I would love an answer. And until you give me one, I'm not sure if I want to keep engaging. Just tell me why you.
They don't tell you about the real mass shootings in the ghetto. They only tell you about the rare ones that happen at schools that the FBI agents talk to.
Yeah, but even beyond that, I just want I'm still.
I'd rather have guns than not have guns.
Him saying he doesn't have his country doesn't have the problem with hate groups, and his example of a hateful person is Charlie Kirk, when he has a political party that again won a quarter of the votes in the last election, and it happened like 5 months ago in Germany. 25% of the people voted for it. They've said way worse stuff than Charlie Kirk ever fucking has.
Hey, I remember that German video.
Country. Jesus Christ.
They're getting raped and essayed by Arab men, by Arab illegal aliens.
They got to carry pigs with them. They're in England.
You got to walk with dogs around. Get the fuck out of here.
Oh, God. Europeans falling, dude. They're fucking cocks. Yeah. Except for Poland. Poland's the only base country over there.
Yeah, Poland did not let those people in their country, and they're better off for it.
I'll leave that for a question for,
I don't think he's going to answer. I think he's choking now. Everybody's choking now.
Clock's up, over now. Okay. With that, we will start the Nick Fuentes. And again...
Doesn't that kind of make you a little
Jones, you're welcome to join.
But yet the Arabs are in your country are there raping your women and essaying your women, and you guys are doing nothing about it.
Hey, Jim, I dare you to go outside and say H-Dog's name. Do it. You know what? I got something better. How about you get a windmill flag?
Also, how is this? This guy's complaining about stuff that Charlie Kirk says, and he says that, like, what? I'm sorry. This sounds like this. I don't know. To me, this sounds like. I don't
see videos of blacks there.
No, you know how many people from the West go to Thailand for sex tourism, or Japan, or Eastern Asian countries? Like, European women are just normal women. Like, you go to like Asian countries for exotic bitches. That's what fucking most dudes do now. Those are passport bros.
I disavow that action. People shouldn't be doing that.
How are we sick? Okay. Says the guy who has no argument, apparently. Again, I would like you to really, I've asked you, I think 10 times, so I'll probably stop answering.
I mean,
we'll masturbate with sandpaper.
You're free to watch if you want. You're free to comment. You're free to join up. You could pick any of those options, brother. Okay, or you're free to research your own political party, your own fucking country, which you know nothing about. You could do any of those options.
You're free to be a cuck. You're free to be a cuck.
Germany is, in some senses, a vaguely free-ish adjacent country.
No,
so
they're not.
Free to do all of those things. You know.
No, they're not. You've been
free-ish adjacent. I mean, I don't know. Free-ish adjacent.
We all know Europeans not free anymore because of the EU.
Well, yeah. Well,
Yeah,
you know what's based? That Polish PM that has the eye patch.
Wait, is there a second pirate besides Pirate Dan?
Wait,
correct.
What's that fucking name? What's that fucking name? Was that one bitch named Greta? Yeah, Greta Thunberg. You probably like her or some shit.
Yeah, see, I feel like free-ish adjacent is a pretty good descriptor. You know?
Greta Thunberg gets fucked by like black dudes on a daily basis, dude. Get the fuck out of here.
I got a better one for Jim. I got a better one for Jim.
You know that.
I got a better one for Jim. Jim, go outside your house and say that the H thing didn't really happen.
I mean, I don't know if I could do that either in my country.
Well, you can't do that, but
which is why I also, you know, well.
Or say Auschwitz didn't exist.
That's what I was applying to, Frankie, without trying to get Confluence in trouble.
Thank you, Frankie. Thank you.
I love you, Confluence. We'll have sex later.
Okay, as long as you know there's some repentance, you know, in the form of bodily favors.
Hey, I'll be back. My phone's dying. Hold on.
Again.
Yeah.
Feel free to answer my fucking question.
This guy hasn't been. Before I go, this guy hasn't been answering any question. You are sick. I think you're sick, dude. You said you would celebrate Fuentes if he died. You said the sickest thing out of anyone here. Look, half the panel I disavow, like half the time. So I'm just here to be edgy and base and say things that Confluence can't say. That will get him in trouble.
It's almost like we're just trolling you because you won't answer a real question.
I'd like to talk about masturbating with sand.
I'll be back. I'll be back.
You're a Christian. Okay, good. Okay, yeah, come back, K2. I'll
continue. He's probably a filthy Protestant.
Yeah, he's a Christian. But you know, more evil. I'm sorry. Do you celebrate the deaths? Is that's a Christian thing to do?
That's not a Christian thing to do.
That's in my opinion, from my
only when you defeat your enemies in a crusade. That's the only time. Confluence.
Hold up. That sounds like a Muslim thing to do. You think he's a Muslim?
He might be.
He says yes, it is. I guess show me where some ideological opponent is celebrated. I guess in the Bible that just like they just like, you know, they're just then this is like a good thing to do. Someone has a different ideology than you. It's not like so we're not talking about war times, right? That's why I gave you Osama bin Laden example. At least I understand that. But like, or the Crusade example, at least I get that. But like talking about a political commentator, you're going to celebrate him. There's no political commentator on earth, and I hate a lot of them that I would celebrate them.
You know what was kind of cool?
This is talking good out of context. Psalm quote. Fucking read the Bible more. Oh my God, that's David talking about literal wartime. That I literally said that already.
Hey, you know what? You know what? Cardinal Sarah says, whoever believes in mass immigration has been bewitched, and he should have been Pope because the Pope is too liberal in some cases.
Which Pope? Because apparently
the new one, Leo.
You're in. Charlie was a demon. Go fuck yourself, Jim Jones. Go fuck yourself. Go fuck yourself with some German-shaped dildo in Minecraft.
Well, I mean, it was kind of based but, you know. When Pope Leo gave those Muslim leaders, he's like, "Oh, I see you're Muslim. Let me give you a rosary you can actually pray to." And then he didn't pray at that blue mosque. I thought that was kind of cool, but his main migration take is pathetic.
Yeah, well, the thing is, right, with the Pope, right? There's just not the popes of old. If he was an actual fucking pope with some fucking balls, he would have called the end of the invasion of Spain, number one, of Spain and Portugal, number one, and called for the Reconquista. That's number one. Number two, he would have called for the end of the invasion of Italy from North Africa. And called literally a legitimate crusade in Europe to push the North Africans out and all the illegal aliens out of Europe. If he was a real fucking pope. La reconquista siempre. What's with the sock puppets? I wasn't making fun of the things. I wasn't doing jokes. I was being serious.
But you use your Cuban accent, so I thought it was relevant.
Yeah, we thought it was relevant. The Ted Cruz.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Jew Cruz.
Look, I think the Jewish people are God's chosen people. Okay, I'm a Christian
No,
Zionist, I'm just gonna say that.
I believe they are. I believe they are God's chosen people.
They were.
But like,
He
does
were.
that mean? What do you
Until
mean
they
were?
rejected him.
Yeah, me and Big Son have talked about this difference between replacement theology and not replacement theology, which is fine. It's a fine distinction. Some people think that, right, the church is fully replaced Israel.
I'll be back, Confluence. I'll be back
Israel.
before Jim comes back and draws me back in.
All right. 07's brother. Until then. Yeah, I am a good guy. Pharmacat. Great to see you. I don't know. Why did I just call you Pharmacat? I'm retarded. Oxycat. Jesus Christ. That was a terrible, terrible misspeak on my behalf. I'm sorry. Apologize. But okay. Time to start the video, okay? Freaking Jim Jones comes in here with his Kool-Aid drinking ways and, just triggers me immediately, which is good because I need that fucking dopamine, brother. Fucking need it. Feed it to me, Jim Jones, 4195. But yeah, we'll dive into Fuentes now. Really get that dopamine flowing.
I don't think
we're going to go a little back just so we get context.
That's where a lot of people start to say, well, if the truth is so clear and if there's such overwhelming evidence, why do you need to throw people in jail for disagreeing? And you yourself said, well, there is no debate. I think everything is debatable. I think everything at least should be debated. And if the evidence is very one-sided, let the evidence speak. Don't throw people in jail. So do you think that Holocaust denial laws should be overturned?
I don't particularly agree with Holocaust denial laws. I don't think people should be imprisoned.
Okay.
Well, because I have a blanket view now, which has evolved slightly actually over the years, that I have a blanket view that speech should not be criminalized, right? People should be allowed to say what they want to say, and they should be then made accountable for what they say. If you have an employer, they can make a view about whether you are the right kind of person they want for their employment, as they would make a decision about anything else you do in life. So I actually believe that speech should never be criminalized. It's my personal view. I understand why in places like Germany, they have strong laws about it because they want to move on from what they believe was the most shameful moment in their history. I understand that.
I will give Germany credit, at least in that. I feel like when Canada, we recently added cost denial laws to the books, and I feel like I've never seen a Canadian do that. I mean, there's probably some you could find, but it's not a big amount, and we don't have that history. I at least get with Germany why it's like, okay, we're the country that did that. I get why you want to quash it. I at least could steel man that side, even though I think it's probably better to just move on and just okay, it's been 70 years or whatever. It's but yeah, I think at least with Germany, and we got a super chat from K2. Can I drive by your house and say you are a something? Yes, K2, you can, and you can film it just like with Ted Cruz, and I will play it. So yes, you can do that. Thank you for the $2, K2.
Do I want that in my country? No. Am I appalled by what has been going on with free speech in United Kingdom in the last 2 or 3 years? Absolutely. It is ridiculous that people have been.
Well, Germany's the one that has the Yahtzee kind of problem, So it's I get it, right? It's in the same way, if China, let's say, westernized and said, okay, we want to say that you can't talk, you can't spread Maoist propaganda. I don't agree with it. I think it'd be better if they didn't, but I would get that. I wouldn't get if Canada was oh, you can't spread Maoist propaganda. It's what the fuck? What? We weren't involved in that shit, So at least Germany, it's they were the ones that did the shit. So at least I get it. You have a certain amount of people that probably are a bit Yahtzee adjacent. I get why there's an impetus to stamp it out, to steelman Germany's side. I at least understand that. But when these other countries like the UK and Canada add to it, it just seems fucking retarded because it's that's not a thing. It's not a thing. You don't need to do that. It's it's just not. at least with Germany, I understand why everyone's like historically cucked and historically sensitive, and there's a steel man for that, I think. But all these other countries, to me, it just doesn't make sense.
Frog march to prison cells, the stuff they put on social media, right? So yeah, I do. I think what is more interesting to me about our exchange is I was not expecting you to go the opposite way. I was not expecting you to be so emphatic that at least 6 million Jews died in the Holocaust. And there'll be people watching this who I think will be very surprised by that, because you have built.
Yeah, I'm trying to understand what you're saying, Doomerang. I don't mean to pause, but I'm trying to also understand what you're saying. What I'm saying is that I can steel man only Germany having anti-H denial laws. That's the one I can steel man. I can't steel man Canada. America can handle it. Canada has handled it for the past 65 years until a couple years ago. I think literally last year, where we added those laws in. We didn't used to have those laws. These were like snuck in on the books that like I've talked to like a lot of Canadians, obviously. No one that I've told this to was aware that this law was passed. It was like snuck in. It was not given any news press. And so no one even knows it's a law. And so I can't steel man that, is what I'm saying. So I think Canadians can handle it. And I think it's stupid that there's a law in place. It's not geography. It's that if you are the country that did the atrocities, I can at least make a steel man. Again, I don't necessarily agree with it. I can at least make the argument on why Germany is ultra sensitive about making sure that people aren't painting their country in a bad light, that they don't have a bunch of people like waving windmills around, and like on flags and stuff. I understand that, and I can steel man it. I think they should probably just move on at this point. It's been a long time. So it's not about geography. Again, I'm against every other country. I'm just saying with Germany specifically, I understand why they have those H denial laws. In the same way that if Japan had laws saying that you can't deny the medical experiments that took place during World War II and stuff, or you can't deny the grape of Nanking and stuff, I would understand that. I wouldn't understand it based on a different country. It's not a geography thing. It's just a population thing. I don't know if that makes sense.
A country of origin. Is that a better, instead of population, country of origin?
Yeah, it's just like where an atrocity happens, I get that. Like after Pol Pot is gone from Cambodia, I get that maybe Cambodia could have incentive to make a law being like you can't celebrate Pol Pot. I would understand
that. Cambodia still has that memorial for the killing fields.
I know they do. Yeah, I know they do. Like, but I'm saying if all these I think you get my point, right? If a terrible event happens, I get why the country that caused it is ultra sensitive of being like, we need to move away from this. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's the other countries that are like not involved, like Canada and the UK and stuff, that were on the ally side with like the German issue, where it's like, why would you possibly need a law for that? Like, it's not geography based. It's more just like based on like, that's the population that did the stuff, right? It's people's kids and grandkids of that specific country that did those atrocities. And so,
I mean, you would obviously say that's probably not the I guess good thing to do is restrict speech. You're just saying you understand the argument why they have behind restricting speech.
Yes. Yeah. I think it would be. I think Germany should just move on at this point and just drop the laws and stuff. But I think I can make a steel man for Germany doing it. My steel man for Canada and the UK doing it would be. I could try, but it'd be a piss poor steel man. Like it would be. There's not even a good steel man. At least with Germany, there is an understanding of like, okay, I get why they really want to avoid any even pretense of having the mustache man supporters in their country. So I get the incentive to do that, right?
The reputation for being, if not a Holocaust denier, than somebody constantly questioning in a downward way the number of Jews who
he is a big
what the position is now.
No, and here's what I would like to see for my entire career. When I started my show, it started with a good faith inquiry where I was questioning a lot of these narratives. And I said, what is the answer on the other side? But what I found is that the answer was criminalized. So when you would talk about anything regarding Jews, Israel, the Holocaust, you could be in favor of the official narrative on those things. If you went against, you were banned, censored, and in some countries jailed. And so I actually haven't made up my mind on that because that's not really a matter of interest to me. And there's a lot of analysis and scholarship on both sides of the issue. And I've read both sides of the issue. And honestly, unfortunately, it's hard to judge because there has never been There's never been a debate on it. And there's never been a debate because of the stigma, because of the censorship. And I think that leads a lot of people to say, well, what do they have to hide? Because you can say on your show, well, I'm personally against Holocaust denial laws, yet they still persist and the social consequences still persist. And I think that is the anomaly. And people have to wonder, okay, why is it that way? And what I said in that clip is the reason the Holocaust casts a long shadow is because it confers a political benefit upon organized Jewry. That is what they always fall back on. They cannot be criticized. They cannot be named. They cannot be talked about, lest there be another Holocaust. And no other tragedy is treated that way. And no other ethnic group has a get out of jail free card. Just play that. Anti-Semitism and Holocaust. You can do whatever you want and defend all your actions. That's the part that people are getting upset with. That's the problem.
I don't know any right-minded person who believes that Jewish people weaponized the Holocaust for their own personal get out of
I know at least one.
jail free or whatever you called it.
You don't know anyone that does that? That believes that?
I'm sure there are some people that do that, but it's such a ridiculous generalization. You know, the truth is that most Jewish people have lost relatives in the Holocaust. In fact, I want to play you two clips. One is where you talk about Adolf Hitler.
Hitler was a pedophile and kind of a pagan. It's like, well, he was also really fucking cool. So, you know, time to grow up. We're not children anymore. Am I right? Am I right? Am I right, boys? Am I right? Let's go. He was also really fucking cool.
Do you regret saying that?
Saying a fact? No, that's absolutely true.
He's factually
was
cool.
Very fucking cool.
Factually.
Yes.
Saying a fact?
I do.
One of them.
And I'm tired of pretending he's not.
Well,
to be honest.
This is the problem, you see. It's a bit like when you just say, I'm a racist. You're a racist who thinks Hitler's cool, but you're not anti-Semitic. If you're a Jewish person watching this, what are they thinking? I'll tell you what they're thinking, because I've got a friend of mine called Danny Finkelstein, who, when he heard...
Finkelstein. Okay,
like, I want to know, does Nick Fuentes believe that the Nuremberg trials actually happened? I want to ask if he actually believes it, because he'll probably be like, no, it never happened.
I can't imagine him saying that.
Yeah, I mean, I think he believes it happened.
Well, I'm trying to find one name on here.
If like the real ones, not real ones in a good way, but I mean like the real anti-Semites would say the Nuremberg trials happened, but they were done by like torture and stuff, and so the testimony you can't trust. Like that's what I've read from like the really like the people who are really in depth on that stuff. Who really are, you know.
What do you mean?
So no one denies they didn't happen. They just say the testimony gained from torture and stuff.
Oh please! That's called enhanced interrogation. There's no such thing as torture. It's called enhanced interrogations. Like,
wait, there's no such. They were electrocuted. I think actually in Nuremberg. I think this is actually true. I think they were like electrocuting people's testicles. I think that actually is a fact.
That's called
enhanced interrogation.
It's all enhanced interrogation. You only enhance a few things. All right.
Enhance the electrodes on someone's testicles. It's just enhanced interrogation.
So then we all know that you know H-Man and the other H-Man and Goebbels all, you know, self-deleted because they were after them, and they all self-deleted. You know, H-Man in the bunker. The other H-Man in his castle, and Goebbels, he hung himself somewhere. And I'm trying to, like, the next one they wanted to get was Hermann Goering. That he stood trial. He stood trial next to Rudolf Hess, who was the top lieutenant in the party. And, you know, Rudolf Hess was, you know, fucking weirdo. I'm trying to find one exact dude.
Who is the guy that was like declared to be like retarded by history? By that banality of evil. Oh, Eichmann.
It was Rudolph Hess because the reason why Rudolph.
No, it wasn't it Eichmann?
Well, Eichmann, probably, but Rudolph Hess played this weird game with them.
Yeah, but Eichmann was the whole thing where we get that idea that like you can. What's the thing that everyone says? I can't remember exactly, but there's like a famous line, but I'm gonna butcher it. But the idea that people will, that people put in the wrong circumstances will do wrong things that was what that book, if anyone's heard of that, The Banality of Evil.
Mm-hmm.
It was about Eichmann. Apparently his first name was Adolf. Coincidence? Not sure. But
Can
yeah,
you even say that name itself?
I'm actually not sure because I'm talking
I know the second name. I know the second name's like off limits, but it's the first name as well.
I actually don't know. I'll just call him Eichmann from now on, I guess. But yeah, it's like he was a major kind of player in all this stuff. But the conclusion of the book, I mean, disagree or not, was that it's the whole thing where we get like the just following orders, right? That people can be convinced to do really bad things, under certain circumstances. I don't know. I think I've disagreed with a lot of the book. Some parts I'm like, okay. Some parts I'm like, I don't know about that. But
I can't find this fucking guy's name.
K2 with the $2 to say Hugo Boss made great uniforms. I mean, could maybe, not sure.
Heard I was interviewing you.
Probably
He's a Times journalist in the UK, very eminent journalist here, and author, who wrote a book about his own family's experiences at the hands of Hitler and Stalin, because you also told Tucker Carlson that you admire Stalin. But let's just take what Danny said here.
Oh, here we go. There we go. I found the name.
Finkelstein here.
Okay, who are we talking about?
All right, I think this is the one right here. Albert Speer. Albert Speer. He was called the Nazi that apologized, the Yahtzee that apologized, right? Let me get his exact thing. He was a German architect, all right, who was with the Yahtzee party. He created the camps. He's the one that created the camps. He's the one that devised the whole resettlement and everything. The whole train loads and everything. He devised it all. All right. And I guarantee Nick Fuentes would be like, oh no, I never heard of the guy. Yes, he was in Nuremberg. He was tried in Nuremberg. I'm trying to figure out how many years he got in Nuremberg, because apparently
I don't know, never misjudge an anti-Semite and how much they know about World War II. I don't know. There's a good chance Nick does know about him. I mean, so it's like flat earthers. It's like, even if it's a thing I disagree with, it's like, these people can be booked up in surprising ways because they go down these rabbit holes. And so I think that's why Piers was like, I brought this up before, and I missaid it. I thought it was Fuentes yesterday. I went through his whole thing where I realized I was thinking about his interview with Dan Bilzerian, and it's like, Dan was bringing up a bunch of Talmudic passages, and Piers had like no ability to deflect on it because, the truth is, someone like Nick or someone like Sam Hyde or someone like Dan Bilzerian know more about the Talmud than Piers does, know more about the Talmud than I do, right? So, like, you know what I mean? If you're in that area, you probably do know.
If we're actually hearing about these dudes, so like Albert Spears, he died in England in 1971. Okay, like 76, he was like 81 years old. All right, he was only in prison for like maybe 20 years because they found that his architecture, being the architect of the camps, wasn't deemed hard enough. And here's this other problem too, right? Here's the other problem. NASA. I have a real problem with NASA, and you know why I have a problem with NASA? Because the founder of NASA is a Yahtzee.
Yeah, I mean,
he should have been held up for war crimes. He should have been held up for crimes against humanity.
Yeah, but
it's not really a NASA thing. It's more so an administration thing.
Yeah, no,
it'd be the presidential administration that approved all this.
How did the V2 rocket get made? How did the V2 rocket on the backs of prisoners and camp workers? That's how it got made.
Yeah. I'm not disputing that. I'm saying America was like, oh, these people are brilliant, and then they gave them jobs.
Operation Paperclip. I know all about that.
Right, that was a bad administration mistake.
Eric Braun should be held up for fucking war crimes and fucking hold on.
K2, I feel like I have to disavow this. I mean, look, I understand it depends on the camp you're looking at, but I mean, like, I don't think it was a fun time to be at these camps. Okay, I'm just gonna say that. I don't think it was a fun time. I mean, we could see photos of people that are like emaciated beyond belief, right? I mean, it's like they weren't having a great time swimming in pools and playing hockey, right? Like we gotta be real with that.
To be fair, I mean, even the work camps, I mean, I would imagine them to be as horrific as. I guess not so.
We know about like the death marches and stuff too. It's like there's like
after the battle of Stalingrad, the Soviets did do the death march on the Yahtzee after the battle of Stalingrad. They marched through Siberia. Hold on, let me find the commanders real quick. Because I remember the battle, but I don't remember the commanders.
But there's multiple. The Soviets weren't the only ones that did death marches. In fact,
no, I know that conflict, but we're specifically talking about World War II here.
We're specifically talking about, based on what I pulled up, is if the camps were nice or not. And I'm saying the Germans also did death marches. I mean, famously they used that I can't remember what it's called now. But it was the mix, because the Germans invented like oxycodone and methamphetamine, and they combined it with a small amount of cocaine into one pill. I can't remember what it's called. It's got like a number in it. And yeah, they did a bunch of tests to see like that people could march way further on this than they could otherwise. And yeah, I mean, look, I agree. I think the Japanese did worse stuff from my reading than what the Germans did. I think the Japanese did horrific stuff, like absolutely, like
no, they did.
But so the Germans also did. There was that one German doctor, I can't remember his fucking name. That guy was a fucking sadistic fucker too. But yeah, the Japanese stuff, which is weird because that's where we get some of our knowledge about the hypothermia and stuff, and we still use it this day. But
wasn't it the German scientists that did the twin?
Yeah. So the Germans did fucked up medical stuff too.
Super soldier programs.
Yeah. And the unit that K2 is talking about, the Japanese unit, yeah, that's like some of the worst stuff I think I've ever had. Like,
well, you get into the Chinese stuff, you get into some of the Korea stuff, you get into like what Japan did to that side of the world. It's fucking insane.
Yeah, like the Grape of Nanking that I mentioned earlier. It's like that event alone, right? It's like they were like making it into a game and like keeping score and stuff. Like there's like some horrible things.
Okay, I got the names right. So the two generals of Stalingrad was the Russian side. The Soviet side was General Gregory Sovskov. He was the one that basically won the battle. And then we have Field Marshal Friedrich Paulus. Friedrich Paulus actually surrendered the 6th Panzer Division and the 6th. Let's see, what was it? The 6th Group. The 6th Army Group, the 6th Panzer Division, the 4th Panzer Division, the 6th Army Group, the 8th Army Group, the 3rd Army Group, the 4th and 2nd Army Groups of Italy, Romania, and Hungary. So then that's where you had your death march from then to Siberia. Paulus never saw his wife again. He marched into Siberia and never saw his wife again.
Right, but I feel like we're getting a little off topic. I mean, a lot of places have done.
We're talking about history here.
We're not talking about history in general, Frankie. I'm responding to K2. We're talking about specifically about what Germany did. We understand the Soviets did war crimes as well. We're specifically talking about the Germans here.
Okay, yeah. So we're going to talk about the German war crimes, which they don't like to talk about what happened in France because they steamrolled through France. Like France is like almost a joke to them.
Yeah, and I don't know. I mean, this is something I know Bolsheviks bad, but I don't know enough about the Weimar era and stuff and all that shit.
The Bolsheviks were Russians.
No, I know, but that was like the main thing that the Weimar was like opposed to, right?
No, the Weimar Republic was opposed to the Yahtzee Party because they were two different parties. And then when the Night of the Long Knives happened, that's when H-Man.
No, but I'm saying H-Man when he writes his stuff, right?
Yeah,
that's still Weimar Germany, right?
He did it in the prison cell.
I know, in Weimar Germany.
He wanted the Imperium. He wanted the Holy Roman Empire right back where it once was. The Third Reich, and then onto the Fourth Reich.
Well, I know. Like, I don't disagree with what you're saying. Well, I mean, I don't know about the Roman thing, but
No, the Holy Roman Empire was called the Reich. That's what it was called.
But Reich is just a German word for like rule, right?
Yeah, no, for empire.
Right. Okay. Same.
So the Holy Roman Empire was Germany in the Dark Ages, in the Middle Ages, and they called it the First Reich. And then when Kaiser Wilhelm,
I'm not ignoring K2.
That was called the Second Reich. And then with H-Man, it was the Third Reich. So that's what I'm saying. You gotta understand the history, dude.
I don't know if I'm a bit lost. I'm not sure what part of the history I'm supposed to be understanding here.
The history of the Reich itself. Well, I'll be back.
Yeah, well, I mean, I know a little about Bolsheviks, but I don't. I know they were very brutal to both the Christian religion and the Judaism religion.
But this is what I'm confused. We're in a bunch of the Bolsheviks. A large percent were, well, not a disproportionate amount were Jewish, right?
No, I mean their leadership, like I would say an overrepresented majority were Jewish ethnicity, but not representative.
It's disproportionate.
Yeah,
it's like more than you would expect from a base population.
Yes.
I'm not 100% sure, Ag. I'm a bit lost in the Frankie sauce. And that could be a me thing. I'm not sure exactly.
You're lost in the sauce, dude. I'm giving you history that's actually prevalent to basically the.
I know, but I don't know what the question is. I guess I don't know. Like you're saying historical stuff. I'm not sure if I've lost what we're talking about or like what. Because I was replying to K2 about German war crimes, and then you went to Soviet death marches.
What happened?
And now we're in the Weimar Republic.
Well, we're talking about the Night of the Long Knives, where Hitler consolidated his power.
I know about that, but but why? I understand. I know what the Night of Long Knives is. I know what the fucking Crystal Nacht is, but like, what is that? What are we saying with that? I understand those are historical, like, fun facts, but like, I guess what am I missing? Like, what are
you missing, Confluence?
Well, why are you bringing up the Night of Long Knives? What's the reason?
You're talking about the Weimar Republic. I'm giving you the reasons why.
Just give me a fun fact about how the Weimar Republic became the Yahtzees.
More or less.
Okay, that's cool. Then we're on the same page. I'm just making sure I'm not missing anything here. I'm not sure if there's
like you're just too much. You're just gooning too much for Anna Kasparian right now.
Look, I told you I know what the Night of Long Knives is. Okay, I understand.
Now we're back to Anna Kasparian right now, dude. 6'7".
That's my thing to say, Frankie.
You understand what I'm saying, Soda, or no?
No, I mean, I get what you're saying because you're filling in more details to the subject of what Confluence is talking about. But Confluence, I guess Frankie thought it was more broader of a conversation and not you just answering specific.
I'll be back.
People chats.
No, and it's fine. It's fine. It's like I don't mind that. I'm trying to figure out if it is just we're just like talking about historical stuff. I'm fine with that. I'm not trying to like throw shade on Frankie. I'm trying to see if Frankie is going, if there's like some point I'm like missing, or if we're just mentioning stuff about history. It's fine to do that.
Well, see, Frankie's a history buff, He's a history nut, and so like when he hears people engaging in history, it makes him want to bring up the stuff that he knows. And
Yeah.
I think that's an element of what's happening right now.
And that's
Because
valid.
I'm a history nut too, so when I hear two people talking about a subject and I know a lot on that subject, I get a little giddy.
I too can get a little giddy. Right? Can I pull this up? I think I can pull this up, but this was an issue.
That's
This
a
was an
fucking
issue.
honker that guy's got.
And that's why what was it, the H youth that burned down the Institute of Sexology and all that stuff? I'm reading your chats, Kate, too. I'm just unsure which ones I can exactly pull up, but I am reading them all.
But I don't know how you track it. Okay, so when we start talking about stuff like that, what's the best way to say it? I don't know how to track that because it's a German institute, and Germany was upset with it, and I don't understand the reasoning behind their upset with this. Besides the fact that hey, we don't want this. I guess what's the more underlying thing? Are they trying to push that out, or is the fact are they blaming all their problems on a specific group of people? Does that make sense?
I think so. I mean,
because it's a German institute.
Yeah, and I think my understanding is like a large swath of Germans were not okay with what was happening at that institute, the research that was being done, the stuff that was being, and so it's like, yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Yeah, it's a hard thing to know what I can say and what I can't say.
That's a good point. And it's clear it's so long ago that really we're talking about if they didn't have the answer in the previous generation, we're probably not going to have the answer.
Yeah, and there's stuff that I've read about the Institute of Sexology where I'm like, yeah, that place, was probably not good, but I don't know. I mean, they also burned a lot of the books, so it's like hard to know exactly, what was in those books that they burned. Were they things that were like normal things, or were they things that were like not great things?
If they would have stopped there, I support.
Yeah,
then you start burning the people who are reading the books, and I'm like, oh, okay, whoa.
Yeah. That's the thing. It's a fine line, and I guess that's why history gets complicated. Where it's like at a certain point, it's like, yeah, you understand. You have the problem with the Bolshevik stuff, and you have a problem with the Institute of Sexology, and then you have problems with a lot of things going on, and at a certain point that like at a weird, almost like paradox of the heap thing, where you're adding like grains of sand, at what point does it become like super bad, right? It's like at a certain point it starts, the anti-Semitism is like brewing and it gets more and more and more, and then you have like Kristallnacht happen, and it's like, and it's hard to exactly say at what point would we be like fine with this. And yeah, I mean, this actually is like, yeah, like at what point, I mean, this is what I've debated and talked and had discussions on this very channel about, like, at what point is, are we going too far? At what point? Because that's what the other side will say is like, well, yeah, it wasn't obvious in 1936 that that things were going to happen in the way they did, right? It wasn't clear. At a certain point, it becomes more clear, right? Or at what specific point does it become clear? So the leftists will say that Trump has already done that, and it's like, did he not? Like,
no, I 100% get it. Because it's like, you don't know you crossed that threshold until you've already crossed it.
Right. It's like in retrospect, we can look back at history and then see, okay, all this stuff lay out. But now applying that to like, a modern country, it's very hard to see. And I think people jump on fascism stuff, obviously, way too quickly. But then it's like, I've criticized Trump. I've criticized the DHS with their remigration tweet. I don't think that was good. Is that a sign that it's fascist? It's like, I don't know. It depends what they mean. Are they going to start deporting citizens? And then could there be a world where it gets worse? And now we're doing like actually like super bad things. Like I don't know. But no, I feel like I was gonna say this is early, but it's not that early.
Based on history, you should know.
No, well, no, I was gonna say.
Are we gonna talk about Chernobyl now or what?
You guys can, talk about whatever you want as long as it's not TOS, because Confluence has an important duty to take care of. And look, it's almost an hour and a half, so it's not that bad. It's not that bad, okay?
Goddamn Confluence.
It's not that bad. It's almost an hour and a half. It's not that bad.
It just gets weaker and weaker every day. Eventually, you're going to be tied to a bag. Now, we can talk about Chernobyl, Frankie. You may know more than I do, though.
I mean, like the failure of the Soviet state, not understanding the signs that the meltdown is imminent.
I had seen that movie. It's a newer movie. They came out about the Chernobyl
event.
Yeah, and it was pretty good. I liked it. I don't know how accurate it is. That's where I would get most of my information from.
Well, from my understanding of Chernobyl, that they were actually just doing more tests to see what really about to happen.
Yeah,
really about to happen because remember, I think it was not too long before Chernobyl was they did Zarbamba. They did the Zarbamba event, which was today the biggest nuclear weapon testing in the world.
Yep.
Because we tried to do Castle Bravo and that just failed instantly.
Have you ever looked at the island? What is it? The
Bikini Island?
Yeah, it's you can look at it on Google Images, and you can still see what looks to be the trees blown back in weird directions.
I mean,
it's massive.
The wind does weird things. The mushroom cloud does weird things.
Oh yeah.
But so then Chernobyl, what's funny about Chernobyl is that it was seen that nature's taking Chernobyl back, but still the radiation is still keeping the main complex still under radiation. And the fact of the matter is that there's giant catfish in the channels of Chernobyl.
Man, we are talking about Chernobyl.
You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, the Welsh catfish, they're giant fucking catfish that live in the channels of Chernobyl. For some odd reason, they're fine with the radiation.
Well, I think there'll probably be some type of genetical effect to where we may not be able to see it until much later down the line.
Well, possibly. But then, Chernobyl is still radioactive to this day, even though it was 40, 50 years ago that it went off. Again, probably Fukushima is probably still radioactive to this day, even though it went off 2011.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we've got the 3 Mile Island. I don't know its radiation level.
3 Mile Island never went off. Here in Florida, we have
okay.
Here in Florida, we have Turkey Point. That's a nuclear facility.
Mm-hmm.
And then we have Yucca Mountain up in Arizona or New Mexico.
That sounds about right.
Okay, to move us off from the radiation talk, which I appreciate, appreciate you keeping everyone entertained. But we have to stay. Look, we have to finish this video today, and we've barely gotten any through it because there's a video I really want to talk about tomorrow. So we gotta stay focused. Okay, stay focused.
Blah, blah, blah.
As you're interviewing Nick Fuentes, you might try suggesting to him that he reads my book, Hitler, Stalin, Mum and Dad. It's called Two Roads Home in the United States. Since he says he's on Team Hitler, you might like to ask him about the fact that Hitler arrested my mum, tried to starve my mum to death, did starve my grandmother to death, sent my great aunt to the gas chamber, my great uncle, my cousin. My grandmother on my father's side ended up being 1 out of 7 children, the only one that survived the war. So you might ask him whether he wouldn't rather be on Team Mum rather than Team Hitler. And as for celebrating Stalin's birthday, well, Stalin took my father, sent him to a state collective farm, sent my grandmother and to a state collective farm, sent my grandfather to the Gulag. You might try asking him why he doesn't celebrate Dad's birthday rather than Stalin's. It may all be a big joke to him, but he complains that he was 18 when someone tried to cancel him. Well, Stalin and Hitler arrested my mum and my dad when they were 10 years old. So perhaps he might like to reconsider his joke.
See, that's the reality of your jokes, although I haven't ascertained yet whether you are joking when you say that Hitler was very fucking cool. Are you joking, or do you actually think he was very fucking cool? The most genocidal monster of the last 150 years.
Yeah, the thing is, my generation, we're just done with the pearl clutching. You know,
Yeah, you might
we
be, but then your generation hasn't gone through what Danny Finkelstein's family went through. So maybe the pearl clutching has a way to go for families whose family members
oh my gosh,
were murdered.
Yeah, we got all that. We, you know, me mom, like we're, you know, I don't even know who this person is. Why is this person talking to me? This old British guy is saying me mom got killed by Hitler.
Because he doesn't find it funny
by...
when you say Hitler's very fucking cool.
I don't care. I don't care.
I know you don't care. That's fine. You don't have to care. But he does care.
Does that guy care about America? Does that guy care about me and my country and my family? No.
He cares what you, a prominent conservative in America, has to say about Adolf Hitler. And what do you mean by Hitler is very fucking cool? Because I think he's very fucking a monster.
Okay, finally we asked that. I'm waiting for that because it's like, yeah, just ask him what he means by
we
that.
need to get his pearl clutching out the way.
Yeah.
And that's a clip. I think he's very fucking a monster. Do you hear yourself?
Yeah,
I mean,
do.
Can we all grow up?
I do.
Can we all grow up?
He murdered
That
12
is just
million
childish.
people. He murdered 12 million people. What is very fucking cool about that? Tell me.
The edits, it's just cool. The uniforms, the parades, it's cool as a guy. You look at World War II and it's fascinating and it's interesting and it's compelling and it's cool. And, you know, we're just tired of saying these kinds of things. We want to talk like real people and give our honest opinions. And then we literally get an old Jewish guy from England who's going to say, oh, that's very funny, mate. Your mom died. And it's like, shut up. Like, you know, no one is in favor of genocide. So let's just get that out of the way. We're not in favor of a Holocaust or genocide.
Do you think if half your family
had
been wiped out by very fucking cool Hitler, you'd still think he was very fucking cool? Or would you think that actually he was a despicable monster?
I mean, I don't like the pearl clutching, but I think I understand Pierce's point, right? Like, it would hit me in a weird way if someone was like, Ted Bundy was like super fucking cool. I'd be like, why say that? Like, like saying that Hitler is fascinating is one thing. Saying he's like, you know, World War II is fascinating and all this stuff. Even saying that if you want to say the uniforms are cool, you want to be K2 pilled, but I wouldn't want to say like, oh yeah, Ted Bundy or John Wayne Gacy are like super fucking cool. Like you wouldn't hear me using that verbiage, you know.
Yeah,
I don't know if I don't think it's pearl clutching. I just think it's like
that was stupid for Nick Fuentes. Fuck him.
See, this is where I'll say two things. I guess one, if it affected Nick differently, he would probably have a totally different attitude. Two, fuck Piers. Well, like you brought me on here. And you're showing clips and then asking me, do I support something? You know, how can I condone this? How can I do I have to disavow this? No, fuck Pierce. And at this point, I think Pierce has proved he's a dishonest actor. So why would I engage with him with the honesty to answer the question? I would probably do the same thing Nick's doing.
That's fair, but then it's like, I guess like the audience that's watching this is like where I'm starting to be like, okay, well, this is the Nick Fuentes, and I understand the dishonest interview stuff, but I'm like, yeah, I don't know. It just like it seems, and I'm not in a pearl clutchy way, but it does seem a bit like insensitive and like just to like if we heard, let's be honest, if we heard Hassan say he thinks like Mao is super fucking cool, we'd all raise our eyebrows to that. We'd all be like, say more, Hassan. Like, what do you mean he's cool? He like led to the death of like millions of people. Or if someone's like, Tyler Robinson is cool. If someone showed up in my chat and said that, I'd be like, what the fuck do you mean Tyler Robinson is cool? Like, he killed Kirk. Like, what the fuck are you saying? Right? Like, it hits. It's not a good thing to say, I think. And I don't think that's, I at least, I hope you guys know me. I'm not trying to pearl clutcher, but it doesn't, it's like, I don't like it.
Well, think about it. I mean, we watched the Steven podcast. Did Nick give different answers to Steven for his, I guess, better faith questions, and actually went into detail of why he was saying the things he's saying?
Yes.
And so it's kind of like, I don't think Nick cares about picking up any of Pierce's audience. Because to be honest, a lot of Pierce's audience is just as retarded as he is. So if he's going to be bad faith, I'm going to play into his bad faith.
Yeah, but I mean, I don't know. Like I think Pierce is a retard, but I still watch. If there's an interesting guest, I will watch the Piers Morgan show. There's gotta be a lot of people like that. And the Hitler cool part, or H-man cool part, is like, that's where it's like, if I didn't know, I think I already know enough about Nick to have like a fair idea, I think, of where he stands to some degree, at least.
Yeah.
But it's like that just, for someone watching this, I feel like, they would just be like, I don't know. Like, I understand from the interview point of view. I get what you're saying, but there is like other people watching it where it just like, this is a point where I'm like, it's hitting my ears as like, that sounds weird when he's like, I think this guy is like super fucking cool. It's just like, it hits in a bad way.
If you're watching this, generally, either I guess you know why Piers put this together. You know why Nick Fuentes is somewhat who he is. So you kind of already have an opinion on Nick Fuentes before engaging with this type of content. So either you like Nick or you don't like Nick, and you're not probably going to change your mind from this interview. And Nick knows that, and so he's going to play ball.
Yeah, and that's true. But I still think, and I think you'd agree with this, that this reminds me of what you were saying before about that he's not like super politically mature. Because I understand from like, Pierce doesn't probably deserve any better answers, but just from the real politique point of view, right? From the actual, like, there has to be some people watching this that are at least maybe could be swayed. And it's like, I don't know if that line is gonna, like, there's certain lines that are gonna really push people in the other direction, I think. Like, it's not, I don't know if you can, like, people have talked about like Nick running for president and stuff, and it's like, I mean, maybe enough of America is at that point, but it's like that's some lines that definitely for a lot of like middle America is gonna like leave those people. They're gonna be like, okay, I was thinking one thing, but like it's a bridge too far. Or am I crazy in that? Like, am I pearl clutching without knowing I'm pearl clutching? Because it's just like, when I compare it to anything, I know it's like a long time ago and maybe the separation is enough. But again, like, if we imagine someone comes in and says Tyler Robinson is cool, it's like that line is going to like stick in people's heads. They're like, well, why would anyone say that? Like, it's a weird thing to say. Yeah. No answer. Big Soda. No answer. Big Soda might be dealing with something. The ontological soda might be. So we'll
hey, sorry, I'm doing something real quick. My bad, dude.
Okay. We'll keep going.
Who murdered 12 million people, who targeted people because they were disabled or Jewish or Romani Gypsy or whatever it may be, and that he systematically destroyed people, incinerated them in gas chambers. Do you think that you would find it very fucking cool if your family had been through that? Or do you think you would find it very fucking
I don't think you get incinerated in a G chamber. I don't think that's how that works.
disgusting? And perhaps moderate the number of times you laugh about it.
Denier.
Or joke about it. Or want to abuse someone like Danny Finkelstein, who's written incredibly powerful books about what happened to his extended family at the hands of the Nazis and your other hero, Stalin. See, my point to you, Nick Fuentes, is that in parts of this interview, you try to come across as moderate, but every now and again, the mask slips. And it's slipped again here with what you say about Hitler. There's nothing very fucking cool about Hitler. We know that from history now. We know what he did. You've already conceded that he murdered at least 6 million Jews. So when you say he's very fucking cool, Jewish people watch this and go, this guy's disgusting. Why would he say this about someone who perpetrated such an evil? And what's the real answer? Why do you? Is it just for clicks? Is it for money? Is it just for fun? For shits and giggles? What is it? What motivates you to say something like Hitler was very fucking cool?
It's for this. It's for
Yes,
all of
I was
this.
gonna
And,
say
and
that
the lack
exact
of
same
self-awareness is amazing.
It's
You're
for
a
this. Yes,
boomer. You're a
exactly for this.
60-year-old boomer. And we spent maybe 3 minutes on you saying, he's a really fucking monster. He incinerated people. And I'm sitting here saying it's not that serious. It's not that deep. And
Not
and
that
what
serious.
I'm getting at.
Not that
Okay.
serious.
Do you want to say more about
Well, you're not
he's
a kid.
a monster?
You're not a kid yourself anymore. You're not a teenager,
I know.
right? You're
I know.
You're nearly 30, to be clear.
Yeah,
okay, you're a
I
fully
know.
formed adult who has a brain, right? And at some stage, that brain is taking you off these
Is
rabbit
this an
warrens.
interview or is this a lecture? Can I respond to what you're saying?
I want you
in
to
full?
I want you to explain why you think it's fine to say how fucking cool Hitler is and to dismiss the very powerful 90 seconds from a British journalist who lost a lot of family members
Marilyn
to the
back in
Nazis
chat.
in such a callous, dismissive manner.
I don't think it's powerful. I think we've been hearing that our entire lives. Okay. The Schindler's List. Let's just be honest. The propaganda is over the top. We have been brought in America.
What about
and
the Schindler's
everywhere.
List?
Hey,
Tell
hang
me
on.
about
Can
the
I
Schindler's
respond?
List. Well, tell me about the Schindler's
I think, okay, so Big Soda, tell me if I'm crazy. Like, I understand. Yeah, it's like, okay, Hitler monster is like an obvious thing. So it seems stupid to say. But
Yep.
at the same time, I feel like, isn't it helpful to just say, like, if I was Nick, I mean, and I don't know, like, I understand what everything you're saying about like that it's a bad faith interview. He doesn't like it. I get that. But I feel like if I was in Nick's spot and held his beliefs, I would still be like, yeah, Hitler was a monster, but World War II is fascinating, and Hitler's a fascinating historical figure. That's what I meant. That's such an easy thing to like, I don't know, like, why not say that? I guess, like, why not?
I'll answer that question. I just gotta go in my kid's room and change his top comforter. I'll be right back, but I'll answer that question.
All right, shut up, baby soda.
I'll tell you about it.
Or
We have been
soda, not sure which
browbeaten as a
kid, but
people, as
shut it either way.
Americans, as Westerners, for our entire lives. And do you know what this has done? It has taken away any sense of pride, any sense of love for our own civilization. We have been made the villain in our own story. We have been made because, well, let's just be clear. It doesn't begin and end with Hitler is a monster. This has been the political narrative, which is why we have thrown open the borders. This is a political narrative, which is why we can't be a conservative society as a whole anymore, why we can't be proud of Europeans, why we can't be proud of being Christian.
I'm not proud of
Because they
Europeans at
told
all.
us, if you're too white and too proud and too Christian, it's going to lead to a Holocaust. And so my generation, our
what a
entire
crock
lives.
of shit,
See,
honestly.
No,
Nick
it's true.
Fuentes,
And that's why
what
people
a
like me.
crock
That's
of-
why I'm
what
popular,
a
because this
crock
is
of
bullshit.
shit. Honestly.
Yeah, it's a crock.
What
You
you
don't want to
just
hear
said-
any
what
more
you
about
just
me,
said-
mom and me dad.
What
That's
you
the crock of
just
shit.
no, listen. What you just said is a crock of shit, and you
It's
know
true.
it.
It's
And
called the open society.
In your gut, you know it is. You weaponize
No,
this stuff.
you
You
know.
weaponize this stuff for money.
Nick,
But you
right
know
on
when you
that.
say
Oh,
something
please.
like what you
I'm
just
banned
said.
from banking.
you
I'm
know
banned
it-
from banking and credit cards. You know who you're talking to? I
Yeah,
do it for money.
and by the
How
way-
much money you
and by
make?
the
Your
way,
company's
that
worth
shouldn't-
$100 million. Your company's worth $100 million. I was banned from Bank of America.
And you
I'm
shouldn't have
banned
been.
from processing credit cards.
And you shouldn't have been.
But I am. So don't tell me I'm doing it for money.
Well, ask me my opinion about that. I'll tell you shouldn't have been. Right? I don't agree with that. What happened to
Then
you?
don't say I'm doing it for money, because you know that full well, and you say it's a
How
grift.
much money- how much
if I
money
wanted to
are
be
you-
a grifter, I'd be like you.
How
and
much
I would
money-
go,
Yeah, I have to agree with this. I mean, because of all the doxing and stuff, I mean, I think probably all of us, or well, not all of us necessarily, but anyone who's been following this has seen where Nick lives and stuff. And it's like, yeah, I don't think Nick is like living an opulent lifestyle. Definitely not compared to Piers Morgan. So maybe for attention is maybe a better steel man, but the
Don't
money
say-
thing.
How much money
I
are
don't
you
know.
making?
Okay, I'm back.
I'm making a lot of money now.
Yeah.
Now
Okay. I can't remember what did I oh yeah, why I asked why not just say, because I said what I would say is just what I mean by that is Hitler's a fascinating historical figure. It's a very, a fascinating time period. Guys are drawn to studying wars and stuff. Why just stop at being like Hitler's fucking cool and I'm just gonna say that and just leave it there? Like why?
Well, it
From an
seems like
audience point of view, not like Pierce. I get it, fuck Pierce, but like, why not just even when Nick's doing his own thing? Why not clarify that? Like, I don't know.
okay. Well, I mean, there's a couple of things. So one, I don't really know the context to when that clip happened, and so I don't know. Is there a specific point he's trying to make? Is this a comedic kind of tone to another point that he's trying to illustrate? But I know in the Steven Crowder, when he got pressed on the Stalin stuff, or he was asked about the Stalin stuff, he went down the path of I'm not really interested in H-Man the same way I am Stalin, so I have more of a connection.
If you put them two side by side, possibly Stalin was possibly worse.
Oh no, Stalin's worse. Yes.
Yeah, because you have to remember, when he died, when Stalin died, his own administrators didn't want to even go to his office. He died of a stroke in his office, and they were like, "What should we do?" Well, I don't fucking know. It was like they were just terrified of the man still.
Yeah, Stalin head and shoulders worse.
Like what Nick Fuentes wants. He wants to be like. He wants to be like, the cult of personality. There's somebody with such a personality that people actually fear or revere in some instances. Like, I mean, I told you this before. Like, Stalin went up to his mother and was like, "I now rule Russia," and his mother's like, "You would have been better as a farmer." It's like his mother totally fucking cucked him, and right there on the spot because he was just an evil human being, and so was Vladimir Lenin. And here's a fun fucking fact. There's a statue of Vladimir Lenin in Seattle, Washington right now.
I did not know that.
People don't fucking know that.
Because in California, they're still defaming Kobe Bryant's memorial constantly.
Yeah. Well, it's just the fact, I guess, with the reason I don't really care as much what he's saying specifically in this interview is because if you judge the interview, it's kind of there's no win-win for Nick because either way it's going to get clipped up and Piers Morgan is trying to catch him in one of two things: one, saying something terrible, or the other thing is him creating the image of, hey, Nick's a two-face. He comes in, he gives this answer, and then based on the clip that I show, it's a lose-lose. And he's already been dishonest, so it's kind of like, fuck it, I don't care. I'll follow the interview, I'll own up to every charge, and it be what it be. Piers is going to get flustered and pissed off and upset, and it's like, but you're a boomer. I mean, you're just getting charged up with emotion over something that I'm trolling you with, and now that you're feeding me, I'm just going to keep trolling.
Yeah. If Piers keeps feeding him, Fuentes is going to keep eating it.
Yeah. Which I guarantee you, all the answers would have been different if Piers, instead of him getting to disavow all the statements he made, if he just would have asked him an honest question, be like, "Hey, man, you see, there's this weird clip of you saying this. What do you mean by that? Explain yourself. Kind of give a reason of why you feel this way and stuff like that." It would have been a totally different interview.
That's true. And I have to remember, I guess, how this all started, which I think Piers is right. His opening stuff was about trying to front load all of this by saying that, right, his father is racist and that, so, it's like just he was raised to be a racist and all this stuff. So, yeah, it's like, Piers has been bad faith. And I agree with what you said, especially about the lose-lose, where it's like, if maybe Nick tries to moderate, there's a good chance that Piers is just going to say he's two-faced and that he's, being, he's just like trying to, hide his power level and everything. And in some ways, I can see both sides, because then the other part of me is like, well, Nick, I think, does try to hide his power levels in certain situations. And so, it's like
and that's fair. As you can see from these clips, there's plenty of examples. But I guess it's kind of like, if I look at Nick as he's just a streamer who goes on and rants and does his thing on his daily show, then I'm like, okay, well, how much of this is the same thing I do where, if you ask me a serious question, I'm going to give you a serious answer. But when we're just talking, I may say some crazy shit just to be provocative.
Just to rile you up.
Right. Yeah. Like I admit that yesterday. Yeah, someone could clip me to shit and make me seem like any way they wanted to make me seem. So I can see that. I guess it's just.
I guess I have
to take the Piers thing into account. But if someone did bring me on an interview and then showed me a bunch of clips out of context of us just talking, and then I would just probably answer honestly. But then I guess your point is that Piers isn't asking honestly. So I guess why would you answer honestly if you're not being asked honestly?
Yeah. And it's just going to be because if me and you are having, a good dialogue and we're getting into it and you're gonna get totally different answers than what Pierce is looking for. Pierce isn't looking for the honest answers. He wants him to double down in this, and that's what. So technically, both sides win in this, to where Nick makes Pierce look bad. Pierce gets a clip that he wants, then gets to spread him out. So it's a win-win situation for both of them.
Yeah, and I mean, Nick has called that out a few times, and I do think it's true that like Pierce does feel like he's clip farming.
Yeah.
It does feel that way, you know. And Nick is pointing that out. I don't think Pierce likes it, but I think it is
Also,
happening.
If you're talking to someone, and you see this a lot with leftists, they want you to disavow everything, and then the problem with disavowing everything is it puts you in a situation to where it's, if you don't call it evil, they're going to use that against you. And Pierce is doing this. And so the best thing you can do if someone wants you to disavow things that you don't really believe, but you think there's truth in them, then I guess they're going to kill all your arguments, because they're just going to keep saying, "Oh, you avow that, you support that. Oh, you think this is a good thing." But in reality, it's kind of, I don't think that's true. I think just because you find a truth in something doesn't necessarily mean that you condone the whole aspect of it. So it's the same thing with the estimation. He overestimated. Nick says, or Piers says, it's like 6 million. The question is that if there's some truth in the fact that it's an estimation, that means we really don't know the correct answer. But if I say that, then I'm going to get targeted as though I'm an anti-Semite.
Yep.
Because
as we showed yesterday too, it's like to go, I think, in depth on a lot of these things. Like even if we look at the racial stat, right, of like what % of what race commits homicides, it's a long, nuanced conversation. And if Nick is aware, which I think he is in this interview, right? It's like Pierce isn't looking for that. So I take that point too, where it's like sometimes, someone can ask you about a question, and it's like, with your example of like, disavow this, and you're like, well, I don't want to disavow the whole thing, but like we'd have to have an open dialogue, and you'd have to be honest, and I'd have to be honest, and it's like, if you feel like you're being attacked in the interview, that's not going to happen. So then it's like, well, it is kind of, I mean, I feel like I'm just quoting you in some ways, right? You said it's a lose-lose. I think it is.
Yeah,
it is. You don't have the depth, you don't have the honest interviewer enough to delve into the parts, to really parse it out and be like, this is the parts I like, this is the parts I don't. You don't have that time. And if you just disavow, then it's like, then you're like a grifter because you're saying false things. And then if you avow, then you're a racist. And so it's like, there's no good, I guess, way to deal with a situation like this in some ways,
And then plus, what's more of an effective tactic? I mean, this is where I think Nick's very disingenuous with how he presents a lot of the truths behind his argument.
Marilyn, give me one of these. I hate that I have to do this to you, Marilyn, but if anyone wanted to bait me the most, they would fake Marilyn. Okay,
you could get slid in her DMs
or Discord, or you could Discord me if you have no cam. You could just send me a message on Discord, and I'll.
Now it's.
You got to give me one of these. I'm sorry, you have to, or Discord. Yeah, it's just okay. There you go. Okay, sorry. Okay, I'm putting you up. Okay.
I don't know.
We're on high alert, Maryland. I don't know if you've heard, but we're on high alert. There was a Guna bomber. Okay, Ted Kaczynski, the Guna bomber himself. Okay, so we're on high alert now.
Are you talking Ted Cruz's dad?
Who the heck is that?
I got P-bombed the other day, so
Wait, what? I don't speak code. Well, what did I miss?
Okay, basically, a person came on stream, got on video, and showed his wiener.
Yep.
Well, kind of, but they used it.
Kind of, but it was a wiener.
They used a fake video, so that's why I realized in that moment the importance of this, because they used a fake video of a Hispanic man sitting on a chair and looking confused, and so I asked them to do this, and they just cammed up, and I was like, okay, they seem confused, right? But it was a fake video; it wasn't them. And then they, with a virtual cam, you can then just change your webcam to be whatever you want, which ended up in this case being something not allowed. So So now I have to be, yeah.
Crazy. That
Yeah.
is crazy.
I don't know I don't know how I've made enemies that would I honestly don't know. Like, I don't know who this person was that I pissed off so much, because then they made like 30 YouTube accounts and they're like spamming the chat, which, like, I guess in some ways feeds my ego a little bit, because I'm like, I'm important enough for someone to spend all his time doing. But
Oh my goodness. That is nuts. Well, I'm not going to be any better because I had to freaking
Don't boom us now.
call in.
Marilyn, you can peep on me, but it has to be in my DMs. Okay, I'm just kidding.
No, it's the Jews.
Oh.
It's the Jews.
Oh no, it's the Jews.
It's the Jews. Like, maybe Nick is just tired of all the, them people being in all major facets of society at the top, and like, Christians can't take over the world, and it's because of them theirs.
I'm going to disagree a little bit, but I think there is some truth to what she says. I will not disavow her statement. I will let her have her statement.
I can't say that.
No. I said I didn't disavow. I said there's
Why
truth
can't
to
we
your
say
statement.
Jew?
Because of the H.
If you say, yeah, it's just the YouTube algorithm. If it's enough and it's connected with enough things, then the algo will fuck me. It's possible.
Oh my gosh!
And it leaves it up to YouTube to interpret what we mean by the statements, and just saying the words can cause that interpretation.
YouTube has used a lot of AI so it's not even a human half the time.
How is that not a red flag, though? How is that not a red flag?
Well,
like, does your
I
radar
think it is
not
a red
go
flag.
up just a little bit, thinking, oh, wait, if you said Muslim this and Muslim that, you're not going to get in trouble. If you say China or whatever the heck they believe, any of that, you're not going to feel some scared, fear, cartels coming for you kind of vibe when you say anything else. But since it's the Jews, we're all cowering in fear, and you wonder who's in charge, and you wonder who your overlords are.
Yeah, Confluence. That's exactly right.
I just have to be clear on that.
It just doesn't add up. It doesn't add up. I don't
It's someone
understand why we gotta live in
who's
fear all
sponsored
the time.
by the Daily Wire, Facts and Logic. Always be plugging. Okay, someone. I mean, I have to disavow the whole thing. I'm contractually obligated to disavow everything you're saying right now.
Obligated to disavow because you're cucking this. Put Cuckfluence in the chat, please.
I was going to say, this is a big turn off the Maryland.
More
Stockholm
overlords. Is that a StarCraft reference I see? Oh my god. Egg wins with this StarCraft. Egg knows what I like, okay? Apparently.
I had to say my piece. I know. I should probably go now because I'm not gonna sugarcoat anything. But I love y'all anyway.
We'll see you later, Marilyn.
You can rejoin if you want.
The whole time, troll the heck out of these boomers. Troll the heck out of them, because all they've done is cast fear into us to make us feel some kind of shame or guilt or fear, and it's nonsense. It's not letting the Christian agenda ride, and it's still claiming some sort of merit, some sort of authority over, they get a free pass.
Dare I say hierarchy, Maryland, which you famously do not like.
She threw that word Christian in there because she knew it was going to get our support.
Yeah.
I mean, think about it. It's not hard. Guess how, compared to Israel, USA has the most Jewish people.
Give me one of these.
Over the whole entire world. We come in second.
I'm gonna be honest. There was a lot of Jews in America that were calling
But
the
there's more
founding
here
of
than
Hey,
Israel.
anybody
Marilyn,
else.
calm
Like a
down. Sorry, I
lot
was just doing your
more.
job
Like
for you,
a
Anson.
lot more. There's a lot more here. There's a lot
yeah.
more. Millions upon millions upon millions. You don't quite understand the numbers.
Give me an estimate.
It's a coup. I don't know. Look it up. Look
But
it
Marilyn,
up. I saw a
don't you
video
think
of it.
don't you think
Marilyn, you're
Fuentes is
God. You
also
should be
a
able to tell me
Fed?
this.
I thought you said Fuentes is
astronomical.
a Fed. So are you on a Fed side? It's a little
I'm
sus.
driving. I'm driving on the highway, so you're gonna have to look it up.
Where are you going, Marilyn?
Yes, there's a lot of them
Maryland's
there
coming
here.
to Canada, okay? I hope. Maryland, you coming to Canada or what's
Taking
good?
over. It's freezing in Canada. Why don't you come to freaking Florida? It's 72 degrees today. Are you kidding me?
Oh
That's
yeah.
a good point.
It's
And
like, I
plus,
think it's
you
like
get freedom of
minus
speech.
15 Fahrenheit where I am right now. That's true.
Oh my God.
Yeah, it's bad. It's bad.
Live where people are supposed to live in
Yeah.
habitable places.
Sound off. Sound off. I agree.
Well, white
I
people are
agree.
supposed to live in the colder climates.
Hey, I cannot hear y'all and I'm driving, so I guess I'll call back because I can't hear y'all hardly at all.
Okay, well,
Okay.
drive safe, Maryland,
Okay.
for real. Drive
I'll
safe.
be back.
That scares me. They gave that woman a license and she's on a debate panel driving down the road.
I know. Prayers for Maryland, okay?
Now
Prayers
I
for
know why
Maryland.
women's crash record is so high.
Crashing out or crashing?
Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. Both of those stats are valid.
A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B.
Unrelated. Women couldn't drive way before phones.
That's a good point. It's not the phones causing the problem. I do have to distinguish that.
It's some other unknown factor that we don't know what it is. Anson, good to see you, brother. Good to see you. Anson, your beard looks like it's grown a lot since yesterday, which I feel like is impossible. So I feel like it just must be a lighting change, or maybe I'm just retarded. But it's looking full, brother.
It's because I'm wearing a hat.
Yeah.
Maybe it's just like drawing attention to the actual beard part of the situation, because that's looking mighty. That's looking mighty.
That is a
Especially
healthy
in the
beard, though.
monochrome. I mean, Anson has the vibes going down. I will say, he's got the vibes.
Maybe he can fix Bonnie Blue.
Maybe he can. Maybe it's possible. Maybe it's possible. I mean, like, he has the same thing. I mean, Sam Hyde, eye for aesthetics, right? And I think Anson, when I look at his setup, eye for aesthetics, I have to give my brother that attaboy. Good to see you, monsieur. The cousins for reals. I don't know if that's what that stands for, if I'm just to Zoomer Brain. Religion of Peace strikes again. I'm not sure what that means. I don't know what that means, because I know what Religion of Peace means. No, but what is the cousins? Oh, cousin. Does he mean like cousin Effer? Is that what he's talking about?
Yeah.
Okay, I get it. Strikes again. I get it. Good to see you, Mister.
Islam is the religion of peace.
Islam is the religion of peace, okay? Yeah. Inshallah.
Yeah.
Peace through terrorism and the sword.
Disavow.
Now that I'm the number one live streamer in America, because people agree with me more than they agree with you. We're tired of hearing about slavery and the Holocaust and Jim Crow. We're done hearing about that. You guys
I'm not done hearing about that.
Okay, well, your generation's on the way out, and Generation Z is coming up, and we're finished with that.
I'm not like super dick coded, but I also am done hearing about all the things Nick just talked about. So
there you go.
I am kind of done. I'm just kind of fucking done. Okay. It's some type of fatigue. I'm not going to say what type of fatigue. I think all the fatigues. I'm just fatigued in general. All of it. Just omni fatigued. Okay.
I've got three sons. I've got three sons, and they don't share your views about slavery and about the Holocaust. They can have decency and compassion.
Yeah, but their mom's a cuck.
About some of the worst things that have happened in the last 150 years or more. They can do that, and they can also have concerned views about issues like immigration and other issues.
The same thing
the two things are not mutually incompatible. You can have different views about different things. It's your lack of humanity and compassion for people about things like the Holocaust, about slavery. It's that people find so contemptible. And I don't understand why you need to do that. Is it, again, I just ask you, is your motivation financial? Is your motivation?
Just want to point this out. Marilyn is apparently driving, but is still posting emotes. Marilyn, get off your phone. Marilyn, drive safe. Look at the road. Eyes on the fucking road, Marilyn.
Fun? What is the motivation?
You're already a bad
to say these
driver.
outlandish things, which you don't need to say, and which I suspect, I don't know, I suspect a lot of it is performative. So what is the motivation?
I'm an iconoclast. The Holocaust is not my religion, and it is treated like a religion. It is treated like a religion with dogma, with blasphemy laws, and that secular religion says, and you say that's a crock.
We did. I started the stream talking about it, so unfortunately.
It took him a second.
What happened in Australia?
Wait, are you messing or do you not know?
Oh no, I get all my news from Confluence.
Get my news from
Okay, well,
America.
good. Well, I think the body count is 16 right now from a pro pally, someone who is from a father and son. Is that right, Big Soda? Father and son from Pakistan. That on the first day of first day of Holocaust. That's not the right Hanukkah. That's what I meant to say. The first day of Hanukkah.
What the fuck?
Well, the family that slays together stays together, right?
But that's that's true. But yes, on the first day of Hanukkah, the Jewish festival, Pakistani father and son. Yeah, I mean, slays together, stays together is right. God is the only new. Yeah, get rid of all your other. Don't trust the fake news. Trust the. I meant to full screen. I'm gone right now. Apparently, I meant to do this, and I removed myself from the whole stream. Okay, so trust me, your only legitimate source of news, the Confluence channel, every day at 6 p.m. Central Standard Time. Always be plugging and get those super chats in because this is what I do for a living now and shit. Maybe it's hard to say, but just saying. Okay.
Damn, Canada, you don't have to work.
I'm boots on the ground. I'm a boots on the ground journalist as much as Hassan is, okay? As much as Hassan.
I think that's a fair statement.
That is a fair statement, right? No one can disavow that. In the same way Hassan is, I am. Same.
Shit. It's intentional. It's called The Open Society by Karl Popper. It's by these architects
George
of the liberal
Soros.
order after World War II. They got together and they said, how can we make sure that Hitler never happens? How can we make sure that totalitarianism never happens again? And they came up with the consensus, which is that we need to take down nations, religions, fathers, the authoritarian personality. We need to be empathetic and altruistic. We need to be diverse and pluralistic. And that experiment isn't working.
You guys probably know this, but George Soros of the Open Society said that even though he was Jewish, but he cosplayed as not Jewish, and he said that when he was collecting Jewish property, he said it was the best days of his life. He said there is an actual clip of him saying that. I mean, that's fucked.
People running Germany at that time did it very efficiently. I mean, there's a lot to say for that form of government.
I know, but if you're Jewish and now you're doing the Open Society and doing all of this, I fucking hate the Open Society. I think we probably all do. That's something we all can agree on, right? Open Society, one of the worst probably things going on.
Very closed society.
The name is a bit deceptive. It's not as open as one would think.
I've never heard of it before.
Oh yeah, okay. Well, if you're, I can't tell if you're trolling me. If you're not trolling me, George Soros is 501c3, whatever it's fucking called.
That was right.
Okay. Oh, good. Okay. I'm going kind of off the dome right now, and I've been in
that was solid.
I understand. So we have different names for that stuff, but that's his. And if you look at the stuff they do and they push for, it is degenerate. And again, if you look at George Soros's backstory, he's a Jewish person that was alive during the Nazi Germany, and took property from other Jewish people. And again, I understand that could happen if you're pressured to do it. But the man in his old age says it was the best days of his life. I mean, fuck me.
And I'll tell you the truth.
Insane.
Right now,
one of the worst people.
Laugh at this. You can scoff at
George
this.
Soros. Okay.
Our people are being genocided.
Maryland,
in
I've
our
said
country.
enough.
50%.
I've said enough, enough stuff against George Soros that Maryland super chatted $10. We'll pretend I'm Indian Jesus and I have a soundboard.
Compliment, can you read the comment?
Which comment?
The super chat.
The crown emoji. Crown emoji.
There you go. Thank you.
And I will also pull up Maryland's favorite thing, which is magnets. Magnets.
Do you have any like full-size photos of Maryland we can look at too?
Those are sent to my DMs and my DMs only, not for public view. I'm just kidding. Unless.
Maryland, send me a picture that I can put up there for everybody to enjoy.
No, Maryland, send it to me, not Anson.
Maryland,
okay?
Just drive the car. Just focus on doing that.
That's true. Unless you're super chatting, in which case that's okay, I think. But beyond that, eyes on the road, Maryland. Unless you're super chatting.
Why is it taking you so long to drive to my house? I'm not that far away.
I thought I convinced her to drive to Canada.
I don't think you did.
It's not warm in Canada, but it is warm in my room. You know what I'm saying? Okay, I'm sorry. That was maybe a bit off color. The live
births in the United Kingdom and in the United States are non-white. In 100 years, my ancestors, your ancestors, your kids who are so empathetic and compassionate, they're going to be a minority. They're going to be a minority in maybe a Muslim country, an Indian country, an Hispanic country, and these Jewish people that are 100 years old talking about my grandparents and the Holocaust. They don't care about that. Actually, they like to see it. At the SPLC, they're literally counting down the days until whites are a minority in America. So forgive me if I don't believe them when they talk about compassion. There's a genocide going on right now. It's not against
what did you use to make that pizza?
It's against
how many
whites.
Christians are there in the world?
Did you use an oven?
I mean,
1 point some billion.
How
2 billion.
How many Jews are there?
Whatever pie Maryland has on it.
So with a straight face, you're going to tell me the world is being overrun by the Jewry, by 15 million people, when there are over 1 billion Christians. There is a genocide of Christians like poor old Nick Fuentes going on at the hands of these 15 million Jews. Really?
See, this attitude is why you're losing. When you say,
who am I losing to?
White people,
who am I losing to?
White people.
Who am I losing to?
Pierce, you're losing to me, and I don't like Fuentes. I'm a neocon, and you're losing to me. You're losing to a lot of people, Pierce. You're losing a lot of people. If I'm center right, and Anson would say, Anson calls everyone a liberal, as we were talking about earlier, and now Anson is, in the panel. But if Anson thinks everyone's a liberal, then I'm like a hyper liberal, and Pierce is losing fucking me. So Pierce, you're losing a lot of people. Okay,
yeah, especially the younger generation.
Yeah, like me, 6'7", 6'7".
I mean, you're like 15 years younger than Piers.
That's so mean. That's so mean. That's not true. That's not true. Okay, it's not true.
Seeing it, mass migration. You're losing to me. We are losing as a civilization of mass migration. And here's the difference. In Israel, they have my politics. In Israel, they want to maintain a Jewish majority. If they had it their way, it would only be Jewish people. They're fighting like hell so that Jewish people can have as much territory, a Jewish state. They can be proudly Jewish in their.
I don't actually think that's true. I don't think Big Soda or Anson.
Yeah, they do. They have it.
I'm gonna be honest. That's relatively true.
They want a majority Jewish state. I'd agree with that. But they have Muslims in the Knesset. I mean, why? How much? If what you want is everyone to be Jewish, how much do you have to fuck up to have Muslims in the Knesset? That wouldn't make any sense.
I mean, yes, but I mean, it's still a Jewish majority, and you're still having mostly Jews in elected office.
I agree with you, but that's not what Nick said. They want them to be like all Jews, unless I'm crazy. I think.
He may have been hyperbolic in that point to mean most Jews. I mean, it's kind of one of those things where I think it's fair to say that, like. The Jewish state wants to protect the Jewish identity, and this has kind of been their goals throughout at least the last 60 years.
Yeah, and I think I feel like this might be racist to say. I think that's fine. In the same way that Japan wants to maintain majority Japanese, I think that's cool too. You know,
which means
I
then you're
wouldn't say
okay
that
with
about
white America.
or Canada. I wouldn't say that about
I
those
would.
countries
I
because
would.
I
I mean,
would
what's
never
the
say
difference?
that.
I would.
What's the difference,
I'm
though?
saying it.
Because what I say can get me in big trouble. So you
That's
know,
true. My bad.
So
Yeah,
I think there's two identities that should be protected in America, and that's white and then the Black Americans.
Well, I don't know about that. I mean, because from my perspective, the problem isn't that there's white people or black people or whatever. It's a culture problem, right?
That's true too.
I have more
Based.
culturally in common with most of the black people in Alabama than I do with almost everyone in California.
look at the guy. What was his name? Monty or something? The guy was a part of the last night's panel. That guy was like based as fuck. That guy was like super
Monty?
cool. Yeah, and that guy.
You
That
forgot
guy
his
was,
name already?
No, I said Monty. I said Monty. I said Monty.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Yeah.
You
Some
one
of the
black friend.
some of the
My
most
black friend.
homophobic people I know are black, right?
Yeah, the black
Yeah.
community is famously homophobic.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
you can't get any better than that.
Mister. I mean, just gonna leave this comment up, but I'm not gonna comment on it. I'm just gonna put the comment on screen, and then people can make up their own minds.
Black people are really good about wanting to have in-group preference too, like what he's talking about with the Jews in Israel. Like they they have their own HBCU universities. I mean, they still have their own, ethnic universities that are state funded, right?
That's true.
I mean, white people don't have that here. It's kind of wild, right?
Yeah, that shit's retarded.
Well, no, that's not. It's not. I firmly support them having their own space, right? Separate but equal.
Okay, I disavow that.
Well, they're the ones
I disavow that last point as an overarching principle, but I do think that people should have the right to separate themselves from the rest.
No, I don't want. Okay, maybe I am a liberal. Maybe Anson's right. I don't want white. I don't want white only colleges. I don't want black only colleges. I don't want any of that.
Why?
I think
racist?
If we're, I mean,
you want to force people to come together who don't want to come together? You don't like the association?
I would say we have a country that has a variety of races. If that is the case, then I think that the best thing to do is to have people assimilate. And the best way to assimilate is to not segregate and not to have separate but equal. I think that is anti-assimilation. That's like the worst thing we could do. That's why from Wisconsin, in Milwaukee, that's why you have neighborhoods that are like 99.999% black, where I drive through Milwaukee and I'm like, I'm the only white guy I've seen for the past 20 minutes. I don't think that's a good thing. I don't think that breeds good results. I don't think it does.
The argument's a little different because the black community is already assimilated into American culture. So I think it's fine for them.
Well, no, I don't.
Oh, okay.
Not all black. Though.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know.
You mean there isn't a black American culture that's not assimilated into America?
Yeah, there is one, but then you talk about like blacks from like North Africa.
But
I even mean like.
But those aren't black. Those are Africans.
In some of like the black neighborhoods of like Chicago, or where from my neck of the woods, Milwaukee, I don't think those neighborhoods like hold what we would say as like cultural values of like a Christian society. You know what I mean? Like,
I see.
So something, even though they've been here for a long time, obviously, right? And originally brought them here. I think the segregation has done us harm.
No, that's a Yankee problem, not a black problem. The blacks down south where I am, they're hiightly religious in their own little.
Yeah. I'm from the south too.
That's a good point, dude.
Really?
Southern Baptists are black. The traditional.
No, that's crazy. It depends. Okay, depends on which area of the South we're talking about.
I was gonna say Alabama's pretty bad.
Alabama.
Yeah,
Alabama's got some bad areas.
Or fucking California, right? That's as south as you can get. And it's like is Compton what we mean when we talk about like Western chauvinism? Like probably not, right? Probably not. Probably haven't really assimilated quite yet,
Well, you can't assimilate all people, I mean, there's gonna be some people that are just defective, right?
Yeah, and they wouldn't count as the black community as a whole. It's like if we're just looking at the black community as a whole, I would say they've been assimilated probably for at least 200 something years.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm saying, I don't disagree with that, but I'm saying the segregation thing. I mean, we started talking about this because of like white, well, no, there is no white colleges, but like black colleges, and by extension, hypothetically, white colleges. That's the reason I think that would be a negative thing, because I don't think the places that are most segregated, I think, end up having the most like racial tensions, like in Compton or in like the places in Milwaukee or in like Southside Chicago. It's like, it's not going well. It's not going well. And if you could, I don't know how to fix it, but I think
hear me out though.
Segregation is not the answer, in my opinion.
Hear me out though, because could this be just a reality of living in inner cities? Is the fact that it's now created a subculture inside the black community that is.
Well, here's the thing. So here in Florida, right? I grew up in a very small town in Florida. It was segregated. Like black people had their own area. The Latin people, or everybody called us Mexicans, in one area, and all the white people had the rest. So it was still very segregated, even in the 90s. But it's kind of like, what can you do? You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I'm fine with self-segregation. I mean, if someone wants to create a group of black bowlers and all they do is they go out and bowl, I'm totally fine with that, and I'm totally fine with them restricting the entry to that club being on race.
Yeah, but where do you draw the line? Do you want a restaurant to be like no whites allowed or no blacks allowed? I don't think that's healthy. I don't think it's healthy.
Why?
Because again, I look at those areas again, like Chicago, Southside Chicago, Compton, and then like Milwaukee is the three things I mentioned, right? The segregated parts, I think that has been destructive. Yeah. And I'm not saying I have an answer to that, but those are the worst fucking things going on. Like, it's terrible. It's horrible. You don't want that. I don't think it's a healthy thing.
There's no institutional segregation there. They're doing that to themselves, right?
I know, but it's not something we should then. We like right now we have like protected classes, and we don't allow people to hang a sign saying like no whites allowed, right? And I don't want that to change, because I think that would be playing into what I already see as having destructive results, which is the three areas I mentioned as random examples. But
you think forcing people to interact with people they don't want to interact with is better?
Yes, literally. Yes, I know you're meaning that in a negative way, but I'm
meaning it in the way that you're describing it. So the problem isn't that like, what is it? Prior to like all of the government intervention and trying to fix all of the minority communities, they were much more stable, right? Prior to the government like forcing integration and providing assistance to low-income minorities, like they had a much more cultural cohesion.
And I don't want that. That sounds like anti-assimilation to me. I don't want that.
No, they were assimilated into the culture, and we destroyed their culture.
Yeah, I was going to say, and we kind of we put them back further than they would have been if we just allowed them to continue with what they were doing.
I don't know.
Same thing with Native Americans. I'm fine with Native Americans having a reservation and banning people off reservations, especially the fact of what we kind of did to them.
No, see, that's where maybe I've spent too much time in Canada. But the reservations here, they are not doing good. In fact, they're not doing good.
That's their problem. It's their land.
It's not because then they go out and in Canada, they go out and some percent of the population burns down churches in Canada. It's a thing that's been going on, right? So it's not. It extends when you have a group of people that don't assimilate, that are too isolationist in their own little cultural bubble. I think it doesn't just stay there. It never stays there.
It does for us.
No, it fucking doesn't. I've been to Milwaukee, brother. It doesn't stay there. It does not stay there. People can take a bus and then go and then do some nonsense. It doesn't stay there. Look at fucking Chicago. It doesn't stay there.
But people inside the culture will do that same exact thing. That doesn't necessarily mean they're not assimilated.
Yeah, and they're just basically living their own existence, right? I mean, there was a point in time when white people understood that it was their job to pacify the savages, and we don't do our job anymore.
But what savages are we talking about, though?
Well, I feel like Anson. I feel like you're weirdly. I feel like you're weirdly conflu coded right now because that's what I'm kind of my idea with like not having segregation. I think it's better.
No, I'm saying it's the white man's burden to civilize them.
I don't like how you said it, but I think I agree with the sentiment. Like I feel like we're saying the same. That's what I'm saying. I feel like we're saying the same thing, but then segregation is the opposite of that. Like in Canada, and I know no one likes when I talk about Canada, but we have had an influx, right, of the Indian people, right, from India, like not like Native Americans, but from India, and we've had such an influx that now they formed their own communities, and in Vancouver they formed gangs around those communities. That's not a good thing. That's not a good thing. It's better where it was when we had a good level of immigration, where they were like dispersed. And and everyone was intended to integrate. That was better because everyone felt like back in when I grew up, right? It's like everyone felt like everyone's the same. Everyone's the same thing, right? Even if we're all different races. Anson is putting his head in his hands. So I mean, to sound off, Anson, but like everything was better when everyone just like when we didn't see race, and now that everything is like racially segregated, now we're forced to see race by the fucking woke people. I feel like that has been definitionally worse. And I feel like the more integration you have, the less you have of that. Because now we cling in an integrationist society, you cling to cultural ideals and stuff that you actually agree with. In a racialized society that's segregated, you go into a bad form of tribalism that is just destructive and has been in all the cities that we have massive amounts of segregation. Like again, 3 examples I named: Compton, South Side of Chicago, fucking Milwaukee, right? Terrible in all 3 of those places.
Well, it's their place. Let them ruin it.
It's not. They can take a bus, Anson. They can take a bus. They can go to other parts. It's not like it's just we don't have a wall around these places. Right. We don't have a wall around Southside Chicago. They can go outside of Southside Chicago and then do some fucking nonsense, which often happens. So it's not. It's not just let these people live.
And I told you what the solution was, but we don't have the stomach for it anymore, right? We can't go around, pacifying the savages anymore, right? We can't do our duty.
I mean, to be fair, Confluence, with your example, I think you gave Milwaukee, South Side of Chicago, and then did you say LA?
And Compton, specifically.
And Compton. Yeah. These are 3 places who are known for not locking up their criminals. And I would say your Indian example, it doesn't quite, it's not the same fit because the Indian culture isn't assimilated inside Canada the same way the American culture or the Native American culture is assimilated inside America.
Yeah, and pacifying, what I mean by that is going in and locking up all of the people that are doing bad things, which is exactly what Nick is talking about doing.
I think Nick wants to try something different.
No, he said very specifically that all the people committing crimes need to get locked up. And he's accurately basically said, hey, it's all the black areas, which is the same thing Confluence is saying, believe it or not. So it's like Nick and Confluence are basically the same person now.
I agree with that.
What? I feel like everyone's throwing me under the goy bus right now, okay? Don't throw me under that.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, I think Nick did state that. I think Nick did state can't, arrest all the criminals, and that the black community is struggling with this, and that's why he would avoid the black community.
Yeah,
I feel like I'm just gonna do a blanket disavow as I take care of nonsense, but blanket disavow just to be safe. I do.
It's only been an
possibly. I broke the seal, brother.
I'll be back.
Yeah, Frankie.
All I know is that black women are exquisite works of art, and I appreciate them.
They also graduate college at a higher percentage than anybody else.
Yeah. Yep. And the old story about how they're all pink on the inside doesn't apply to them.
No, that was just a hateful rhetoric we put on them.
Yeah, I know. Sometimes it's purple.
It can be purple.
Yeah.
I can verify that it can be purple.
God made pussy in all shades.
Except pink or not pink. Fucking green. I don't know why I said
I don't
pink.
know, man. You get some disease pussy turn green.
It does, but you shouldn't be getting any.
No, you shouldn't.
Not all pussy is equal.
Not all pussy is equal. That's right. But black pussy is good pussy. That's all I'm saying.
From a long time ago, it was good when I tried it.
Yeah. See, I'm not racist because I eat black pussy.
I did not do that. You were one step ahead of me. But if Kamala was voted in, I may have been forced to against my will.
Oh, that chick was hot. I would have totally tapped that. I can fix her.
You wouldn't be able to talk to her.
Well, yeah, I know. It's because she'd be sitting on my face.
Well, that and the fact that she's not a good talker.
Well, that's just like most women. See, that's the problem.
She's a little worse than most women.
Oh, she's about the average woman. That's the problem.
Nah.
That's the problem I have with people dunking on her for saying stupid shit, right? Like, if you ever listen to a woman talk for a long period of time, Kamala Harris was just the average woman.
What did I miss? Because Doomerang just said, I think the gayest, also the nicest thing he's ever said to me. So I don't. You guys must have been saying some wild shit for Doomerang to post that. So I don't know what the fuck happened.
Wait, are we talking about the Uwu girls or
and
the,
Oxycat says, "Can we not?" What were you guys talking about? Holy shit! It's supposed to be Star Wars slurs. What the fuck happened?
Wait, I thought we were talking about Uwu girls and Ara girls and Unicha.
No, we were talking about how not all pussy is equal.
Well, I'm sure.
Doomerang, I trust you. Okay, what happened? Tell me what fucking happened. What did I fucking miss?
We were talking about how Confluence has jungle fever.
That is true with Maryland.
Maryland seems pretty white coated to me. I don't know. No one says anything. I feel like I missed something. I don't know what. I don't know what I missed. I don't know what I missed. I'm glad I'm back. 07's Oxycat. I disavow whatever happened in the past 5 minutes. Disavow absolutely every single word that was spoken.
We just sat here in silence, and everyone got bored.
Oh God, I feel now I'm getting a little nervous. I don't know what was said, but
obviously you wouldn't have this reaction if we said anything about the little hat people.
I think I said something about Kamala Harris sitting on my face.
And I can confirm.
I
can confirm he did say that.
Do I have to end the stream because he said that? Because I feel like that's like worse than the Guna bomber. I feel
that's giving praise to the president that lost. That's grace.
Yeah.
The president that lost. Oh my Jesus.
Yeah.
The president that lost.
President. Yeah, you have to eat those words now in the same way that Anson is eating a different thing. I guess.
If I ever get to meet Kamala Harris, I'd be behind her 100%.
Oh God, I wouldn't touch Kamala
Brother,
Harris.
you have to have a standard. You have to. You have to.
The standard is Kamala Harris.
You have to. The standards have to be higher. I understand, right? Shoot for the stars, and if you fall, you land on the cloud. I understand that, but not the cloud can't be Harris. Okay, it just can't be. It can't be. It just can't. Okay, pick Bonnie Blue. Even okay. If you want Bonnie Blue, I mean, I hate that I have to say this, but it's probably better than Kamala Harris. Okay, maybe I'm not sure actually. I mean.
Well, let's get back.
I'm not sure if I disavow what I just said.
That's a lot worse.
Hold on. Confluence. We know you have a thing for blondes. That's why. We know you have a thing for blondes, and of course you want to have sex with Bonnie Blue.
Okay, disavow. No, I disavow all clankers. Okay, so Bonnie Blue is
on the clanky side.
Yeah, what Doomerang said. Okay. Alien or robot, but
I might actually believe that.
Yeah,
you could probably convince me of that. If there's a documentary, I'd watch it.
I mean, like Confluence. If you had to choose between Bonnie Blue or a S robot, which one you choose?
S robot. Yeah, like
there'd be no personality.
I feel like I had that answer before you even asked the question. Like that's how on that side I am. Like an S robot, 100%.
What about H-Man or Bonnie Blue?
H-Man. H-Man.
Yep.
H-Man, to quote Anson, I'd be behind H-Man before I'd be behind Bonnie Blue, okay? Not in a gay way, in a normal way.
Can we clip that so we can turn him into the new Nick Fuentes?
It's only because I'm comparing it to Bonnie Blue, to be clear. And make sure you clip this part too. Add this. Add my clarification.
She's getting
Be a good clipper.
Here's another one. Michelle Obama or H-Man?
Oh, Michelle Obama.
I'm going Michelle Obama too. Big Mike.
Michelle Obama is also kind of like, am I allowed to?
You can say Big Mike.
Okay, yeah. Well, you said it, not me. So either way, still kind of the same levels of maybe,
Yeah, it's still gay.
She could
either way.
Prostate.
Okay, you said that, not me. I mean, I'm just saying.
Well, let's get back to Nick converting Confluence into what he'll be soon.
Yeah. Okay, Nick, make me a groiper. Look, he's ready to. You look at those eyes. He's excited. And I'm excited too, Nick. So I understand.
Our own land. Whereas in America, we are being besieged by 10 million illegal immigrants in 4 years. And then whites and Christians are going to be the minority. And that's true in Canada, Australia, all the countries in Europe. So you could say there's 2 billion people, but what's the proportionality? What is the percentage of people being born that are white? Where's the arrow pointing? Where are we going to be in 50 years? In 50 years, there might be in Israel. In 50 years, there's going to be a white Christendom.
You don't believe people should get married, right?
I think people should get married. I'm a Christian.
You're basically anti-marriage, really. You've talked about this. You've talked about.
Are we done talking about white genocide?
Well, no, I'm coming to the same part because you seem very resistant to the idea of marriage. You've never got married. You've talked very scathingly about henpecked husbands. Just take a look.
It's Nick.
That's true.
Guys get to a certain age and they're like, you know what? Women suck. Yep. Like they're talking too much.
Yep.
They're not hot anymore.
And
like you're fat, you're chubby, you're not as hot as you think you are. You fucking talk too much. You're a bitch.
Yeah.
So we'll obviously get to the brazen misogyny part of that.
Okay, how is that clip anti-marriage? Okay.
Are you gay?
I don't want to be Fuentes pilled, but that clip is not anti-marriage. Absolutely not. Okay, I'm completely siding with Nick on that specific clip. Okay.
If anything, it was pro-marriage because it's basically accurately describing women, so men know what they're getting into.
I showed my wife that clip. She didn't find it as funny as I did.
But it's like, it's not obviously hashtag not all women, right? Like, it's like, obviously that's like, Nick is not saying that. He's just saying like, this is the condition. As Alpha, who hasn't been back in a while, right? You know, says, enjoy the sexual revolution. You know, I wish I could do a better black sense, but I can't. But I feel like, the state of modern women, that's what Nick is talking about. I'm not Nick Pilled. That's just obviously what he's talking about. He's not saying Nick is a Catholic. He's not fucking anti-marriage, unless I'm crazy and Nick has said some insane stuff.
Maybe he'll play another clip.
Yeah, maybe he's gonna play another clip
a little later. But I'm just curious.
Y'all are mad.
On the one hand, there's this terrible genocide going on of white people. On the other hand, you want people effectively to stop going near women because they all turn out to be so ghastly. So they shouldn't.
Alpha's been on here a couple times.
So how does that work? I mean, aren't you, with your rhetoric, actively encouraging men not to associate with these ghastly women, therefore not have any more?
Yes, don't associate with the ghastly woman. Piers said it himself. Associate with the non-ghastly woman. Piers, you said the quiet part out loud. You're
Piers is with a
water for Fuentes.
Piers is with a ghastly woman, so he don't understand Nick's logic.
Yeah, he just hears this and he thinks like, oh, this is what Nick must be talking about, all women. It's like, no, Piers, not all women, okay?
Or children. Therefore, you are contributing, Nick Fuentes, to the diminishing white population. I'm confused.
Okay, Oxycat, assuming you're not being ironic, which I will assume, but I'm not sure. But Nick
I bet she don't know. I bet she genuinely probably don't know.
Nick has said a lot of stuff that to my ears and to a lot of other people's ears sounds very anti-Semitic, very race realist, very bigoted and stuff. And there's certain degrees of water that you can carry on any of those sides. But my stance is I do think he does I do think Nick, I've said this before, I'll say it again, even though I think Nick is winning this interview, to be very clear, I think Nick is actually anti-Semitic. I do think that from what I've heard of Nick, and this interview hasn't changed my mind on that. I do think he is anti-Semitic. I'm not going to lie about that.
No, that's all wrong, Confluence. He's been attacked constantly because he doesn't bend the knee for Israel. And if you say anything that if you say anything that even questions Jews,
Big Soda, who is more affectionate toward Nick than I am, would Big Soda that's not. It's not just questioning Israel. He has said some bad stuff about Jewish people.
This is what I'll say. He said anti-Semitic statements. And whether that makes him an anti-Semite, I don't know. I've said racist stuff. I don't inherently think that makes me a racist, but Nick has crossed that line a couple of fucking times. I just thought it was funny. I can understand why other people might not think it's funny.
Yeah, if you want to know who Nick is, just go watch the Tucker Carlson interview that he did, because they go in depth about, like, it's actually a respectful conversation. And you learn a whole lot about who Nick is and where he's coming from and why he's doing what he's doing.
No,
Steven's a good one. Steven Crowder's a good one.
I would recommend the Crowder one before the Tucker one. I mean, even from an anti-Tucker point of view, I mean, I've said this, me and Big Soda, I think we talked about this, right? Tucker, he has Nick on, and it's like all pleasantries and all like a bit of like mutual glazing. And then when Nick is off the show, then Tucker is off defaming Nick again.
Gay boy.
Yeah. And so it's like, so what? So I don't think it was, I don't know, man. And then, I mean, especially because Tucker, then copyright struck my channel. So I'm a little anti-Tucker right now.
I think Steven Crowder's the best one so far that I've seen of Nick.
Yeah. I would say the Crowder one is probably the best. Although it still is, I will say, I still think Nick was, on that specific interview, was very aware of what he was saying and how it sounded. He was like optics coded in that way.
Oh, yeah. But I think he also respects Steven, and he wants to give him an accurate version of himself.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. I mean, Maryland has some good points. Though, Maryland?
Yeah. Can you prove it?
Yeah. Can you prove it?
I'll believe you. Just prove it.
You want to, Maryland? Do you want to convert me? I'm open to you converting me.
No, don't. No, Maryland. You should go back in your car and you should just drive north. Just keep driving north until you get to a border, and then cross that border, Maryland.
And then you're in Alabama, and then you're really close to me. So
no, disavow. Hey, can you like stop this guy? I feel like he's like saying some like stuff that I don't agree with. So maybe accidentally again, or like just do what you have to do.
I tell my followers to get married all the time. I tell them that it's best for everybody to get married. And I think that's the only way that you can have sex. I think that's the only licit way as a Catholic, to have sex is within marriage.
Why don't you get married?
Being banned from Discord is
I'll get married later. It's difficult for me because people are shooting at me at my house. I don't know that I don't want to have kids and a wife. My wife would be screaming about that. Me, I have to be able to take risks and be able to say these things. It's difficult to bring a family into a life that's like that. But for my followers, I tell them to get married.
Just a brief aside, I've said the most wild shit. If it might leak one day, but the worst stuff I've said has been on Discord, and I have not been banned. So Oxy, I don't know what the fuck you're saying on Discord to get you banned. His sister, I've said some wild shit.
But what's happening with women?
Me. You literally just told your followers. Hang on, in that clip, you literally told followers, women. They get old, they get fat, they get ugly, they get very annoying. So where's the incentive to get married to women? There isn't one.
Piers just conceded.
You're actively telling them the opposite.
You're extrapolating a lot.
Just quoting you back yourself again.
No, but you're extrapolating and saying, well, you say women are annoying, so therefore, what's the incentive? We have to do it in spite of the fact that they are annoying. We have to do it in spite of the fact that they talk too much. We can get them to lose weight. We can put them on peptides. We can get them to the promised land, but it's going to be
Do you think this view of women may be why none of them want to go near you?
Oh, you should see my DMs. It is quite the opposite.
Oh,
They're called
my
the boy
DMs.
bets, and I'm actually batting them away. Granted,
You're
not all of them are
gay.
attractive. Some of them are
Fucking gay.
attractive.
Are
but
you actually?
you do
Look, just to
very
clear
well
up,
about
just to
that.
clear up one of the many theories about you. I've no idea what the answer is, and you haven't got to answer. But are
You're
you
gay.
actually attracted to women?
I am attracted to women.
No,
You're
you're
not
not.
gay.
No,
You're gay.
but I will say that women are very difficult to be around.
Okay.
So
You're not very difficult
There's
to be
that.
around.
And do you think they should have the right to vote?
I do not. No.
Oh,
absolutely
nice.
not. Well, yeah,
Yeah.
absolutely.
So basically, you're just a misogynist old dinosaur, aren't you? For a young guy.
Yeah.
I mean, I know
Yeah,
I'm the
Mr.
boomer.
Mister,
I know
I'm
I'm the
confused.
boomer here, but actually, you're a 27-year-old dinosaur, aren't you? Aren't you, Nick Fuentes? All women.
I am.
All women
Your
are
body
annoying.
on
All
peptides.
women
I'm a
grow
fine
old.
choice.
They all get. Just a guy. Have you ever had sex?
No, absolutely not.
Wow. Says the guy who's never got laid.
Oh.
Is that the tactic we're moving to, Piers?
Yeah.
Well,
This is where
we
it
have
gets
gone-
really bad.
We have
It gets
lost
really
all
bad.
the points that were like incel.
Which is
Jesus
wild because we're talking about
Christ.
two Catholics. So we're talking about a Catholic judging another Catholic for being celibate.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that's a good point, right? Like if you're both like actually Catholic, like for real,
It gets wild. But like this
Like,
part
yeah,
right
like,
here is my
why-
favorite part.
he's not married. Pierce, do you want him to have had premarital sex as a Catholic? Is that better? Like, yeah, that's a wild. That's a good
Yeah,
point.
y'all
Lisa.
gotta focus
Like,
on this part. It gets wild.
Well, okay.
Okay.
Now,
That's
I-
the thing, though. You boomers.
Oh, Anson, go ahead.
I find the incel insult as particularly offensive because it implies that just because a woman hasn't selected you for breeding that you are inferior. It's the equivalent of like every woman who got like turned down by a guy and immediately turned around and called the guy gay for turning them down.
It is a feminist
Yeah,
talking point. Yeah.
it's like why would I care if someone has been rejected by a woman? Like what difference does that make? Right? That just means that like there's some woman that didn't want to have sex with them. So what? I mean,
But
it's
even-
an irrelevant. It's an irrelevant thing. Like why
But
would it
I
matter?
think even from like I know, Anson, I understand you're not religious, but from a religious point of view, it's a weird thing to go after, you know?
It
It's
is.
like because like I've never been married, right? And you know, not virgin coded, but it's like I feel like I would say those things from my religious point of views are like stuff that was probably not good, right?
Mhm.
And so it's like it's weird for Piers to be judging someone. Like I would not, if I talk to someone who's a Christian, and again for Anson, you have to put yourself in a Christian worldview. But if I was talking to someone who's a Christian, and they're like, oh yeah, I'm 30 and I've dated people, but I haven't had sex because I haven't been married because of religious reasons. I wouldn't judge that person. That seems insane to me from a Christian to a Christian. Yeah. I don't think that makes any sense, right? Like if you think something is like a not good thing to do under a religious reason, that is like, why are you like using that to try to mog the other person?
It's basically like insulting someone for not having a vice, right? Because promiscuity is a vice.
Yeah.
Basically, it's like saying, "Oh, you're not a thief." Well, look at you, you're a thief cell, right? Involuntary non-thief. Like it makes no sense as an insult. That's why it bothers me.
You're saying you've never stolen?
Yeah.
What the fuck is wrong with you?
It's the
And
same
like,
thing.
well,
It's a
you're not
vice to
supposed to.
sleep with people and not be married, right? Even if you're not religious, it's still a vice because it's bad for you.
Yeah.
Right, but I guess even if at least if Pierce was like an atheist, at least maybe there's something there of like not from promiscuity, but from like, hey, you've never been with a woman. Okay, well, why not? But like, based on them both being religious, this is the thievery example that Hanson used is I think very, very relevant here. So, talking to girls is gay. That's Gregory.
He has said some crazy shit like that. He says maybe having sex with girls is gay.
I have heard that. I've heard that from Nick. That's what
it's
makes
a
me
beautiful
question
clip.
if it was Masad that actually put, the trans corn on his phone. That's what makes me. It's the kind of stuff that I'm not sure. Could be jokes. Hard to say. And he did spend in real life time with Destiny. We can't forget that. And
That's questionable for me.
and then the
I
video,
question him for that.
the video is, I think, timestamped to a similar point when they were in real life. The video. So hard to say.
They talked about there was a comment they made about underage girls, or that Destiny made about underage girls, and Nick was like based, and it gave me a little weird vibe.
Depends on the
So he's not
comment.
innocent.
Depends on the comment. Sometimes when Destiny says that shit, sometimes I'm like, oh, it's a joke. Sometimes when he says that, I'm like, I'm not sure.
I guess that's my H line is probably underage jokes.
Yeah, I mean, that's a good line. That is a good line. I would be lying if I said I haven't heard Destiny make those jokes, and I have laughed before. There's some times where it is like where I have laughed. I'm just gonna be honest, Some
of them are funny. I will say some of them are funny. Like there's a comedian, Shane Gillis, and he's got a line about on the show To Catch a Predators. It seemed like it's only Indian people and people with Down syndrome. Yeah, I'm like, that's kind of funny.
Yeah.
There's also this midget Down syndrome guy that's been caught like 4 times from like 4 different investigators, and like there's videos of him like running away from the investigators, and he's just screaming, yelling. It's fucking hilarious. Not to laugh at people with Down syndrome, but they're kind of funny.
Bo Burnham, I don't know if guys know who that is, but I won't say the joke because I don't know, I don't. But Bo Burnham is, I think, one of my favorite comedians, and he has a joke that's related to this. And if you know, and I think it's fucking hilarious, but I cannot say it. Is Piers a coomer? Piers is definitely a coomer. Piers is, I mean, from what I've been told about what his wife does, on Twitter publicly, from multiple people now. So I feel like it's probably true because, like, I think like 5 different people have told me this.
What's she do? What does she do? Does she fuck other dudes?
Big Soda, you probably know more about this. She's been in like photos of like her in a bed with another guy, like talking about like, but not like. Not saying she's not saying that she like fucked the guy, but like just like kind of inappropriate photos with other people. Do I have this right?
I don't know.
Weren't you one of the people that told me this?
Why don't we
about who?
Pull up her social media.
Piers Morgan's wife.
No, I think I responded to the person that told us. But
okay, there's been a few people.
I haven't seen it for sure. I've been playing on the joke.
Okay, well, okay. I guess maybe I'll have to fact check that then. But like, 30 separate people. Maybe
they said dark
sure
people
many,
visit her.
Yeah,
I don't have social media, so it wasn't me.
So does she get fucked or not?
I can't confirm.
Well, I don't. Yeah, I think that's an open question. Maybe it was yesterday. I think it was probably.
Someone said, I think it was American Nacho too. I think he
American Nacho said it
in a bathtub with studs on her, and she would take pictures of herself. And she was taking breaks from her marriage. Like she'd make a post about taking a 5-week hiatus from her marriage. Weird stuff like that.
Yeah,
if I remember correctly.
Yeah, I can fix her.
I'm gonna be honest, Anson. I think the door is open.
Yeah, you could possibly fix her.
Yeah,
in the same way that I can fix Anna Kasparian. Okay,
you can make her into an American citizen.
In the same way.
It's
you think you're an expert in women?
Free love.
Given you've never got laid.
Yeah, we are going back to the Stone Age. You're absolutely right. This. You're talking about empathy and your kids are empathetic and they would never laugh at a joke about the Holocaust and you're a misogynist. You're a simp yourself. You're totally henpecked. That's the problem.
Oh, okay.
So
let me play another clip.
A good point to have stopped on.
A lot of women want to be raped. And when I say raped, I mean like, that sounds bad when I say it like that. But there's like a lot of women that really want a guy to beat the shit out of them. But also they have to pretend, but part of it is they have to pretend like they don't.
Yep.
You think women want to be raped, do you?
I've met them.
That's what the studies show, Piers. That is
What
what these
studies?
statistics
That's what
say.
you
They
hear,
have
is it?
fantasies. They have fantasies about it. I don't think that
Yeah,
they want to
well-
actually get raped. But there's a study out there. Get ready for this. It
Okay.
says 60.
So I'm only pausing because I haven't pre-watched. What Nick said is an honest answer. Okay, right? Like this, I've seen the studies, and Nick even clarified. He does what I said before. I want Nick to do is to clarify. He did clarify. He's saying when you ask people about their fantasies, this is what they say. But he said they don't actually want it. So I want to see if Pierce is going to pearl clutch to this or not, because he shouldn't. He
He's
shouldn't.
probably going to pearl
Because
clutch
Nick
it,
was
but the
very
pro- but the
clear
problem
about
is-
this.
But the problem is, right, is like everybody has fantasies, right? It's like fucking you have tentacle fantasies for some reason, Confluence. I don't understand it.
I do not. Okay.
You do.
Never watched hentai in my entire life.
Oh,
I
Never
think
in my
what is it
entire
called?
life as a
Is
true
it called
statement.
like non-consent consent
Oh yeah, that and
and like versions of that?
NC and non-consent NCC, I think.
Yeah. And to be fair, this is what happens when you have degeneracy mixed in with
consensual non-consent. Yeah.
yeah. This is what happens when you have degeneracy mixing with like sexual desires, as you start getting into some weird taboo stuff.
Well, yeah, and I think Nick is being honest about that, and
Mhm.
I'm interested to see. And I don't know, Pierce. I have actually not pre-watched, so I hope
He may let go of his
pearl
pearls.
clutch. Yeah, he might let them go for a hot second. We'll see.
Why are you cucking? Why are you cucking?
Why am I? I'm not cucking.
2% of women
I'm
have
not
rape
cucking.
fantasies. And if you read anything that they're reading,
I'm
if you
truthing.
watched what they're watching, what do you think 50 Shades of Grey is about? What do you think Twilight is about? I mean, that's just
Twilight's
true.
a wild one, but I
You think
understand.
women
what
want
you
to
mean.
have the shit beaten out of them, as you said?
Fucking Blade forever.
And it's very disturbing, but it's true.
Do you think your views on women might change if you actually ever had a relationship with one or had sex and actually had a proper relationship? I mean, people say the reason you're so angry about women is you're basically an incel.
Oh my god. Okay, we
I'm
are
not
going
angry
there.
about it.
You
Okay.
sound very angry.
Okay,
You sound
Piers.
very, very angry about women.
Okay,
They
we
get
look
I'm
serious.
passionate. It's an issue
You're
I'm
not
passionate
passionate.
about.
You're sounding very bitter about women. As if women have done a terrible disservice to you. But when? You don't have relationships, you don't have sex. When are they doing these terrible things to you that's made you so hateful towards women? I'm really curious.
Was that? I don't think that was a hateful clip. I think I was laughing. I said they want men to beat the shit out of them, and that's just true. I mean, when you look at the state of modern women, all they do is lay in their bed, doom scroll. They're chilling out. They're getting a little They're getting a little fat. It is what it is. I don't know what the average weight is, but they're getting a little heavy. And any guy that is playing the field these days will tell you that. I mean, and I know a lot of the Chads. I am an incel. I'm friends with a lot of Chads like Bradley Martin, Clavicular. They agree with me. You know, there's sort of like this alliance between the guys that don't have sex and the guys that get the most sex. We know what women are about. It's the guys
my
in the middle.
God. They're having more
Guys like
sex
you in the
than
middle.
me.
It's the beta male orbiters that say,
The only time I've seen Clavicular was on Matan Evans' podcast, which I will always be plugging because it's the best podcast.
Listen to that fucking bullshit. It's fucking stupid. Oh my god, these dudes are getting more sex than I am. Like, who gives a fuck? Go find a bitch, you fucking faggot. No, I saw myself. I didn't say it.
Okay, Frankie, you can't. You
I saw
can't.
myself.
Frankie,
I
you're
saw
getting a
myself.
little crazy. You can't say that. You can't.
Sorry,
a puppet.
Yeah, even the puppets can't save you on that word, Frankie. Okay,
No,
so
but like, fuck. It's like, I hate hearing that shit from the Red Pill. Oh, but it's these guys that get sex from women. It's like,
Frankie, I think, am I crazy? Frankie, I think
you concern yourself with a man.
Frankie, I think you're mishearing what. I think you're mishearing what he said. I don't think.
No, he's saying what fucking every fucking Red Pill fucking.
I don't think. Am I crazy? Did I?
With these women, you know what I'm saying? Like, and then
I
you
don't
hear the
think he
whole-
said that, Frankie. I don't. I didn't hear that. Am I crazy?
No,
Confluence.
I heard that.
Confluence. What your problem is? See, Frankie's being loud because he's an angry beta and he's been triggered.
Oh my god, I'm so triggered. Oh.
I don't. My from what I heard was Fuentes was saying that there is a weird alliance where the Chads, right, are agreeing with him on the state of like modern, like feminist kind of behavior in the state. That's what I heard.
Fuck, dude. They'll fuck a corpse. But they don't give a fuck.
Frankie, I think you heard some words that are making you think that like he's like talking like black pill in like the original way. I don't think that's what I heard. I don't think that's what I heard.
I think he's just saying that modern women aren't as good as they used to be, and I think there's some truth to that.
Yeah, like Nick and this, I don't think Nick is complaining about like, oh, I can't get women, and I don't think he's saying that. I don't think he's saying that.
And besides, even if he got women, which he says, you can check the DMs whether the DMs are coming in or not. I don't think he would just give himself out with sex.
You don't get to his level.
Transformers and shit.
You don't get to his level in a hierarchy like when he's in without
having
lots of women. Calm the fuck down. You don't get to his level in a hierarchy that women can see and not have a bunch of women sliding into his DM because women see him as a competent man and want to get whatever clout that he has because that's the way women.
He looks like he smells.
He's got women in his DMs. I can guarantee that 100%.
He looks like he smells.
Sunglasses, Jewish.
If I got married, yeah, he's definitely getting women in the DMs. I can promise you that.
Yeah, I would think so.
Dude, I'm married. I still don't think so. I think he's getting dudes and Transformers in his DMs.
Well, it's just because you're an angry beta. You settled, Frankie.
Yeah, but to be fair, that wouldn't make sense because he pushes against their ideology. So if they were truly into the T ideology, I don't think they would be compassionate to Nick. I bet you Maryland's in his DM.
Groy for women trying to get the Fuentes.
Yeah. I'm just going to leave this chat up just to let it mellow a bit.
She's amazing. You're a misogynistic pig because I don't know what that is. I guess.
Well, come on. Let me explain to you what I think it is. I think when a 27-year-old guy who's never got laid, never had a meaningful relationship with a woman, says that women shouldn't be allowed to vote, they should stay at home, that all they do is fantasize about being raped and being beaten up. That's what they want.
That's all they do.
They're annoying.
That's what Nick said. That's all they do. That's all they do every hour of every day.
Now, you may not understand it because your knowledge of women is so incredibly tiny. Actually, you are the embodiment of a misogynist. It couldn't be clearer.
This conversation is bothering me.
In a way, you have the deep-rooted misogyny of some of the actual boomers I know. Yet here you are, 27 years old. And most of the current studies show that a lot of men are really disenfranchised from society, no longer have physical relationships with women if they've ever had them, never associate with women, and build up instinctively misogynist views about women. And I fear you're in that position. You're just a bit of a lonely guy who wants to get laid and can't for whatever reason. And it's made you bitter about women. I don't know where that's come from, but it's fascinating.
No, see, here's the thing. First of all, you're very caught up in the labels. It's always, you're a racist, you're a misogynist.
You said you were a racist.
Mean nothing to me. Well, hang on. Whoa, can I respond?
You gave yourself the label.
What is this?
You said, I am a racist. I didn't give you the label.
Okay.
You said, Nick Fuentes, I am a racist.
Calm down. Calm down.
Did you or didn't you?
It's okay.
Did you?
He's using Anson talking points.
But
I didn't give you the label. You did.
Why are you yelling at me?
Because you're trying to refer something that didn't happen. You said, I gave you the label of being a racist. No, you did. You said, I'm a racist. You gave yourself the label.
You're going to have to tone it down a little, all right? You're going to have to bring it down a notch and relax. This is just an interview, okay? Please calm down. All I said is you're hung up. I didn't say you gave me that. Maybe I did.
You did.
But here's what I mean. What I mean is you're just hung up on proving you're a misogynist. Okay, you're a racist. Okay, you denied the Holocaust. And I'm not about the labels,
man. You didn't deny the Holocaust.
Past that.
As I said to you, look, Nick, I just wanted to go over the stuff that everyone uses out there about you and get you to respond. And we are getting, I think, a long way in this interview. Right?
Okay.
You didn't deny the Holocaust. You accepted there's been a Holocaust of at least 6 million Jews.
I'm a maximalist. I'm a Holocaust.
That is significant.
I think it's more.
You did admit you're a racist. And you have spelled out a thought process about women, which is the purest definition of misogyny that I've ever
sexual
seen.
tension
And you
between
said you're
these
not
two
gay.
people.
So we're getting somewhere.
Sexual tension is amazing.
Yeah. Well, look, and I own the labels, okay? But I just don't care that much about them.
That's fine.
I feel like the whole
I'm not saying
this
you
is
have,
like a weird.
I'm not saying you
Yeah, go
have to
ahead.
care, Nick. You don't have to care about any of it. I promise you. Right? That's not why I
You
got
have
you
to
on the
become a member
show.
of the Confluence
I wanted to
YouTube
give you a
channel
fair
for me to
crack,
share
which I think
that.
I have.
Okay.
We've gone over a lot of stuff. We've got
agree.
It's against
got a bit more to
TOS.
go on. I genuinely don't think I've ambushed you with anything you couldn't have been expecting.
No.
I don't think I've been
not at
overtly
all.
hostile. In fact, when you've asked me to calm down, I've calmed down. I don't want to have a
Don't think
hostile.
I've been overtly hostile. Okay. Piers. Okay.
angry, shouty match with you.
Yeah, no, this
I
has been a
simply
good
want
faith,
you
honest
to
interview.
spell out exactly what you've meant about all these things, and people can then be the judge of them. So let's take another break.
Okay, when you ask
and
a
we'll come back
question,
and talk about Donald Trump, Tucker
let him
Carlson,
answer it.
Candace Owens.
I only do
and
terror for
others.
money, Doomer. Not for free.
I like how we skipped over and didn't answer that last question.
Yeah, and we punt to an ad, which I will
.com
ungraciously skip.
New
Okay,
question.
back with Nick Fuentes. You began your show in 2017, the same year as Trump was inaugurated for his first term in office. You supported him at that time, but you've grown increasingly disillusioned, I think it'd be fair to say. Let's play a recent clip from you about Trump.
We played this game in the first term. We're 10 years in. And you still have these people, I hate to say it, but they're just like in denial. And they're like, okay, everybody, let's all go on Twitter and let's tell Trump, don't screw over your voters. Okay. Hey, Trump, don't hire John Ratcliffe in the CIA. Like, what are we doing? We lost. It's over. The time to make demands was during the election when he needed the votes. He's a lame duck president. He doesn't need anything from us. He's not even on Twitter. He's on Truth Social. So what are you talking about? We're going to all rally and tell him, don't hire yet another neocon?
Now, over the weekend, you posted this on X. You said performative cruelty is the perfect phrase to characterize the Trump admin and the mood of the MAGA movement. In order to compensate for his compromises and failures, Trump has to fall back on mean-spiritedness to appeal to the basest instincts of its followers. It's really sad. I mean, do you think you're the best person, Nick Fuentes, to lecture people about performative cruelty?
Why? Are you accusing me of being cruel? Is that what that is?
Yeah.
What? How am I cruel?
You're cruel about black people. You're cruel about women. I mean, you're cruel about a lot of people, and you're very performative.
Okay. I don't think I'm performative. If anything, everyone else is performative. I'm authentic. You know, whatever you want to say about me, it's real. It's from the gut. But yes, I do think it's performative. And what I mean by that is, you know,
Hey, can y'all hear me
when
all
they're
right?
doing the deportation,
Yeah.
they know
Check
the
that.
deportations are not
Am
where
I good?
the base wants them to be. They deported.
You're
The
good.
figures are disputed, but from my data, it's 300,000 in the year, which is not a massive deportation. They know the base is unhappy with that. So what do? The deportations that they are carrying out, they do a big spectacle and they arrest everybody and they film it and they put a hype at it. And there's a meanness in there. They played that song, I think from Sabrina Carpenter or something, and they make it a joke. They make it glib. And they do that because they're not delivering on the promise. So they compensate by doing it meaner, edgier, more mean-spirited, so that the base will overlook the fact that it's not happening. And I think that's by definition performative cruelty. You can call me a hypocrite, but it's definitely true about what they're doing in the administration.
You went to see Trump at Mar-a-Lago with Ye for dinner. What was that like?
It was very interesting. They're my two heroes. Ye is my hero. Trump is my hero. Even though he's very disappointing, I still a personal hero of mine. And he's a remarkable person. It was a great conversation. We got along pretty well. He liked me. I liked him. It was the love fest.
I mean, he got attacked afterwards
Oh.
for
They have sex.
the white supremacist.
That's what I heard.
devil.
That's what I heard.
Do you
I don't want to reveal the list.
No, absolutely not.
You don't think white people are superior to black people?
No, I'm a Christian, so I believe everybody is equal before God.
Including women?
Yes.
So you give women equal rights then?
No.
Great.
No.
Great. Okay, so you just talked a lot of bullshit, didn't you?
No. Why are you like mad about this? No.
You want women
and
to be
men are
treated
different.
equally before God, but you don't want to give them equal rights.
Yeah, because women
Okay,
and men
that's
are
fine.
different.
Look,
Do you
it's your
believe there are
view.
two genders?
It's your view.
Do you think there's two genders?
I do think there are two genders, yes.
Okay. And so you mean there's distinction. There are two distinct genders.
I think we should all have the same rights to.
Well, if they're meaningfully distinct, biologically distinct, and they have different social and biological roles, I think it would follow that we would treat them a little bit differently in the law.
Do you think
That's
the Catholic
me, though.
Church's teachings reflect that?
Yeah.
I do. Yeah, there's
Really?
no female priests. Have you ever seen that?
Do you think that
No,
the
no,
Catholic
female
Church
priests
thinks
in
all
Catholic
women
Church.
should be deprived of the vote?
Yeah, I think so.
No, they don't.
I think they do. Yeah.
You think the Catholic Church position is women shouldn't be allowed to vote?
I think so. Yeah,
No.
but I'm not positive.
No, it's bullshit.
I don't think that's true.
Oh, it should be.
I don't think
No,
that's true.
It should be. So if you were
It
Pope,
be,
that's
yeah.
what you do. You could be
I don't
Pope
think
because
that's
you're
no,
celibate.
I don't think
Could
that's
be.
the official Catholic stance.
Nobody
That's
should be
true.
allowed to vote. There should be
And I'm
bars.
also from Chicago, like the Pope. But look,
Right.
I mean, women, it says in the Bible that women have no authority over men and they can't teach men. And that's why there's no female priests.
There's a lot of
So I
things in
don't
the
think
Bible.
the Catholic-
I mean, do you take every
Okay.
word of the Bible as sacrosanct?
Well, yeah, it's inspired scripture.
That's all of
But I
it
mean,
is
is this now
all of it is
a
sacrosanct.
theological debate? Well, it is Catholic doctrine that women should not lead and teach. I mean, you're not interacting with what I'm saying. Why can't women be priests?
There should be.
Okay, well, you're not Catholic. That's not a Catholic
I am
position.
a Catholic.
It's not
Many
a
things I
Catholic
disagree with the
position.
Catholic Church.
Okay. Well, that kind of is
And you're not
contrary because
Catholic.
the whole
Oh,
basis
really?
of being Catholic is
No, no.
accepting.
You
Yes,
can be,
it's
you
accepting
can be
the
a member.
authority of
You
the
can,
pontiff.
you can be a member of a religion and disagree with parts of that religion. Perfectly.
Not with the RCC. You can't. That's not how being a Roman Catholic works. Not how
Listen,
it
I'm a
works.
Christian, but I don't believe in the
You could be-
doctrine
well,
of
yeah,
Christ.
I mean, you could say
Unless you're an
that, but
extremist.
No, but it's even worse with like the churches that have like authority structures, like Catholic
Yeah.
and Eastern Orthodox. It's like it doesn't. I mean, I've met Catholics that like say this stuff that like Piers is saying, but it's like that's just a fundamental misunderstanding that Piers has. It's like, yeah, what it means to be a Catholic, and I'm not a Catholic, but you know,
What I don't understand is why Piers is giving Nick Fuentes such a hard time when he has Andrew Wilson on there, and Nick and Andrew Wilson are like probably 80% compatible with one another's views.
Possibly.
I mean, and basically Piers, glazes Andrew when he's on there a lot,
Yeah, he does.
yeah, it's weird. It's strange that he's going after Nick so much. Because Andrew, there'd be if you wanted to clip Andrew, I mean, you could make a lot of clips, right? Like I've watched enough whatever podcasts to know you could make a lot of clips.
True.
The same way that it goes
Extremist, you can't. Obviously, you never deviate.
That's just not rigorous.
You never
That's just
deviate if
sloppy.
you're an extremist. But even the Constitution,
sloppy.
even the Constitution's been amended. Was it 27 times? People talk about this sacrosanct document. It's it's been amended
Oh
27
my
times.
goodness.
Yeah,
Oh my, this is not rigorous intellectually. This is very
just
this is
a statement of
tabloid
fact.
theology. Okay.
This is just-
it's
this
fine.
is just
Where
bad
were we? We were
theology.
talking about Trump,
me-
and somehow we got
on
into
Trump,
you're
look,
white
on-
knighting for
on-
women's rights.
On Trump, well, I think women should have the same rights as you and I. You don't. That's fine.
Put on the pink hat, bro. Put on the pink hat. We're waiting.
What's the pink hat for?
For the march, for the women's march? Are we going to see you at the women's march protesting for women's rights and all that?
I think women should have equal rights to men. Period.
You carry tampons in case your female friends get a period or something. Like, it's crazy.
I'd have no
Knighting
problem.
is
I'd have no problem
diabolical.
giving a female friend a tampon. Would you? I don't suppose you've ever seen a tampon, have you?
Gross. Absolutely not.
You think tampons are gross?
For breast cancer.
Yeah, they're
Really?
filled with period blood. Yeah, it's kind of gross.
Wow. Have you
Are
ever
you
seen-
into that? You like that? You,
have you ever
got
seen
a lot
it?
of tampons?
I don't think you've ever seen it, have
Like a
you?
woman's march? No. But for like
I've seen
breast
them.
cancer,
I've seen
them
think
before.
that-
You've been that close to a woman? Really?
I believe, breast cancer.
No,
needs to be
I've seen them. Look,
Oh, you've seen
I used to
videos?
live with women, so I've seen them around the
I
house.
bet you've seen videos, haven't you?
What? What are we doing here, Piers?
I'm not
You
sure.
really
What
hate
are
that.
we
I'm
doing
not sure,
here?
You're
man.
more
What are we
impressed that I'm a
doing?
misogynist than you are about anything.
No,
It's
what are we
really
doing?
like-
I'm actually more exercised about your blatant self-admitted racism than I'm about
I see.
anything.
He's doing
But
the
the
Catholic
misogyny
Back to
runs a
that.
close second.
Back to that.
Let me ask you about Tucker Carlson, because you had a long sit down with Tucker Carlson in which he was.
He had to move off
I
the
like
religion
Tucker. We
quick.
get on well. I was with him
Yeah.
last week in London, but he gave me a harder time than he gives you. And then afterwards, he was more critical. And then you said this about Tucker.
He's a handler. He handles people. That's what he does.
Right.
He's a fucking liar and a handler. He goes around telling people, I don't know anything. I don't know. Oh, I know nothing. I don't even have a phone. I am just a clueless tourist. I just travel to all these countries and, I don't trust him. And I don't care, maybe that alienates me from people in the conservative movement. I don't care. I'm not going to be a part of it. I'm not going to be a party to whatever that is. Whatever that CIA bullshit is, I'm not going to be a part of it. So,
It's the CIA's fault.
now that I've heard enough from Tucker and I've heard enough from other people and I've seen enough, this guy's not who he says he is. Not an ally. Stay the fuck away from me. You're weird, dude. You're weird.
See, what would have been great is if you'd said that to him when you were sitting opposite him.
Well, when I was sitting,
No, what would have been great is if Tucker's the one who talked shit about Nick after the interview. So what would have been great is if Tucker had a problem with Nick, if he would have pressed him more, right? Like that's the direction this goes. It's not like, from my knowledge, it's not like Nick talks shit about Tucker right after. It was one directional. So again, if you have someone on, it's on your show, press them while you have them in front of you. That's the correct
opposite
order
him
of things.
at the dinner and in the interview, he was nothing but nice. He was very nice to me and very cordial, and he didn't call me an anti-Semite, and he didn't even press me on it at all. And I thought he would, and I almost wanted him to. He was nothing but nice, and we had a great time. We had a really great dinner, really great interview, and I felt really good about it. And the next week on my show, I said, he really surprised me. He's great. And then every interview he's done since, all he does is call me an anti-Semite. He goes, well, I hate his anti-Semitism. And, I wonder why people like him. And so I just think that's two-faced. So after that experience, it kind of turned me off. I didn't like that, but he's going to do what he's going to do. He's still a nice guy, but I think he's two-faced.
Candace Owens.
He is such a good
You had a sit down
communicator.
with her. She called you out on a few of your more incendiary comments. You've been attacking her quite virulently recently. What's going on there?
Well, it's me and her. We're so complicated. We're on and off. It's very passionate on both sides.
Yeah.
I think there's
It's like me and Desiree Noel. Okay, so I understand where Nick's coming from.
intense
I understand.
desire
I get it.
to be friends.
I get it.
But
Who-
a
who
frustration
does
where
get
we
great,
disagree
which
with
is
each
wild.
other. There's a rivalry.
No, meet me in the closet.
But
Yeah,
I
I
thought
can't
we
do
were going to
that.
have a friendly conversation, and then she kind of did the same thing.
Don't own a closet.
We were going to go on a show during the war with Iran. We're literally in the middle of a war. And she texted me the day before the United States bombed Fort O. And she said, would you like to come on my show? I said, absolutely. I said, is this going to be about Iran? She goes, I don't do setups. I said, yeah, let's do it. I come on the show, and then she's like got this weird hostile demeanor. She's doing the clip thing. Then she puts it behind a paywall. It was ridiculous. So that really was not nice. And then I think this whole Charlie Kirk thing, I think she's gone insane. I think she's absolutely lost her mind. So I feel sorry for her husband.
What did you feel when Charlie Kirk was assassinated? Where were you when you heard about it?
I was at my house, and a friend of mine who was actually at the event texted me.
It was
I said,
beating
Charlie
off
got
with that
shot.
paper. He
I
was
said,
that
who? He
crazy
said,
fat
Charlie
paper.
Kirk. I said, oh my gosh, that's terrible. And honestly, it was devastating. I didn't like Charlie Kirk at all. And we had an intense rivalry, and he hated me. But honest to God, I was devastated. I was emotionally affected by it. I didn't even do a show that night because I was beside myself. So it was rough. I mean, it was hard to watch.
When you say you were beside yourself, I mean, you hated him.
I don't hate anybody. I didn't hate him, but
You just said you
I really
hated
didn't
him.
like him. I intensely
No,
disliked him.
okay, yeah, this is Piers. I think this is the worst of Piers. I think
I mean, yeah, I agree with you. It is the worst of Piers. I mean, Piers got his hands handed to him in this fucking interview. We all see that.
I mean, with this point specifically, like I've said, I've hated Hassan before, but again, if Hassan was craniumed, I would be disturbed by that. I wouldn't be, and it doesn't take away the fact that right now I'm like, yeah, I really strongly dislike Hassan, but it's like, so I don't see the.
I'm not saying I hate Hassan because Hassan's a piece of shit human being. You know, like
right, but if Hassan was assassinated, right, probably both of us would be disturbed by that.
I would not gloat over his death. I'd be like, he died. But it's like, moving on. But it's kind of like, like I said before, I still believe he's the worst fucking e-girl of them fucking all.
Well, that's what I mean. But like, it's not. Yeah, I don't know.
Try my best not to hate people. There are some people that get very close to that line, but just as a principle stance, I try my best not to.
Here's the best point. Here's the best example. Confluence. Do you know I despise Richard Dawkins and Sam Harris? But if one of them passes away, I'm not going to gloat over and say, "Oh my God, yeah, they're burning in hell right now." No, I'm not going to do that. Because
that's what I mean. So I don't think it's contradictory. Like, I'm not a big Sam Harris fan, but if the same thing that happened to Kirk happened to Sam Harris, I would be emotionally disturbed by that. And
because
I wouldn't like Piers being like, well, how do those things square? How can you not like someone and also be emotionally disturbed by their death? I think that's a fucking cheap ass retard tactic that Piers is doing right now.
If Sam Harris was in a college, at a rally in college, he does that. He did that from time to time. He did that before, and he got Charlie Kirk. I'll be like, he didn't deserve that.
Right, yeah.
Because he didn't.
And so I don't like what Piers is doing here by saying like, oh, you didn't like this guy. And I think, as Oxy said, I think Nick said he had a rivalry, and I think he said, Charlie hated him. So it's like, but disliking someone, those two things are not incompatible. You can dislike someone and still be like kind of mortified by them being like assassinated. And I think Piers should know that. And I think it's a dark tactic.
He called you vermin, didn't he?
He did. Yeah, he hated me also.
But you were still beside yourself when you heard what happened to him.
I was. I thought it was disgusting what was done to him, and it was tragic, and it was horrifying.
Do you fear an attack like that on yourself? Have you upped your own security because of this? Your profile's got it exponentially higher since.
He had threats. Yeah, he had threats, but then
I have
not just threats. He had someone knock on his door that had already unalive people, and then was trying to unalive Nick.
Like, it comes with the territory, though. He's a public figure. He's going to get threats. He's going to get them. That's just you have to.
But I don't like you saying threats. Nick had someone actually show up to unalive him. That's not just a threat.
Well, yeah, I understand that, but what I'm saying is he's a public figure. It comes with the territory.
No, that's not how that works. You don't assume.
No, it is how that works.
Assassinated because you're a public figure.
How many public figures do you know?
That doesn't come with the territory.
Yeah, but you can't accept it. You can't just say that's a reality. We have to push against. We have to push back against that.
The reality of the fact that there's people out there that want to do you harm because of the way you talk.
Want to? I can agree with. And like, if you want to say boots on the ground, like every public figure is going to get like threats of death. That's fine too. But not every public figure has someone showing up to try to unalive them. Well, like that's not the norm. It should be the norm. It's also not the norm.
I will agree with you on that confluence, but I'm still going to say this. It comes with the territory.
See, normalizing political violence is terrible, Frankie. Like
I'm not normalizing political violence. I'm normalizing violence in general because it happens to celebrities. It happens to celebrities a lot.
Yes, but we want to paint the image that that's unacceptable and should never be. I guess.
Yeah, it is.
It shouldn't come with.
It's unacceptable, but it's also. I don't know what you mean when you say come with the territory, because it's obviously rare, right? Like to have someone actually show up at your door trying to get in, who's killed people like a couple hours ago, right? I know, but wanting someone dead is different than like trying to actually unalive someone, right? Like, I would say I agree that like the death threat probably does come with the territory.
You really don't believe celebrities, whether they're movie stars or singers or actors, you really believe that never happened to them? That motherfuckers will try to kill them. I'm not saying it's never,
but like look at like Bjorn, right? Bjorn had that crazy person that tried to send her that explosive device. If you guys are familiar with that case. I think the guy, he streamed it on YouTube, and I think he offed himself on YouTube, I think, wearing clown makeup, if you know what I'm talking about. There's a reason that story stands out. That does not come with the territory. That is an actual
example. Selena is a perfect example.
It's rare, is my point. It's rare for someone to actually go through with trying to do this action. That is rare. That doesn't come with the territory.
Was killed in a motel, dude. She was fucking gunned down by a fan.
Yes. Wait. Who are you? Wait, who?
Selena.
John Lennon.
John Lennon too. John Lennon's another guy.
Wait, who's the first one you're saying?
Selena.
Selena who?
Selena.
Her name is Selena. She was a Latin singer in the 90s. She was gunned down at a hotel by one of her fans.
Okay, I'm not sure. I'm not sure who that is. But yeah, like I mean, the fact that we have to, I feel like this proves what I'm saying. Like it's not a common thing that happens, right? Yeah. It's not something that should be expected, right? Like it's not. It's like do you guys remember like Christina Grimmie? It's like she was like a YouTube person. I don't know if anyone knows who that is, right? She was like a YouTube singer, and she was like unalived at a fan meetup. That is a rare thing. That's not an expected thing.
It doesn't come with a territory percentage.
Yeah,
like it's something that's out of the norm.
Yeah,
that was like that's a Christina Grimmie is a shocking case, and it's shocking for a reason.
It won't happen? Are you fucking naive thinking it won't happen?
That's not what we're saying.
That's not. Yeah, that's emphatically not.
I think it's struck by a meteor. But just because I walk outside doesn't mean it comes with the territory.
Yeah, it's a rare thing. Most YouTubers are not unalived at fan meetups, right? Christina Grimmie was. That's not the norm. Doesn't come with the territory. That's like an exception. That's like an incredibly exceptional exception, right? I guess that's what I'm saying. Most celebrities don't face this. Most political commentators don't have people showing up at their door that have just unalived people trying to get into their place to unalive them as well. It's not the norm, right? That's all I'm saying.
In Mexico, you can make that argument.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah.
Go down to a liquor store from somebody else. Like, what was it? MC Hustle or some shit like that? Nipsey Hustle or some shit like that? Who got gunned down in the fucking liquor store.
Yeah, and Tupac. Don't forget Tupac.
But that's someone who's
Frankie, the fact that Frank, you probably couldn't name more than 10 names off the top of your head that this has happened to.
Maybe
and
5.
I mean, there's like 10,000 celebrity people, right? So it's like it's a small percent.
Tupac, Biggie, Selena, fucking. So there's 3 rounds the fucking rip. There's 3 rounds the rip. Like
I
Biggie,
said 10. Name 10 books, Frankie.
Donald Trump.
There you go.
Mo Brooks, Rand Paul, Steve Scalise,
Ronald Reagan.
Okay, politician, I think is different than celebrity or political talking head. I think those are different things.
But I would still say if you compare that to the majority, it would still be a minority situation.
Yeah, it's still a minority, even if you look at political.
They're constantly going in public. They spend long periods of time it not happening, and then it happens once to them, but it's not something like Mexico where we see every time there's an election, like 33 people end up dead.
Yeah.
That would comes with the territory. That would be more closer to that fitting.
Yeah, we'll be there in like 10, 15 years.
I don't think you're wrong.
And inshallah, okay? On inshallah.
And but something similar like that happened to me. Someone came to my house with a gun about a year ago, almost exactly, trying to kill me, and he was shot and killed in my alleyway. So I've had increased security for a while. It's a bad time out there. And I do believe it was a left-wing person that killed him. I think it was a left-wing person that tried to kill me. So, yeah, I take it very seriously.
Elon Musk said on his X platform that you're a Fed. You're a paid up.
Oh, where's Maryland? Where's Maryland?
No.
Oh, damn. Look at the time. Damn, I didn't know what time it was. Fuck.
100. You've never worked for the government.
Maryland would know if he's a Fed.
I've never talked to federal law enforcement. And actually, I've testified to that fact under oath when I was subpoenaed by the Congress. People leave that part out. But I got subpoenaed, I think, in January 2022, I think it was. And I was deposed by the subcommittee, the House Select Subcommittee on January 6th. And they asked me, did you speak with any federal law enforcement? And under oath, I said, no, I've never had contact with them. I've never turned over devices. So no, absolutely not.
There's been footage that's come out again this week. This is you at the January the 6th riots. Let's take a look.
Right? Oh, God, bro.
Break down the barriers and disregard the police. This capital belongs to us. The police are evacuating the capital. Politicians don't laugh. Scurry out of the people's house.
So you're heard there shouting down your loud hailer, break down the barriers and disregard the police. The capital belongs to us now. What did you mean by that?
I think it's pretty self-explanatory. The capital belongs to the people.
Disregard the police. So you don't support law and order.
I mean, the Capitol is a public place.
No, I support law and order. But on that day, the police were brutal. The police killed somebody, Ashley Babbitt. And, they were throwing people off of the rafters. They killed multiple people. So
when disregarding the police is the first step to anarchy, isn't it?
07's Oxycat.
Well, I think the first step to anarchy is when the government rigs the election, which is what happened. That is when the government loses its legitimacy and its enforcers, consequently, do also.
Well,
that's exactly what happened in 2020.
There was no evidence the government rigged the election. You know that. You're a bright guy.
Well, let's talk about it. You want to talk about the election of 2020?
Yeah. I think Trump lost it fair and square. I think he fought the wrong argument about the stolen election. I've said to him, to his face,
I agree.
The argument he should have said is that the deliberate suppression of things like the Hunter Biden laptop scandal from the media, by social media, by big tech, was actually a deliberate attempt to subvert the result of the election. And that's a much better argument because it's undeniable. When the New York Post that had that exclusive were basically shadow banned off all social media for the 2 weeks before the election, that was an absolute disgrace. And if I was Donald Trump, I would focus on that as being my main argument that election was slanted against him. When he goes off into saying that there was widespread rigging and voter systems were wrong, and we've litigated all this now through various court cases, various Republican judges.
Okay, this is my last pee break. Okay, guys, I'm sorry. I feel like I've gone at least an hour. Okay, we got 10 minutes left of this. So, guys, talk about January 6th in like a normal way.
The fucking time was fuck. I'm about to get off work soon.
Yeah. Well, I just want to get back into what we were talking about before when Confluence went to take a leak.
What weird sex things?
Yeah, well, I like the deliciousness of black vagina. Like why does it taste so good?
I'm a married man, dude. I can't say shit like that. I'm a married man.
Why can't I get more of it? That's what I want to discuss, right? Like why is there this, black pussy embargo?
Like full embargo or semi-embargo?
I don't know. Is this like a like a result of like the Trump administration? Is it being tariffed? Is that what the problem is? Like I want to know. Like there's a shortage in the supply, and I didn't know if it was like being impacted by the the tariffs.
I mean, it could be because of their culture.
Yeah, I don't know. Are the imports low or something? I mean, do we need to put more of them on ships? Is that what's wrong?
Oh man, that's hilarious.
I have to I'm like Frankie. I have to tiptoe around these specific conversations.
No, I can't talk about this. I know I'm a married man. I will not talk about it.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I was having a conversation with my brother the other day.
We all have sex with each other.
Yeah, and he was telling me about shit or whatever, and then he asked me because he knows I'm a freak. He said, "You hadn't really eaten ass before, have you?" I was like, "Oh yeah, I've eaten ass before."
What did I walk back into? What happened? What
Talking about immune systems.
That eating ass builds your immune system? I could steel man that. I think people who haven't eaten ass probably have lower immune systems. I actually am acid pilled on this one.
I think that's a fair statement.
Yeah. Okay. A rare Anston and Confluence agreement. Crazy times.
Right off the bat, too.
Rule, there was no rigging of that kind. In fact, the American election system is accepted by most people around the world as being one of the best in the world, one of the most reliable. So I just think he fought the wrong argument. If he said the deliberate damage to the Bidens, which could have swung the election, was outrageous and unacceptable.
Frankie can't even make it to the end. We had 10 minutes left. Come on, Frankie.
Building this spurious argument that it was all rigged through voting systems and so on, he lost me.
Well, I agree about the voting systems, but when they went into the machines, I think that was ridiculous. However, what has to be accounted for is that in 2016, 35% of the votes were cast by mail. By 2020, it was 70% because of the pandemic. So you doubled the amount of votes that happened by mail. They called it in-person early voting. They called it a variety of different things. And the other thing that they changed is they solicited the mail-in ballots. So they sent ballots to people's houses. And once you do that, I mean, you have absentee balloting normally, but it's a process. You got to give your social security number, your ID. They send it to you. There's regulations in place. This is an election where they double the amount of mail-in votes, and they sent ballots to people's houses. And when you do that, you break the chain of custody. So they send the ballot out, and then they tell people return it at a 24-hour ballot drop site that's unsupervised. There's thousands of them, and they're going to hope that all the ballots that find their way into these drop boxes were filled out by the person that the ballot was intended for. And I know that didn't happen. I'll tell you why. My uncle has been dead for 26 years. He got a ballot in 2020. It was mailed to my parents' house. And that was happening in nursing homes. That was happening in apartment buildings.
But you also know that every independent body that has looked at this has concluded there was no widespread rigging, that it was a free and fair election, and Trump lost. And the bottom line is he should stop going on about it anyway, because he won back the White House in 2024. By your, as you have been so keen to tell me, move on, right? No one wants to look back too far.
That's a separate argument. I mean, you can say that he should stop talking about it, but whether it was rigged or not is actually relevant to what happened on January 6th, because what happened on J 6th is people were outraged about it. People were furious that, by the way, there's never been an independent ballot audit in all the states where there was alleged to be rigging. That has not happened. And certainly it did not happen up until January 6th. And people said, this is ridiculous. They're stealing it. There was that
people, honestly,
mirage.
If either you or Donald Trump or anybody else wants to show me, I said this to him when I interviewed him last, if you show me the actual hardcore, incontrovertible evidence, then great. I've never seen it. Joe Rogan asked him. He didn't produce it with Joe Rogan. It's just never been produced.
That is a different argument than what Fuentes is saying, though. Like the mail-in ballot thing, that wouldn't be widespread voting fraud, right? That's a criticism of how the voting system is ran.
Because
that could sway things.
Because it leads to widespread voting fraud because of the number of ballots sent out that weren't requested, that are just floating out there for anybody to fill out and send in.
Right. And that's the art. And then Pierce is like asking for specific evidence of like numbers being changed. And he's looking, they're having like two different conversations, which.
No, Piers is being willfully ignorant.
Yeah, it is Pierce's fault. Yeah, because I think Nick said his point straightforwardly. And I think Pierce is, choosing to go in a different direction.
I don't want to labor the point on that. So I suppose the more interesting question now, as your influence rises in the conservative movement in America, and there's a lot of splits going on amongst MAGA over a number of issues, and about you, and you know this, is your split with Trump irrevocable? Do you feel now, as we head towards the year of the midterms, that it's time to now look to who his successor will be, and who do you think that person should be?
Well, it's not irrevocable, but I am very pessimistic about this administration. And succession is something that I've been interested in for as long as I've been doing this show. And I think it's very clear that they are grooming J.D. Vance to be that successor. And by they, I mean Elon Musk, Tucker Carlson, Peter Thiel. There seems to be an organization that was put in place roughly around 2022 when Peter Thiel was very active in the midterm elections. He spent, I think, over $30 million, $15 million for Vance, $15 million for Masters, spent a lot of money in a lot of other congressional races, trying to unseat the Republicans that voted for impeachment in 21, and also building out a media market, building out a patronage network, funding things like Passage Press, Sovereign House, a number of other projects to create sort of like a self-contained media ecosystem. And Vance is clearly the selected nominee. That is who the interests want. And they've been pushing for him very strongly. So I think he's the heir apparent right now. There's a forceful push.
Look, I got a lot of money on Poly Market for Trump running for a third term. So
I hope not.
If it's Vance, I don't want to lose that amount.
I've heard good things about
Bitcoin,
him.
okay?
I've heard bad things about him too. And where I think it needs to go is I think we need to return to the message from 2016, what Trump said in the first election, which is we need to drain the swamp. We need to get the money out of politics, the super PACs, the special interests, put America first in foreign policy and the wars, close the border and deport the illegals, and reindustrialize America, bring back manufacturing, bring back jobs. We're in this Cold War with China. We need America to have productive capacity again. We need America to have wealth. So I think whoever is going to bring us back to that, that's who I'm going to support. And I haven't seen enough from Vance yet.
You called J.D. Vance's wife a Jeet. What does that mean?
No, Pajit. He
Slur for Indians.
Why would you use that?
Well, you want the honest answer?
Because you're a racist?
No, there's actually a different reason. The reason why I said that, if you watched the whole show, did you watch that whole show, by the way?
No, but you've admitted you use that slur. I'm just curious why you would use that about a woman with her heritage.
I'll tell you, there's a really important reason why, and this is why context matters. If you look online at the people that are supporting J.D. Vance the most, they are racist. They're racist also, let's say. And they look at someone like myself. I don't support J.D. Vance. And they say, you're brown. You're a third worldist. They are gleefully participating in the cruelty. You could say the performative cruelty of the Trump administration. They say, you're going back. You have 100 days until you're being deported. You're going in a crystal. And then they tell us to vote for J.D. Vance. And so all I did on the show is I said, you have basically racist chuds that post memes about Indians all day on Twitter, memes about third worldists and Palestinians even. But then they want to turn around and support a guy who has said on Twitter, how dare you say I'm racist? I have non-white kids and I'm in an interracial marriage. And all I said is I just said that's a little ironic. I said that's hypocritical. And Vance is going to have to explain to all of his supporters who have gassed him up as the real mass deportation candidate. He's going to have to explain to them what's going on with that. What is with the contradiction? Because
and you don't feel any accountability for the millions of young people.
Okay, before Pierce fucking pearl clutches more. First of all, yeah, Marilyn, I know being a crystal is not so bad. Okay, it's not so bad, right? We're pro crystal here. Secondly, what do we think of JD Vance? Because I'm kind of Nick coded, not in an anti-Semitic way, but I don't know. I don't I used to like JD Vance. I don't think I like JD Vance anymore. I don't think I
To
do.
be honest, I can't like I mean I can identify a lot of reasons why I don't like him, but there's an underlining vibe that I get from him that I can't comprehend what it is. But I don't like him.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I don't like how the United States is continuing to follow the same path that Great Britain did, where they're beginning to include Indians in the conservative movement and pretending like they can fill in for the heritage Americans. And I agree with Nick. He used the right pejorative when describing JD Vance's wife, and I endorse his remarks entirely and stand with him. Nick is my homie.
Okay. Marilyn says she found her crystals. Marilyn, let's see the crystals. Okay. I'm just saying, Marilyn.
You never
We're at
asked
the
a woman to
end.
see her crystals.
I mean, yeah, I should have maybe sent that in DMs, but I would like to see those crystals, Marilyn. You know, we're at the end of this. We got 6 minutes left. So I mean, make my night. Show me your crystals, not in a weird way, in like a normal way. In a normal way.
In a weird way.
To use
So
it.
fucking wild statement.
No, I think
Okay.
that's ridiculous.
Okay. Let's take a final break and come back with a little kind of summary of how you think this interview has
The
gone.
latter. Definitely the latter.
If you're a fan of epic fantasy, Arthurian legend, or just
Really?
epic
An ad at the
storytelling,
end? Skip.
I have some good news for you.
Oh, wait. No, wait.
Pendragon.
Skip.
Skip. 2 hours. What is your view of how the interview has gone?
I think it was great. Honestly, I think it was a tough interview. You're a tough interviewer, but I don't think there were surprises. I will not say it was an ambush because it wasn't. I sort of anticipated that you would make some choices about how you wanted it to go, and I was fine with it.
I guess it's not an ambush if you're expecting it to happen. I think Piers intended an ambush. I think Nick was just expecting it. So I think definitionally, not really an ambush if you know an ambush is coming, right? Under the definition of what an ambush is.
I thought it was terrific.
As a Catholic, you're probably aware the Jerusalem Post has recently called on the Pope to openly condemn you. Would it matter to you if the Pope did? He's an American Pope, obviously.
It would be very disheartening, yes.
Why?
Silence.
Because he's our spiritual leader. He's the head of the church. He's the vicar of Christ. So if he condemned me, that would be very disheartening. And it would depend upon what he would say exactly. But yeah, I wouldn't like that. I wouldn't like that
If he
at all.
condemned you because you've openly admitted to being a racist on this show?
Oh, this racist. I would be disappointed if he said that because I think that word racist, it means something different to everybody. And so I think that's just silly. I think that's just semantic.
Have you ever been in love in your life?
Moving on.
No, like romantically, no.
Yeah, never.
No.
Do you think that's part of the problem?
God
What's the
damn
problem?
Why you are the way you are?
Oh, and what's the way I am? What are you trying to say?
I've given people 2 hours of the way you are. You're unashamed about a lot of it.
I don't think I have a problem. I think I'm cheerful, boisterous. Unlike you, I'm willing to be a little provocative. Well, I guess you're willing to be provocative, but I'm willing to be very provocative, and I'm a free thinker. And I don't like to be tone policed. I don't like to be told about, people are going to tone police and play moral cop about you can't make this joke or you can't make this statement. And I think that's just about being intellectually open. I'm a believer in openness. And I like ideas.
I completely agree. I think you should be perfectly free to express yourself exactly how you see fit. My problem is how you see fit with some of the things that you say. And we've been through a lot of them. And I think people who don't know you very well will have been shocked in parts and surprised in other parts. But in totality, they can see you for what you are. I think we've got a lot nearer to what the real Nick Fuentes is in the last 2 hours than we probably have seen from your other recent interviews. Would you agree?
No, I mean, the
Crazy
clip thing,
misalignment.
we've done the clip.
Crazy misalignment because, again, not someone who likes Nick. I feel like this interview has raised Nick's stonks in my mind. You know, still, you know, not a fan of Nick, but I'm just saying, crazy misalignment about how Piers thinks this
Clip
looks.
thing. We've all
Just
seen the clip
crazy.
show. Everyone's seen the clips. You think you're the first one to do the ADL rap sheet. So here you said this, and then here you said that. I've been playing that game for 10 years. So this is honestly more of the same, to tell you the truth.
Nick Fuentes, I appreciate you coming on Uncensored. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having me.
Well, my thanks to Nick Fuentes, and my thanks to the hundreds of thousands of you watching this special live episode of Piers Morgan Uncensored. As I said during the interview, I think it was firm but fair, but you can all make up your own minds. If you like
We can,
what
and we
do,
did.
please like and subscribe the channel so that we can keep doing it. I'm back tomorrow. Until then, whatever you're up to, keep it uncensored.
Wow.
As he censored his podcast.
Yeah, as he
probably a good
literally
sign.
did censor it. That was a fucking trip.
I
So
told you, man, he's a funny guy.
It
I'm
was a disaster from Pierce's point. That is an unmitigated disaster.
have you not? Okay, so I've been watching Piers Morgan for like 20 years. And he's actually become much more conservative. He's still like a wild liberal leftist, but like, you know, he's calmed down a little bit. Like, I have no respect for him, of course, but like, the Groiper guy, what's his name, Nick? So I had never seen Nick do an interview or heard him talk or read anything that he had ever written until the interview he did with Tucker Carlson. So like, I'm coming into Nick Fuentes with a like clearer mind than a lot of people who've actually followed him for a while.
You're raw dogging Fuentes is
Yeah.
a different way to put it. Yeah.
Yeah, and I'm a little disappointed in myself because like he's very much exactly like me in a lot of his ideology, and I had no idea that like I was so anti-Semitic and racist until I'd heard him called that so much. So I really appreciate him clarifying that for me and really going out there and being the tip of the spear.
He helped you discover yourself.
He did, yeah.
Yeah.
I hope that he can continue to touch me.
Inshallah.
Yeah, I give Nick a lot of grace. I think I understand the situation a little more, and I think all the people who are just trying to get people to disavow him are the real problem.
I don't know if I like Nick more, but I feel like I like Pierce less. And I'm not Anson coded in the sense that I've watched Pierce maybe a lot in the past like 5 years. Before I knew of him and I've seen him, but I didn't like really like pay attention to him much. But I think, yeah, a lot of the stuff he does, I don't think he tries to go that deep for the most of it. And probably because he has like lots of guests on at the same time. But this is one where he tried to go deep. I think Pierce did give it the old college try. And unfortunately, college is just not all it's cracked up to be.
Sometimes
and
you
so
strike
the
out.
try wasn't, sometimes you strike out. And I think this was a fucking Pierce L.
Well, Piers, you know, he's handicapped because he's an old school, like traditional media talking head journalist type, right? And so he doesn't, when he was coming up through the ranks, he just had to basically have the right networking and right opinions in order to be able to get, you know, into a position of having some kind of a clout or authority for legacy media, right? But in the newer wave of media, where Nick Fuentes is, you know, pretty highly ranked in terms of like the new generation of political pundits, talking heads, you actually have to know shit and you have to be able to articulate it, and you have to have all of your opinions like tamped down. Andrew Wilson is the perfect example. Like if you ask him about any subject, like he'll be able to talk about it, clearly articulate the reasons why he believes what he believes, and argue points. Nick's the same way. And you know, it's a shame that you know, the legacy media did such a disservice to us by reducing like creating barriers to entry and reducing the quality of their people that basically were news readers to us for a long time. the media, the new media has really fixed that.
I would agree with that.
Yeah, I think it is. I think as much as I mean, Pierce is taking cheap shots at Nick, but Nick taking the same quality of shots back by saying Pierce is a boomer. It weirdly rings true from, I think, the MSM point of view, where I think like Pierce is that old school media. Nick is the more, you have to be actually booked up. You have to like know stuff. And as much as I don't like Nick, but he knows a lot of stuff. He knows obviously more about all that, I think probably every issue they touched on in Pierce. And as Pierce has claimed loudly, I think this is in the last stream I did in the first half of this, that he's interviewed like 5,000 people or something. It's like, then you should probably know more about this stuff. You should probably be doing a better job than Catboy, who's like, just sitting there, just like talking to his audience. You should, if you're getting outclassed by Nick Fuentes, then it's like, that's a fucking skill issue.
Well, it could also just be that Nick Fuentes is very talented, and I think that like he is extremely talented. I think he's got a long way he can go, and I think we're just like scratching the surface on what we're going to see with him. I'm kind of upset with myself that I hadn't bothered to learn anything about him before the Tucker Carlson interview.
I do agree that Nick, I think, is talented, but it troubles me that when I've watched because Destiny and Nick used to fight a lot, and Destiny gave Nick way more challenges, engaged way more, had way more depth than Piers Morgan. And Destiny's just like a guy who's just like reading shit online and fighting with people. And if you watch those ones, it's like, if someone like Destiny can give you a harder time than the guy who has interviewed 5,000 people from around the whole world, it's like something's wrong. Something's wrong with how media used to be done, I guess, is what I would say. Because Destiny should not be able to put up that good of a fight, but he did. I think a Big Soda, I don't know if you've seen that old stuff, but like it's
a little bit of it.
Way better, way more challenges, way more like getting to the root of it, way more, okay, what do you mean by this? And now I'll say what I think the problem is, and not just like these talking points and clips and clip farming and all this like fucking nonsense. And I think there's just, I don't know if that's a way that the media used to be done versus like the way media is done now. I don't know.
There's a sped up element to it where we got to get the most information in the least amount of time, and Piers still goes by that format.
Yeah, it's like he had like 10 talking points that he wanted to get across. So then it's like after each one, then he just like briefly moves on instead of like deep diving into any one of those things.
Yep.
He just like kind of pivots.
He also wasted a lot of time.
So many times.
He wasted a lot of time with the racist bullshit.
Well,
yeah.
I just like it was obvious from my perspective that Piers is a sexist, right? And he demeans women and objectifies them based on that interview, because he basically repeatedly said that Nick couldn't understand women unless he had sex with them, right? Which is
a good point.
Which is like the worst kind of like way to think about women.
The only steel man I would say, I think the sex thing I think is a weird degenerate thing, especially from a Catholic to another Catholic. The being in love thing, and I mean, obviously, grain of salt. I'm a hopeless romantic, okay? But that to me is a more relevant thing. I think it is odd if you're like, pushing 30 and you would say you've never like been in any relationship or been in love or any. That's like the sex thing. I would say, yeah, sure, okay, you're Catholic. That makes sense. I'm not going to judge someone on that. But like relationship with a woman, it's at least odd, right? It's at least.
Well,
it's a cheap tactic for Piers to bring up, but
just
Nick looking at it from a macro point of view, it is still strange.
I think Nick still admits he's an incel, though. It's like from the little bit that I've heard him talk about his, like, I guess, his outlook on women, it does sound like he's kind of in that loner type. Like, I mean, if you would describe to me what you thought an incel was, I think Nick would fit in that. but I don't think that's some disparaging thing. I think just some men are like that. Some men just don't naturally connect with women.
But that I would say I think that probably does bias you against an entire gender of people, right? If you don't connect, like even from what you just said, right? If someone doesn't connect with women, then they're not going to connect with women, right? Like tautologies aside, right?
Why do you do that too? You mispronounce women.
I know. I look, Andrew Wilson. I know. I've seen him say that. I know. I do it as well. Yeah. Women. I don't. Yeah. I make no distinction. I don't know. Maybe I'm whatever podcast coded, but yeah, I've heard Andrew Wilson call other people out. I do the same thing, and I can't stop it. I mean, this is one answer. This is one answer, not laws.
I don't think that's the case at all. Why would you say something bad about them? That's a horrible thing to say about somebody.
I think it's yeah. I don't know if you're talking to me or him. I'm saying it's possible. And yes, Marilyn, can we end? I want to end on like on a crystal coated note. So
no,
I wasn't a joke before, Marilyn. I want you to panel up, and I want to see your crystals, and not in a weird fucking way, in a normal, literal way.
Yeah, you can show Confluence your crystals, and I want to see your box.
Disavow. Where's Ag to accidentally ban Anson when I need him?
Disavow, both of y'all.
But yeah, Marilyn, we're about to, we're at the end of the video, so I wouldn't mind looking at a crystal collection. I'm just gonna be real with you. And again, there's no euphemisms there, like for real crystals, unless
I'm being euphemistic. Don't
Ag is still here.
Ag, can you ban Confluence?
No, actually, I don't know if he can. Probably, hopefully not.
I hope there's a safeguard against authoritarianism.
He is the managing mod, though, or the admin mod, or whatever it is. He's the supreme overlord. So I'm a little afraid of Ag's powers. Okay.
Yeah, that's fair. Ag does have some power.
Do Maryland's tarot. I mean, Maryland is the one that maybe that would be for free. Usually I charge money for that. Okay, Maryland, unfortunately, even though you're showing me stuff that is so Maryland coded, I still need you to do one of these, unfortunately. Okay, there we go.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so I have Jesus tarot cards.
Oh, by the range virtue? The fucking hell, Maryland. The fucking hell.
And they're gold. They're gold. And they say, forgive and you shall be forgiven.
I have a more expanded thing I call it the Bible.
You have good comfort. Your faith has made you whole. Yeah, so a bunch of stuff Jesus said on my tarot cards, so that's fun.
That's like having a magic deck, and the deck's about
base. Okay. And then, of course, I got this big guy right here.
Oh, geez, yeah. It's a mighty quartz.
Yeah, it's just pretty.
It looks so big in your little hand.
Disavow.
Oh,
Dark Mirror. I know that.
You know this one? This one's good.
Yeah.
It's really deep. Oh my gosh, crazy scary. And then, but good. Animal spirit.
Yeah,
Not
magnet books.
These are all your animal cards. So if you spirit animals and stuff, you
wait. So Anna Kasparian is in one of those cards. I hope.
Yeah. Moonology, so all the phases of the moon and stuff.
Oh, an oracle deck. Disavow all oracle decks.
The Kipper deck. The Kipper. You don't like the oracle ones?
No, I'm all about the 78. I'm a traditionalist.
No, you mucky. You like the Kipper deck.
I don't know if I know.
That's old school. And then just a regular tarot deck with all the regular tarot.
Like a Rider-Waite deck, or
yeah, Rider-Waite.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, got it.
Why do you know so much about that? Do you have tarot cards, Confluence?
I have a couple decks. Yeah.
I got this pretty.
Oh, that's a nice one. I like that.
Yeah.
You look so good in your small hands, Marilyn. I'm just kidding.
My little tinctures of what is in here? Air. That's Himalayan salt water. I don't think there's anything in that one. Some pretty shells. More feathers. What else do I have in here? It's just
I like this box. I like the whole vibes of this entire box.
Yeah, it's such a large box.
Oh god. There's rocks in here.
Is this a scrying mirror that you have, or what? Is that just a normal mirror?
These are just plates. I don't know what's all in here.
Oh, okay.
Rocks. I had a candle in there. Incense. I don't know. Sage that I haven't burned. I've got all sorts of weird stuff.
What's that? What? Somebody had something written on
stuff.
it.
So I guess all my I don't know what this is.
Yeah, what is that?
It looks
Can you
like
hold it
kid
up? Can you hold it up?
handwriting.
Wait, how do
It
you not?
looks
Did
like
you not
kid
put this in the
handwriting.
box?
It looks like kid handwriting. I don't know what it is. I've never
How do you not?
seen it
Wait, whose
before.
box is this? Did you not?
No, I didn't know the stuff was at the bottom of it. I was unpacking. I didn't
Yeah,
know
but
that
who
all
put
my
that? You
I
have
didn't
no
know any of
idea.
that stuff was at the box.
Wait,
I
don't
thought
put
all my
stuff on top. No,
crystals
I feel like
were-
we still have layers left.
This
We
was
still have
in
layers
here
left.
too, though. This was in here too, though. And this
Oh, is
has
that
my
a
little
red jasper? I see. Oh, a pendulum.
Yeah.
Based.
Yeah, there's some whatchamacallit, amethyst, and then
Is that a lapis lazuli?
yes, you know it is.
Yeah, there we go.
That's your favorite.
That is you remembered.
Yes, of course I did. I usually give mine away, honestly. Oh, that's a yoni egg. That goes in your hoo-ha.
What?
And
that is what a yoni egg does, yeah.
This now.
Oh, rose quartz, right? Oh, you're holding it right now?
I got some rose in there.
Wait, why would you put that inside you?
It's a yoni egg, Anson. It's yoni's in the title, okay?
It still doesn't explain why you would put that inside you.
Because oh, look, a little cross. How cute is that? Because it makes you tight. What are you talking about?
It's like a Kegel thing.
Yeah.
You know? Spiritual Kegels.
Makes you be able to like hold a coconut but with your vag by a string.
Forgive them.
Anyway,
they know not
I
what
think
they
all
do.
my stuff was taken. I don't know where all my stuff's at.
They know not what they do. Oh, it's me. Oh, good. You know.
You ran
I
it
had
off.
my pants down for that yoni. No, I'm just kidding. Okay, back to all of us.
You ran her off Confluence with your dirty words. You couldn't be respectful, huh?
The second time you've ran Marilyn off. The last time you just let a man scream at her.
That was, we can't bring that up, okay? That was a mistake. Okay? Disavow.
Well, see, I don't believe in that, like how they do the H. I believe we have to keep bringing it up to keep reminding you.
No, we don't need to.
In fact, anybody who denies it will go to jail.
Yeah, we should make a law, in fact, that you can't deny it. I feel like I feel like Marilyn was, I don't want to say edging because everyone's gonna say that's like, but edging in like a normal way about what was at the bottom, because she like stopped at a certain point. There was stuff at the bottom that I was like, well, what's there? Like,
you always
unveil more. And then I feel like she's like, no, and she just put stuff on top of it. It's like, well, what was at the bottom? You know?
Probably smart she did that.
So Confluence, you have trouble reaching the bottom of women's boxes?
I mean,
It
depends on the depth of the woman's box, I guess. You know what I mean? Like it just depends, right? Sometimes it's sometimes it's endless, brother. Okay. talking about specific cardboard boxes. To be clear, before you get any weird ideas, Anson, like you were wont to do. Okay.
So Confluence, what was it? What was that video you said you wanted to get into tomorrow?
Yeah, Marilyn's saying it's makeup. Proof or it's not makeup. Okay, I don't think it's makeup. I don't think it is. The video for tomorrow. Well, I don't want anyone to pre-watch it. But
Okay.
as long as you don't wait, Marilyn, deeper box reveal.
That's not fair, you guys.
Yeah,
Okay,
That's not fair.
okay. Yeah, I want to see the whole. I want to see all of it.
Oh my god, makeup that I wear.
What's that black box though? What's that
This
black
black
box?
box-
That's not makeup.
This is a lighter, but
That's
but it's a lighter to where you like you put the stuff in here and then you take it and let me see. Hold on. You take it and you swipe it. You swipe it. Can you see like what I'm doing?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah, we can see fine.
Just don't light yourself on fire, Marilyn.
You swipe it like this, and it lights on fire.
I
haven't seen the fire yet. I'm waiting.
Well, I've almost burned my freaking face off with this thing before.
Okay. Fair enough.
I don't think there's any fluid in it, but I had 2 of them, and they were base. And then the rest of the stuff I don't even think is mine. I don't even like. This is Love. This is the only perfume I wear, but I don't like it in this. I like it in a beeswax solid.
Can you hold it up to the camera so we can smell it?
Yeah, it's my favorite, but it doesn't smell as good like this.
It smells like
better.
it's kind of like floral. Yeah.
The one I use is in my car. The one I use is in my car, and it's a solid, and it's in beeswax, and it's nice. See, like I don't even wear perfume. I don't even know whose that is. I don't. Hey, I've been looking for one of these. I definitely need. What is that? I definitely need this.
Let's say a bunch of junk.
It's a bunch of junk.
But Marilyn, what's
my mom and I moved out of
pedigree
my
of this
parents' house
box?
last year, and I just grabbed stuff. What?
Okay, so you did you filled this up because you're saying I don't even know what's in here. Like, did someone else?
Yeah, because some of this stuff's not mine, but this is my plate thing. Like,
well, where'd you get it from? Like, help me square the circle. Like, whose stuff is it?
My parents' house. And my mom be all in my stuff, and I don't know. She just, I don't know what happened. I don't know how this box is like this, because most of my good stuff is on top. Maybe I just grabbed it like this from over there. But I've got a whole tote of stuff in my shed but I thought I had a lot more rocks than this. I know I give them away a lot, but like I could have sworn I had more rocks, and I don't remember if I had more tarot decks or not.
Okay, wait, before you pack everything up, what favorite rock / crystal, and what's your favorite tarot deck?
Oh my god.
Or do you have one?
I really like the animal spirit one. It's just, I don't know, it's easier to like use when you need to know something like right away and not have to fight through like all the BS of people's back and forth. You can go straight to the spirit guide tarot deck, and it's gonna give you what kind of spirit animal is, influencing you and whoever's in your life's current situation.
Okay,
and
draw
then
me a card, Marilyn. Draw me a card.
Oh no, not the tarantula.
Not the fucking. Don't draw me the fucking tarantula card. Fuck that shit.
Oh my god. All right.
Wait, is this an oracle deck or like a traditional tarot
I'm
deck?
picking one. It's Oh, not the scorpion. Why are we the internet?
No, yeah, get away from the fucking arthropods. Marilyn, shuffle it with intention. Shuffle it with intention. Focus, Marilyn. Focus. Don't just grab a random fucking card. Jesus Christ.
But I'm like holding the phone. I
understand. Do a one-handed shuffle.
This is so not fair.
Oh, there we go. There we go. Yeah. Focus on the intuition. Focus on confluence.
Oh my god. Goblins. Goblins. Let me give you a spirit animal card. Did anything pop out? Okay,
It's
you
another
got the
fucking
rabbit.
arthropod. Okay, that's better.
You got the rabbit. So
No,
let's
do me, Marilyn, do me.
hold on. Let me look up the rabbit in my
Yeah, because I don't know what that means.
It's
gonna
a
be the
fire.
worst one.
Oh my god, you guys.
Like we should actually
There it is. Okay, rabbit. Afraid of everything, overwhelmed, frozen. The rabbit loves to remind his friends that someday the eagle will swoop down and eat him.
That does sound like a Neo time.
This is getting too real. This is getting too real. You keep going, keep going.
He talks and talks and talks about it so loudly, in fact, that one day the eagle hears and thanks him for the great idea. Rabbit energy is alive when we are oh my God. When we are scared, most often about the future, and we become our own worst enemy. We spin up a dust cloud of fear and then complain to others that we are lost. Notice your thoughts and words, oh rabbit, they shape your destiny. When in balance, sensitive, problem solver, good listener. When out of balance, over explains, talks fast. Bring it to balance. A day of silence. Oh, that is so cold.
That is too real. That was more real than I was expecting.
Yeah,
I regret asking for this reading on stream.
That's what you get.
Yeah.
You know not to mess with the tarot cards.
Yeah, that was a mistake. That was a
They will
mistake.
come for you.
Yeah.
Do answer next. I got
Do mine, Marilyn. What are you doing? Why are you putting it away?
Because we cannot do this.
Why?
This is a terrible idea.
It's a great idea.
Terrible idea.
It's a great idea.
I want to do this one.
Hanson better get the fucking scorpion. Or the centipede or some other arthropod.
That'd be fun.
Anson's gonna get the butterfly.
Too many. Anson. Oh, there's a card flipped. Hold on. It's a gazelle. Hold on.
Anson is a fucking gazelle, okay? Focus on Anson. Focus on Anson.
He's not acceptable.
Okay, one fell. Okay, we got the bee.
Ooh, I like that.
Oh.
Boy. So let's see. I'm gonna see what the bee means. I don't know how to stack this stuff up. I am not a tarot card reader. I disavow.
As she's reading tarot.
What is this?
I do see the symbol of air on there at the top there.
B. Okay. So the B personality, hold on. B, earnest, hardworking, democratic. Oh, Lord. The B personality is a delight to be around, especially when there's a team project on the horizon. Bees love to work steadily and thoughtfully until the final task is complete. They are sensitive creatures, aware of many subsidies at once, subtleties at once. Since they're artists at heart, they usually add creative details to the overall vision. For the most part, they have bustling, joyous personalities until they're too tired from all the work. Then they gripe and then sting. When in balance, content, active, vibrant. When out of balance, overworked, annoyed. To bring into balance, mini vacation, Anson.
Yeah, I need a fucking vacation.
Mini vacation for Anson.
Anson's on that.
A day of silence for Confluence. What is Big Soda gonna get?
Yeah.
He's married, so he's gonna get a divorce.
Big Soda, Big Soda, Big Soda. Oh shoot!
If I kidnap my wife, I'll give
my
him.
God. Big Soda.
You know, that post on that bed looks like you could tie some straps to it and it'd be pretty sturdy.
He's got one of those runaways.
This Val.
The cards have gone crazy. It's a big giant animal fight. I don't know what you got
Oh
going
no,
on.
Big Soda, what'd you do?
It's a fate. It's all the animals wanting to be me.
Is that what it is?
You're gonna draw the Big Soda card. That'd be creepy.
The wild soda.
Oh, two cards. Two cards.
Oh.
Oh boy. The mouse and the earthworm. The mouse was kind of upside down.
You gotta read them. Just about.
The mouse was kind of upside down. But hold on. They're both earth. Okay, so the earthworm is shy, hesitant, reluctant to share inner vision. We have all felt the woes of the earthworm at some point along the way. The earthworm indicates a newbie or novice working to establish confidence in a new field. Others around you may seem wise and experienced, but it's important to remember they once felt earthworm energy too. This card is a reminder not to be intimidated or lose hope. Mastery takes time, and you're on the right track. Besides, rumor has it, a beginner's mind offers the most valuable insights. When in balance, earnest, intelligent, valuable. When out of balance, cautious, apprehensive. To bring into balance, speak up, risk embarrassment. How do you like that?
I would have rather gone with the mouse.
All right, we'll go with the mouse.
The end of that is, yeah, kind of Big Soda coded a bit.
A little bit.
It was totally Big Soda coded. The mouse is detail-oriented, small-minded, nitpicky.
Okay, no.
The mouse has an innate desire to tend to the details. It often spends its days fixing, preparing, organizing, and scrutinizing. Unfortunately, a mouse's personality doesn't notice when they've gone too far. Soon they begin to have a limited and fearful vision of life and try to control every detail. This can be quite a painful experience for both the mouse and those around them. When mouse energy is at play, step back for a moment. It may be time to find a more purposeful project to delve into, one that's worthy of your exacting eye. When in balance, organized, resourceful, prepared. When out of balance, busy with no purpose. To bring into balance a meaningful project. So, Big Soda, you need the meaningful project. Oh,
Because that was a little spot on, dude.
yeah. It's fun. But people are so superstitious. I mean, I don't really use them because I don't really like knowing what's going on. I'd rather not know. And I don't like changing anybody's free will. So I'm not gonna use them for bad ever, but I just don't like knowing. I don't know. I just don't like knowing. Dang it. I didn't put these in the box.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
I'm
I think
very
you did a
upset.
pretty good job.
You said I was a kind person and I like working in groups.
Said you were what?
You said I was a nice person. I like working in groups.
Yep. And you bring stuff to it, bring detail, the flares and stuff. It's fun. I've done tarot card readings for people, and they were always like really good.
Yeah.
They were always really good. So
You
I don't
sound
do
like
them though.
crap.
I don't do them though.
Yeah. You basically just like read a biography of my life.
I know it's sick. It's sick how great, like how accurate it is. It's
Anson's just a butterfly in the
insane.
wind, or a bee in the wind.
It's that's why people need to not do it, because they'll go crazy. They'll go into psychosis and get obsessed with it, and it's just not. It's not necessary. It's not necessary.
That sounds like what happened with Confluence.
No,
Look,
it's
Marilyn owns more decks than I do. Okay, so
and I don't even have that many. You see, I don't even have that many rocks as I used to. I do give them all away, but oh well. All right, I'm going back to chat.
Outside.
Thanks for showing us your box, Marilyn.
You're welcome.
yeah, thank you, Marilyn. Not in the way Anson means, but it's me now. Okay, well, all of us. And yeah, good to see you. Section 230, a first-time viewer in the chat.
You know, I really appreciate when a woman
good to see a new face.
opens up her box on her bed for us. You know, that's really
a vow.
Nice. Yeah, that's
this
a wild
vow.
statement.
This a vow.
It was nice of her to show us her stuff. I mean, that was very personal.
That's not very B of you, Anson.
Yeah, you're not B coded right now. Okay.
Well, what do you? I was.
I'm being rabbit coded, and I think Big Soda's being earthworm coded, but you're not being B coded. So
come on now.
Say that.
I'm paying attention. I'm being mouse coded, and I'm paying attention to detail. You need to stop being B coded.
Well, in terms of looking at this stream as a group project, I'm contributing to the success of the stream by adding my humor to it.
That's true. I'd agree.
Yeah,
and bees are known to fix women.
They are, yeah.
I've seen the bee movie.
Yeah.
Sometimes
the birds and the bees for a reason.
Sometimes hurt women, if you think about it.
Yep.
And kill themselves in the process. You know, if I know my bee anatomy right. So, you know. Oh, Magnet. Okay, Magnet. I meant to say Marilyn. I called her Magnet.
It's two things.
Marilyn says I had magnets in there. So there was magnets at one time.
Yeah, she couldn't show you the magnets. That's where it gets personal.
Show us your magnets, Marilyn. You got to get back on the stream and show us the magnets now.
Well,
magnets
guys,
were once in there.
I think I'm gonna get off for the night. It's been fun.
Yeah, this is the end. So we have all made it to the end. So thank you, all of you. Thank you, Anson. Thank you, Big Soda. Special thanks to Marilyn for showing us her box, not in the way Anson means, in the actual literal meaning of that. Okay. And thank you for the reading. Now I'm going to be thinking about the fucking rabbit because that was a little too close to home. I think I regret asking for that reading, but you know, it's a little too. That's what you get. That's what you get. Fuck around, find out.
Yep, we found out the truth.
Good to see you, Ag. Thank you, everybody who's been here. It's been a great time. God bless y'all. Take care. Think of your spirit animals, Anson. Think of it. Think of it.
Yeah,
they'll be coded, or maybe do be. You know,
it's been a pleasure having me.
It has been a pleasure having you, Anson.